Welcome into the 2024 Daily Faceoff Live Trade Deadline Special, year 3 of doing this bad boy, and we are excited to be going live, not right up until the deadline. As you can see with the big clock behind me, we will go until the trades stop coming in. I'm your host, Tyler Yaremchuk, and today's show is brought to you by DoorDash. Dash that for the win. And if you're a Canadian listener, you can get yourself 25% off and 0 delivery fees on your first order of $15 or more with the promo code NATION25. Like I said, it is our 3rd year of doing this. If it's your first time watching, let me tell you a little bit about how things roll. I'm going to be your host for the next 4+ hours. We got a great panel coming up, and I'll introduce you to them in a couple of minutes with former NHLers Colby Cohen and Carter Hutton. Matt Larkin and Stephen Ellis will be around throughout the day to grade trades, and Ellis will be telling us about prospects. Oh, but I may have buried the lead a little bit. The star of the show is our insider, Frank Seravalli, and if you haven't noticed, he is up in the corner in his insider cam. Frank, I'm going to bring you down. You are on the screen just as long as I am, the whole show, and the people get to watch you up in the corner in our Wendy's, a Daily Face-Off Survivor Pool Insider Cam. They get to see you on what is your Super Bowl, Frank, your busiest day of the year.
Yeah, I mean, much to their chagrin, I got to always be on the screen, but you'll see me work and you'll see what I'm up to, and I can give you a brief peek into the storylines that I'm following and chasing today. We just saw the Washington Capitals make a significant trade in moving Evgeny Kuznetsov, a huge piece of their run to the Stanley Cup back in 2018, already 6 years ago. He goes to the Carolina Hurricanes, the only trade so far that we have on deadline day, in exchange for a 3rd-round pick. They retain half. This was the better move for them from a cap perspective, even though Kuznetsov has 1 year left on his deal and they'll have a $3.9 million cap hit next year for him. The alternative was to buy him out this summer. That's certainly where it was trending if they did not get a taker right now. And that would have had them with a $3.8 million hit next year, plus another year after that. So certainly the more palatable move, and you love what the Carolina Hurricanes are doing, bringing in Jake Gensel on Thursday night. They did not trade away a hard 1st-round pick. They did not trade any of their top 6 prospects, in my estimation. And they're able to bring in a finisher that team, I think, has desperately needed. So Gensel and Kuznetsov in the fold for Carolina. They're going to continue to explore market inefficiencies. What about Washington? Well, they still have two guys, on our top 50 trade targets board that are inside the top 10. They've got Nick Dowd, a center who has 1 year left on his deal. They've also got Max Pacioretty, who comes in at number 3. He has, given the Washington Capitals some instructions on what he wants today to happen. What he wants to happen today, given that he has the full no move clause. And so I believe 2 of the teams on that list, the Florida Panthers and the New York Rangers. What could the Rangers get up to after missing out on Gensel? They are certainly in the winger market, and this is a good year to be in that, because you look at our trade targets board and it is full of wingers inside that top 10. What else we're looking at? The Seattle Kraken. Will they or won't they re-sign Jordan Eberle? Get a deal done today. You can keep him for the next couple years, or if the contract extension does not materialize, I'm told that the Kraken will be moving on from Jordan Eberle today. Continuing to keep an eye on the New Jersey Devils and the number 1 trade target in Tyler Toffoli, but they've also got 2 pending unrestricted free agent defensemen in Brendan Smith and Colin Miller that they are listening on. We're looking at the goalie market in relation to the Devils. A lot of people thinking that they're going to take one more swing on Jacob Markstrom. I'm not sold that's the case, but Tom Fitzgerald has been perusing the goalie market. He's been making calls on just about every goalie out there, and that includes guys that are under contract. Linus Ullmark, Tristan Jarry. Who else is on Tom Fitzgerald's list? Can he pry someone loose that can help the Devils contend for a playoff spot, not just this year, but also in the future? Someone that has certainly some term on his deal. The Ottawa Senators, will they make a splash? Jacob Chychrun, his name has been in the mix. And finally, we're continuing to look at some teams that have already made trades. The Colorado Avalanche, they retain their 2024 first-round pick. Vegas Golden Knights have 2024 and 25. So there's lots still left to be determined in the West, including the Winnipeg Jets, who I expect to be in that winger market today, Tyler.
Oh, sorry. I thought maybe you were just going to go for the full 4 hours. I was totally zoned out there, Frank. But you're
no, that's good. I'm good for a while now. So
You're full of information, and the best part about the Insider Cam is Frank is just a little unmute button away from giving you, the listener, all the up-to-date news and information as it happens, more or less in real time. So we will send Frank back up to the Wendy's Insider Cam, and I will introduce you to our main panel for the day. A couple of former NHLers, one a goalie, one a defenseman. It's Carter Hutton and Colby Cohen. If you watch Daily Faceoff Live or Morning Cup of Hockey, you know these two. Colby, deadline day, you fired up? Are you excited to debate who's going where for a second-round pick?
I love it. This gives us something to talk about. There's excitement around a ton of different fan bases. We see the Carolina Hurricanes seem to be pushing their chips to the middle, something they've been widely criticized for over the last number of years. They've got the decor. Freddie Anderson is back. So I think it's good to see what's going on right now, Tyler, around the NHL.
Carter, I would love to chat with you, buddy, but we got a little bit of news already right off the jump. Frank, what do you have?
One of those topics I was just talking about, the Seattle Kraken and Jordan Eberle. Will he sign an extension? The answer is yes. And in fact, the scoop came from our friends at Cap Friendly. Glad to be partnering up with them again. They got this Jordan Eberle contract extension, 2 years times $4.75 million. So I think what these two sides had been going back and forth over was term. The Kraken had originally put on the table 2 times 4.5. He's able to squeeze out an extra $500,000. And as I had been reporting the last couple of weeks, Jordan Eberle's preference was to remain with the Seattle Kraken. He puts his signature on the dotted line to prove that. And a team like the Edmonton Oilers today, who are keeping close tabs on that, disappointed, not a top 6 addition coming their way, as they were kind of holding out hope that he would still be there in the final hours leading up to the deadline.
So you don't think there's a pivot play for the Oilers here? It was just kind of Eberle or nothing?
I'd be surprised. I think they're going to continue to look at the market, but I think for the most part, the Oilers view themselves as being done. They've gotten most of their shopping completed already.
Final note on Eberle from our friends at Cap Friendly. Like you said, the deal comes with a full no trade clause. So Eberle commits to staying in Seattle and gets a little bit of trade protection as well. Thank you, Frank. Back to our main panel. Carter, what do you make of the Eberle extension? The Kraken, who are on the outside looking in for the playoff picture in the West, opting to keep a older veteran in Eberle instead of maybe cashing in for some future assets.
You know, I like this. He's a guy that came to Seattle in the start. And for me, you know, he's at 998 games. And I know they're early in their franchise history here, but for him to get to 1,000 games with the Seattle Kraken, I think is a big milestone for this organization and for this team. You know, the reemergence of Philip Grubauer, he's been playing great as of late, and everyone knows how well Joey Decord, you know, has played. So I think this is a good signing for depth. You know, it's showing that they're committed to try to make this. And I think as a player standpoint, if I'm on the Seattle Kraken, this sends a message to your team that we haven't given up on you and we want you to, you know, make a push here for the playoffs.
Colby, what do you make? Jordan Eberle, 2 years by 4.75. Cap space not really an issue for Seattle. It's just about, I honestly think, keeping a good quality veteran around that team right now.
Yeah, I think it sends a message. And I think when you are in this territory that Seattle is in, where they had the run last year, their first year, they were what you'd expect out of an expansion team. I think it shows people that you are committed to staying competitive and not just selling off at the first opportunity. I think this is a very manageable cap hit. The cap is going to go up next year as he moves into this extension. So it looks even better next year when the cap rises by another couple of million, because it drops the percentage that it counts against their cap. So again, I think he would have looked great in an Edmonton Oilers jersey. I really do. I think he would have bolstered that team incredibly well. But at the end of the day, you know, you can't always have the approach that the grass is going to be greener with new players. And I think that's the way that Ron Francis and his staff out in Seattle looked at this Jordan Eberle signing.
Yeah, obviously a lot of Oilers fans in our chat right now. A lot of disappointment there. Frank saying it sounds like they're done. We're going to move along in just a second. But Carter, I didn't get a chance to properly introduce you. You played in the NHL for a number of years, but it's your first deadline on the media side. How do the nerves for you deadline day as a media member compare to the nerves as a player?
Oh, there's still a little bit of nerves, Ty, just making sure I don't do anything too dumb on here. But honestly, just enjoying myself. It's nice to be on the other side now. I think my perspective has changed for sure. I think being from the game and being around the game, being around deadline, seeing the effect it has on guys, on whether you're a single guy, a younger guy, or you're a guy with a family. And for me, as I went on in my career, having 2 kids and a wife, and it was a lot easier when I would just change cities and bring my clothes and my hockey gear. And then all of a sudden you start adding in a wife and kids, and you see the effect it has on some of these older players versus younger players. So for me, it's different being on this side, but I enjoy this a lot, being around the game more. I think I have a different perspective now being on this side, but I really enjoy watching trade deadline and watching the playoffs with less anxiety about how I'm going to feel the next day if I have too many glasses of wine.
Yeah, that's fair. Colby, you're a little bit further removed from your playing career, but now that you're settled into your media life, do you love deadline day? Did you hate it as a player?
Well, what's interesting, Tyler, for me, most of my career is spent in the American Hockey League. And, when you're in the Boston Bruins organization, like I was for the time that I was, that's a team that was going for it just about every year that I was there. They were always bringing in veterans. They were always looking for those depth ads or star ads. One year they brought in Thomas Caberly. Like, they were always hunting for big fish, right? So I just can really remember the stress of sitting around the training room in Providence in the American League with all my teammates. And basically every time the training room phone rang, everybody looked around and everybody started chirping at each other. Where are you going? Because look, I was a 2nd round draft pick, so I was considered a prospect until they figured out that I was more of a suspect than a prospect. But at the end of the day, we would all be sitting around. Everybody would be kind of laughing, but I think it would be the situation where your feet are moving a million miles a minute under the water, where above water, you have to kind of sit there and play cool. I'm sure you lived some of those moments as well, Carter, but it's kind of a bonding / nervousness situation in the room all day.
Yeah, no, I agree. Just to piggyback off that, I feel like for me, my best trade deadline memory was being on the road, because then we were with the team. I remember distinctly one time being in the St. Paul Hotel in Minnesota. It was a year we were fluttering a bit in St. Louis. We weren't sure if we were going to go in or out and what Doug Armstrong was going to do. And I remember sitting there, we were having lunch, watching TV, and Paul Stastny got traded. And that's how we found out it broke. One of our teammates, one of our veteran leaders, and instantly, it was like an instant hangover. The fact that we lost one of our leaders, we knew we weren't going for it. Almost Doug Armstrong sent that message to the team that, we're not ready, we're not there, and where we were at. So it was obviously tough. All of us get together, you go see him before he ships off. It's like you're losing a mate, which it was nice doing that on the road, where you got to see him, you got to be with him. Because there's other trade deadlines where when you're at home, everybody goes off to their own life. A guy gets traded, just gets plucked out of your world, and you might not see him again until you play that team, if you're lucky enough to play him again. So there's definitely that aspect of it that I think maybe on the outside people don't see. And as a player, Colby, we lived it. It's something that's real, and it's part of the game, right? This is the cross you bear being a professional hockey player, is trade deadline.
This is our main panel with Colby, Cohen, and Carter Hutton. We're going to continue breaking things down with you guys in a little bit, but I want to get to some of the other things we got going on today. Whenever a trade breaks, we will have, not just the news from Frank himself. We'll have Colby and Carter breaking it down. We're going to be slapping trade grades on all of these with our guy, Matt Larkin. Matt Larkin joins me now, the managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Larkin, you ready to get rolling here on deadline day?
Oh, I'm so ready, Tyler. I am jacked up on caffeine. I cannot wait to get to it, my friend.
I had a very large coffee, didn't think that through. I don't know if our friends at Botano have odds on when my first piss break is going to be, but I would take the under on that. We got a big deal last night in the NHL. Jake Guentzel, #1 on Frank Seravalli's trade targets board. He goes to the Carolina Hurricanes from the Pittsburgh Penguins. You see the haul that the Penguins got in return here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces going the other way. Slap a grade on this bad boy. How did you think Kyle Dubas did in this deal?
Kyle Dubas' side of the deal, it's a C+. I know the Penguins fans are up in arms over this, but, there wasn't a ton of leverage in the situation based on the fact that there was no extension for Jake Guentzel baked into this trade. We now know, and that's going to bring down the acquisition cost for the Carolina Hurricanes. I think Pittsburgh did okay, but to not get either a rock-solid first-round pick or a top-5 prospect, you couldn't have gotten Scott Morrow, or at least a definite first-round pick. I think one or the other, but you got the conditional second that could be a first if Carolina goes to the final. You've got a bushel of decent prospects. So I'm a little disappointed. C+ for Pittsburgh, but for Carolina, Tyler, this is an absolute A+. I've been pounding the table for years for Don Waddell to make a move like this, because if you look in the playoffs, Carolina gets bounced by Boston, Tampa Bay, Florida. It's always the team that has more star power. This year, Sebastian Aho, the only Hurricane on pace for even 30 goals, even 70 points. They need that star power. Jake Gensel, I love this stat, 6th in NHL history in playoff goals per game among players with 50 games or more. So finally, Carolina gets that piece. And then Kuznetsov, a nice little cherry on top. That's someone who had 34 points in 24 games during the 2018 run to the Stanley Cup for Washington. So you've got 2 guys with rings, proven playoff performers joining your top 6. A+ for Carolina.
Yeah, that's a team just looking to get over that final hump. What do? You get a couple of big names. A+ on the Kuznetsov deal, according to Matt Larkin. Our trade grades are brought to you by Betano. Sports betting with fast withdrawals and cash out. Great odds for live betting. You get it all at betano.ca. Matt, let me just ask you, Frank Seravalli's top 5 right now. It's Toffoli, Riley Smith, Max Pacioretty, Jordan Eberle, who is now off the board. He's extended in Seattle, and Pavel Buchnevich. Of the 4 remaining, which one are you most intrigued to see the situation play out with today?
I think Tyler Toffoli of that group, just for his goal-scoring ability, can be a difference maker, especially because there are some teams out there that specifically need help on the right wing. I'm looking at the New York Rangers. They've been struggling to replace that position, especially on that first line with Chris Kreider, Mika Zibanejad. Now you have Alexis Lafreniere playing the right side. There's some nice chemistry there on the second line with Panarin and Trocheck, but with Blake Wheeler out for the year, it's been Jimmy Vesey, it's been Capo Caco. It's not going to work. There needs to be an upgrade there. And can the Rangers afford to go big game hunting? I know they've been linked to a guy like Frank Petrano. Maybe aim higher, get a Stanley Cup winner, Tyler Toffoli, with the blue shirts. That's an easy move for him as well across the Hudson River. I like that fit.
There you go, Matt. You're going to be stopping by, giving us trade grades as they continue to roll in. First one, not high on Dubas, but loving what Carolina's doing. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Tyler.
A big haul of prospects in that deal. And who better to talk about prospects than our boy, Stephen Ellis, our associate editor and prospect analyst at Daily Faceoff. Mr. Ellis, and actually we could flash up the board again with all the prospects because I don't remember those names. The one I'll say I'm the most high on, I believe it's Cruz Lucius. That's just a cool name. That's the only reason I'm high on him. Should Penguins fans be high on the quality of players they got in this deal?
So I wrote a story today on Daily Faceoff looking at the fact that, yes, their prospect pool is better today than it's been in a long time, but it's still on the lower end because they got 3 guys that I would say are outside of Carolina's top 5 in terms of their top prospects. You mentioned Cruz Lucius having a great year this year, and he's an interesting story because a couple years ago, he had a wrist injury and basically had to relearn how to shoot in his draft year. So I think he got kind of underrated compared to a lot of guys in that draft class, but he's putting up really good numbers with Wisconsin. I'm really happy there. When it comes to Ville Koivunen, he's having an outstanding season. He's just under a point per game player in the Finnish league at 20 years old. That's impressive. You don't get a lot of guys like that. I think, he's not the best two-way player, but in terms of what he's able to do offense, he's 5th in scoring, I believe, right now, so it's looking pretty good. And then Pen Moreoff is an interesting one where he's having a good year in the AHL. I think a lot of scouts I talked to thought that he was someone that could be a better pro than a better junior player. It just seems like his game just works for that. He's a complementary player in my mind. I think he's kind of at best a second liner, maybe a third liner. But if the Penguins fans were looking for a guy that was actually going to make a really big long-term difference, they didn't get it in this trade.
And that's disappointing considering the quality of piece you moved out. And we obviously saw the quote from Sidney Crosby last night, which when you just look at the quote on a piece of paper, it's kind of like, damn, that's a jarring thing for Sid to be saying. Pittsburgh still has Riley Smith on the trade targets board. We'll see what ends up going on there. Let me just float you kind of my first hour question. I threw it Larkin's way as well of sort of the big names still available today. Who are you most intrigued to see where they land?
It's Max Pacioretty, just because I've always been such a fan of his game. When he's healthy, he can score. And he's the type of guy that, maybe kind of like Max Domi a couple of years ago, where you could kind of throw him in and maybe in a third line role and he could produce. So, there's been a lot of rumors where he'll go. Obviously, with the Capitals already making some moves, I'd be interested to see if he ends up going to contender because I still believe in his ability. Don't forget how to score even through all these injuries.
Stephen Ellis, our prospect analyst. Appreciate you hopping on, man. We'll chat with you a few other times throughout the day.
Thanks so much.
It's not the only thing we're tasking Stephen Ellis with today either. Of course, it's deadline day. A lot of the talk is about who's buying, who's trying to solidify and bolster their potential Stanley Cup rosters. But the flip side of it are the teams who are trying to get closer to the basement. And for those fan bases, it's all about what's coming up in June with the NHL draft. And who better than Stephen Ellis to go and give us his top 5 draft prospects for 2024. It's brought to you by Fountain Tire. Beginning Monday, you can save up to 25% off on select tires until April 20th. Give yourself a little deadline day deal on some new tires. Make the shift to more savings. Visit fountaintire.com to find the nearest store. Let's take a peek. Ellis's top 2024 draft prospects.
Hey everybody, Stephen Ellis here, the Associate Editor and Prospect Analyst for Daily Faceoff, and today we are going to look at the top 5 prospects for the 2024 NHL Draft. And it starts at number 1, Macklin Celebrini. Obviously, everyone knows what he's able to do. He's not at Connor Bedard levels, but he's special. He's a guy that would be going first overall in many other years. I really love what he's able to do at both ends of the ice, and the numbers don't lie. Number 2, Ivan Demidov out of Russia, a guy that is just so dynamic, so talented, great with the puck. And he's a guy that has this hero complex who, when you need somebody to go out there and score, he could do it for you. There's some concerns about how lazy he could be at times, but from a skill perspective, I love it. Number 3, Anton Silyev, a defenseman. He's 6'7". Think Victor Hedman in terms of the play style here. He's putting up a lot of points. He actually has the U18 scoring record, not just among defensemen, but among all players in the KHL. He plays a lot of minutes. He hits hard. He skates well. Again, he does everything so well. That's another Victor Hedman style player. I like it. Number 4, Cole Eiserman of the U.S. National Development Team. You know, there's a lot of concerns about his play, specifically defensively. But if there's going to be one thing you're good at, it might as well be goals. This guy can shoot from anywhere, score from anywhere. He's drawing a lot of comparisons to Austin Matthews. I'd say he's a pretty good player there, so I like him at number 4. Number 5, to wrap it up, Artem Levshunov out of Michigan State. He's a guy that could do a little bit of everything. He's got the size. He moves well. He's very smart with the puck. The offense is there. So someone who really could make a team's blue line so much better in the long term as a potential top pairing defenseman. I like it. And those are my top 5 prospects for the 2024 NHL Draft.
Shout out to our friends at Fountain Tire. Heading back to our main panel here with Carter Hutton and Colby Cohen. The top 5, gentlemen. You heard me ask Larkin and Ellis this question. Toffoli, Smith, Pacioretty, and now Buchnevich with number 4, Eberle, off the board and extended in Seattle. When you look at those situations, Colb, who are you looking at the most going, I want to see where that guy lands?
I actually am going to go with Stephen Ellis and Max Pacioretty. I mean, he's a highly intriguing player to me, a guy that I played against a lot, especially throughout the young parts of both of our careers. And when he's healthy, he just brings that powerful sort of throwback power forward who can score. And you just don't see a ton of those guys around the league anymore. You combine that with his size. He's motivated to show the league that he can still play. And I got to tell you something. If I'm Chris Drury, this is a guy that I am going hard after right now because Max can play just about anywhere in your lineup. He helps improve your power play, Group 1 or Group 2. Obviously, the Rangers' top power play has been pretty good and doesn't need a ton of help. And I just think if Washington is willing to maybe eat some of the money on that contract, not that it's much. I think he's owed $2 million. But his contract has a bunch of performance bonuses that can get it up to 4. I just think he would be a huge add for a team like the New York Rangers. I know Frank has some intriguing names left on that board. Guys like Toffoli, Riley Smith has one, so that you can't look the other way on. But Carter, I really think Max Pacioretty is a guy who could be a huge difference maker, especially in the East, where it seems like there's a major arms race happening amongst the top.
Yeah, I think one thing that stands out this year for me, no one has really solidified themselves as the Stanley Cup favorite, right? There's a lot of options in the East. And for me, it's Pavel Buchnevich. This is a big player. He struggles going to the net necessarily, but he's great in the neutral zone. He can be a game breaker. And for me, with a year left on his deal, where St. Louis is kind of sputtering a bit, they've played well at times. Are they rebuilding? Where are they at? And I think he's a piece that could move out with a good draw. And Doug Armstrong, I played for him. I have a good relationship with him, but this guy is a killer. He knows, no matter what is said, he can make trades happen. And I think at this point, this is a key piece that could add to somebody with a little bit of term left on his deal. Obviously, there'd be some footwork trying to make this deal happen for a lot of these teams that are closer to the cap. But for me, this is a game breaker player. He can come in, he can play good minutes. And for me, obviously, you touch on Riley Smith. The pedigree of winning is hard to come by, right? You see those playoff experience. And for me, there's certain teams that are, are they getting in? Are they not? You look at the Metro, it's been pretty tight.
Carter, I got to cut you off, man. We got some breaking news from Frank over on the Wendy's Insider Cam. Frank, what do you got? Oh, unmute.
All right, that's the first time. So that's a fine. The next one, I just begin flogging myself. The number one player on our trade targets board is now off the board. Tyler Toffoli is going from the New Jersey Devils to the Winnipeg Jets. Working on the return, I believe that the Montreal Canadiens second round pick in 2024 is going to be part of this deal. Reminder, because of where the Canadians are in the standings, that is going to be a pretty high second round pick. The details of this not confirmed just yet, but that is certainly well in the works. And we talked about Winnipeg right off the hop of the show about how they were deep in that winger market so far today. And look, they added Sean Monahan, and look at what they did last year with a couple second round picks, Nino Niederreiter and Vlad Nemesnikov. The Jets very much feel like this is a year to make hay, and God, that Central Division is going to be crazy. So you got Colorado, who's loaded up and changed things around. Dallas is sitting right there. I don't know who's going to be more upset with, you look at the top 6 teams in the West, and at least 2 of them guaranteed to be losing in the first round. There's going to be some teams that are just heartbroken come April.
Yeah, and these teams are all loading up. Like, they pretty much all dealt a first-round pick. Now, Kevin Cheveldayoff, a manager who has been kind of notorious, infamous in that Winnipeg market, is sitting on his hands, never doing a ton. Now you look, you get Hellebuck and Scheifele extended. You make 2 big splashes now at the deadline. Number 1 on our board is gone. Frank, we'll let you work on the return there, send you back up to the Insider Cam and get to Carter and Colby. Gentlemen, instant reaction. Tyler Toffoli is going to be a Winnipeg Jet. He's been a Canuck, a Flame, a Hab, and now he can cross the Jets off that board as well. Colby, what do you make of the fit?
I think it's a great fit, and I think this was a big-time move by Kevin Cheveldayoff. And you bring a guy to your lineup who can score, okay? Like, he doesn't have to have an A-plus game, and he could be sleepy for 50 minutes of a 60-minute hockey game, and he could walk out of there with a goal and an assist. This is a guy who knows how to get it done from the bottom of the circles to the net. I've always found his shot to be pretty deceptive. I know that's something Carter could probably lean into a little bit more than me, but the other thing that I love about this move with Toffoli is that, to me, it slots their lineup into place a little bit better. I think that's going to bump Iafallo out of the top 6. I think that pushes Mason Appleton down to your 4th line to really solidify that. And now all of a sudden you've got more competition in the bottom 6 of that Winnipeg Jet lineup between Perfetti, between Barron. Niederreiter plays on the 3rd line. I think he's probably pretty safe with Adam Lowry. I just think it creates a lot of balance in that lineup. That was already a good one. So I love the move. I like the fact that Winnipeg is pushing all in. We've heard the rumors about ticket sales and what could be going on there in Winnipeg. So it's a good thing to show your fan base that we are in it to win it, not to go with the cliche, Carter, but I love the move.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it sends a message to everybody involved in the Winnipeg Jets organization, their fan base, that they are in it to make a push at this, right? And this adds depth, pushes guys down that bottom 6, and everybody knows how important that bottom 6 is going to be come playoff time. And for me, Tyler Toffoli is a guy, he's not a glamorous player by any means, but he has, like you touched on, the way he can release the puck, the way he finds space, and he's nifty for a goalie, right? He's a guy that can tip pucks. He can do whatever. He finds soft areas, and he knows where to go around the net. And for me, this Winnipeg Jets team, it's a dogfight in the Central, right? With Dallas, with Colorado, there's some tough teams there, but nobody wants to face this Winnipeg Jets team with Connor Hellebuck in net. He is a guy, and they have Laurent Brossoit. This is depth in goaltending. They have depth at every position here now, and I think this is a huge trade. And like I said, it's open right now. You're trying to beef up, and it's sending a message that it's an arms race in the West to try to get out of that conference, and I think this is a great move here. I love it for Winnipeg.
Tyler Toffoli, 88 career playoff games, a handful, or a whole bunch, I should say, with the LA Kings, and then quick appearances with the Canucks, Habs, and Flames, and now getting a another chance to play playoff hockey in Canada with the Winnipeg Jets. I mean, man, Colby, you kind of touched on it too. Like, you just look, Kyle Connor, Mark Scheifele, Nemesnikov, Ehlers, Monahan, Iafallo, Niederreiter, even a young guy like Perfetti who's only going to get better. Now you add a Toffoli into the mix here, and I think this Jets forward group is now right on par with, honestly, anyone else in that Central. I know Colorado's got the high-end star power, but what do they really have in terms of depth pieces? We know they've struggled to find replacements down the middle since guys like Kadri and Comfer left in back-to-back off seasons. I put this Winnipeg team right up there with any other forward group in the Central.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Tyler. The only thing I don't agree with you on is the Colorado nod that you just gave, because I look what Colorado did yesterday. They added Duhaime and Trennan, and that really solidifies, to me, their bottom six of their lineup. I think that might be the only forward group that's maybe a little bit ahead of the Winnipeg Jets, because I think their star power is a little bit better, and I think their bottom six might be just a little bit better. I mean, look, we're splitting hairs with this, so I'm not saying you're completely wrong. I still think Colorado has the edge up front, but one thing that we have seen that I don't think we talk about enough when we talk about teams that win the Stanley Cup is there's generally a fourth line that becomes really well known. Okay, you can go back to the Bruins in 2011 with the Merlot line, and then all the way through the St. Louis Blues, that fourth line, that identity line. And I just think now when you have Morgan Barron and you have Mason Appleton, like, it just re-slots that forward group so well. And Carter, the pressure that you can put on another team by being able to roll four lines and possess the puck, I mean, it's hard to defend. It really is.
You know, and you think when they're matching up against a team like Colorado, they're going to have to do that, right? They're going to have to find a way to slow down the speed of the Colorado Avalanche, especially on the road, right? You guys know how tough it is. You watch Colorado play at home and it looks like the ice is tilted. And these are some big bodies that can take up space, right? Even think of Brandon Dillon on the back end. You know, these are big bodies that are going to make it hard on other players. And for me, I like the comparison with Colorado because that's pretty much who you're going against. Dallas is obviously deep as well. But for me, the goalie depth hurts again. I think Winnipeg has them there. And especially, you know, the playoff goes. I would like to see Colorado try to find a goalie today. I know Unanen has played well as of late, but do you trust him if Georgiev goes down? He's played a ton of minutes this year. McParland came out early in the year saying they're going to trade for a goalie. It hasn't happened. So for me, I think the Winnipeg Jets are slotted better for a deep run with the depth they have. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But I love this trade for Winnipeg a lot. I know a lot of people in Thunder Bay are big Winnipeg fans. So this is going to hit home. Hopefully we have a long playoff run close to home for me.
Just looking at the Winnipeg Jets cap-friendly page, projected cap space $1.2 million to Foley. With his cap it retained down twice, they would probably be able to squeeze that one in. Looking at the picks the Jets have to potentially move in this deal as we await a return. They have a second rounder from Montreal this year, as well as their third and fourth rounders. And next year in 2025, they have all three, first, second, and third rounders. Same thing in 2026. So a handful of draft picks available here in this deal as we await the official return. But that top five, gentlemen, we have been on the air for 35 minutes. I'll look at the clock behind me. We still have a lot of time to go today, and already two of the top five of Frank Seravalli's trade targets board are off the list. So we're waiting for the return on Toffoli. While we do that, let's maybe run through, Aaron, some of the deals we've gotten now and do a quick little recap of what we've gotten so far through deadline season. Started a couple of days ago, and the action really picked up around Tuesday, Wednesday. Chris Tanev was the first big splash. We talked about teams in the Central. Dallas has made their big move. They got Tanev from Calgary for Artem Grushnikov, a second and a third round pick. Interesting that they didn't have to give up a first in that deal. Guys, what did you make of this? Like Dallas, when you look at them getting Tanev, that blue line looks damn near perfect. Do you think they need to make another ad anywhere?
You know, for me, I like this ad. I think it just adds stability on their back end. And for me, you talk about Jake Ottinger and net. I know I circle back to the goalies a lot, but you talk about playoff goalies, and he has some good experience, and I think he's grown as a goalie. And adding a guy like Chris Tanev for me just adds predictability to their decor. You know, when I think about certain teams and teams I've played for, you know, touching on St. Louis, the year before I was traded out of there, I led the league in save percentage and goals against. And not to my own horn, but some of the toughest nights for me was just driving to the rink because we had Bouwmeester, Pietrangelo, Edmondson, these big defensemen that played really good. So for me, a guy like Tanev is a guy that makes a goalie's life easier. And when it comes to playoff time, the predictability with a goalie like Jake Ottinger, knowing what he's going to get every night is going to be a difference maker for Dallas, Colby. I know what it's like to play on the back end, and guys like Tanev are hard to come by.
Yeah, I was certainly not a goalie's best friend in my career, Carter. And I remember Craig Anderson actually said to me during my first NHL training camp, maybe after 2 or 3 scrimmages, he said, look, he's like, you have an opportunity to make this team. We know you can make plays, but I'm just going to tell you from my point of view, I need to trust that when you have the puck anywhere in this zone, I need to trust what plays to make, and you're not looking for those home runs all the time. I think that's magnified times a million come playoff time. We see the margin for error. It's razor thin. So that's why you go out and you get a guy like Tanev, because you just can put him out on the ice. He's low maintenance. He's had a large body of work in the NHL, and you never have to worry that he's going to go rogue to a point where a goaltender is going to have to wonder what is coming back down his throat. The only question that I have, and this leads back to last year's playoffs, is a little bit about Ryan Suter, okay? Obviously, he's had an incredible career, but I think he was exposed a little in the playoffs last year. I think his foot speed caught up to him. I think we've got something, Tyler. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got to cut you off here. Let's get back to our Wendy's Insider Cam and Frank Seravalli. Frank, another deal or the Toffoli return? Let me know.
Yeah, another deal. Another player off the board. In this case, it is Pat Maroon, who was number 20 on our trade targets board today. He is going from the Minnesota Wild to the Boston Bruins. Mike Russo from The Athletic first to report. And for the Wild, this was all about placing Pat Maroon in a situation where he has a chance to chase a 4th career Stanley Cup. So great story unfolding there. Pat Maroon is coming off of back surgery. I think he still has about 2 to 3 weeks to go until he's ready to return. But the Wild have assured, teams that were in the mix that this was not necessarily about return, but also about putting the player in a position where he has a chance to win. And with the medical stuff going on, that's also part of it. They're not trying to take advantage of anyone here. They realize that he's coming off of back surgery. And so that has been, part of this discussion. So the Bruins have been all over that market of inexpensive players that have, provided some interesting returns this season. James Van Riemsdyk has had a bit of a resurgence this year as he just hit game 1,000. Kevin Shattenkirk on their back end. So Boston adds the big rig to their lineup as kind of gives you flashbacks to the 2011 days, Colby, when you guys were part of that run to the Stanley Cup. A heavy team that really found a lot of success in the postseason. The big rig heading to Boston.
There you go. And Pat Maroon going to the Boston Bruins. Thank you very much, Frank. Colby, you are a former Boston Bruin. Let's talk about this a little bit. This feels like kind of exactly where Boston had to be in the market. They pushed all their chips in last year. You look at their draft capital for this year, no first, no second, no third on cap friendly, only 4th, 5th, and 6th rounders to move from. So assuming it's just a late round pick going the other way, do you like this fit for the Bruins?
Look, I like this fit for the Bruins because it costs you so little, and you get a guy who knows how to win. I think that's obvious. I think that's a guy who can fit right into the locker room as well. I know there's close connections to Kevin Shattenkirk. They were in Tampa Bay together. I think Patty Maroon's reputation speaks for himself amongst the players. And look, I'm going to be honest. I watch a lot of Boston Bruin hockey. I really do. They're a team that I probably watch more than any other team around the NHL. I keep pretty close tabs there. And here's what I could tell you. They've been rotating guys around their 4th line all season. Okay. They've had Lauko, Bovequist. They just recently signed Justin Brazil and called him up, and he's been good. He really has. Like, this was a guy who was on an American League deal, okay, who got signed during the season for his play and then called up, scores a goal his first game. But here's what I know about Don Sweeney, okay? He likes veteran players that he knows that he can trust. And look, they brought in Milan Lucic to start the season to fill a role like Pat Maroon will fill for them in the locker room and on that 4th line. That obviously did not work out. He will be away from the team for the rest of the season. So this seems to fit. It really does, especially with that rotation that's been going around the 4th line. I've got the Daily Faceoffs line chart up on my iPad right to the right. And, you just kind of think that at some point he'll have an opportunity, Carter, to slide into that fourth line.
Yeah, no, I agree. And my instant reaction was Lucic, right? He was brought in to fill this role. And last night, watching that Leafs-Bruins game, the Bruins dominated them from start to finish, and the Leafs were on a cross-checking spree. McCabe taking liberties on Marchand, Domi going after guys, Bertuzzi fighting. I think Don Sweeney reflects on that game last night, and there's a good chance they're going to meet the Leafs in the first round, and Florida has depth too. Pat Maroon is not a guy you're going to go around just cross-checking, and you're going to take liberties on their players. So I think that just adds a little bit of grit, a little bit of depth, and they know what they need headed into playoffs. They know it's going to be a battle in that Atlantic with Toronto and with Florida. It's going to run through those two teams. So I think for them, this is a great ad. And I know Patty Maroon personally. I played with him a little bit in the minors when I was in Adirondack with the Flyers team. He's a great guy, underrated skill. He's obviously shown what he can do. His foot speed is always questionable at best, but you look at players like him, like Corey Perry, when it comes to the playoff, it's a different style of game. There's less space. It's tighter areas. He's great along the wall. He's great down low with his body, with his hands. So this is a great ad. I love it. And it didn't really cost him much for the Bruins here.
Our pal Johnny Lazarus texted me, and I see a bunch of people in the chat are making it Patty Maroon and Jack Edwards going to have to play nice for the rest of the year here now that Maroon is a Boston Bruin.
That's a great call. I did not even think about that. I'm pretty sure Pat Maroon has already gone right up to him and confronted that situation. But wow, I did not think about that extra little layer there. Good call by little brother Johnny Lazarus, who he knows dialed into do our coverage today.
150 career playoff games for Patrick Maroon. Frank mentioned all the rings he's already got. Looking for another one with the Boston Bruins. I really do wonder if the Bruins will have the ability to do anything else today. Just taking a peek, like they don't have a lot of projected cap space. As I already mentioned, they don't have a lot of draft picks. Let me just ask you guys a little deadline hypothetical. If the Bruins don't address their situation down the middle, like again, last year they lose to Florida. That's with Krejci. That's with Patrice Bergeron. Carter, do you think it's a mistake for the Bruins to not be in the market for an upgrade at center?
I think it is, and I just like the fact this year it's a little more open-minded going in with Swayman and Allmark. I think last year they just held on to Allmark and net a little too long when he was fighting it. So I think Montgomery has come out early and said, we're going to ride the hot hand. They're going to go back and forth. So I think that gives them a little more stability in net. I don't love their depths, especially what Florida's already done, adding Tarasenko, and they are a deep team that can grind you down in 7 games, right? Florida's been playing playoff hockey since, I think, last year when Alex Lyon was on the hot streak. So this is a team that's going to cause a lot of trouble for the Boston Bruins. So it'll be interesting to see what they can add, but they don't have a lot of wiggle room. I know Allmark's been tied to getting moved. Obviously, if we were to move Allmark, you could get a haul back in return. So I think it's going to be interesting how today plays out, because odds are right now, I like the Florida Panthers a lot, and I know the Boston Bruins have to be worried about that team, Colby.
Yeah, Linus Allmark comes in at 49. Sorry, go ahead, Cole.
What about a name like Matt Grzelcyk? I mean, I think it's been widely speculated for a couple of years that that's somebody that they've kind of discussed maybe moving on from. So I think about the fact that they re-signed Parker Wotherspoon today to a new deal, which I know Frank reported earlier. This is a guy who has played really well for them. He's been solid, but you have Mason Lohrei who's come up and he's been really good and really effective. He's a 2nd-round pick out of Ohio State. He's actually been a better pro than he was a college player. And so I just wonder, maybe they look at a guy like Grzelcyk and Jake DeBrusk, and maybe they use those two players to address some of those needs, because you're getting career year out of Charlie Coyle. I've just never seen him be this good at the NHL level, this consistent, this big, this strong. Seems to really have hit his stride in that center ice position. So you just kind of think, like Frank already mentioned, James Van Riemsdyk, another guy having a career type of season. So maybe they look at roster players, Tyler, and they use roster players in order to potentially fill some holes or make some upgrades. But at the end of the day, I'm with Carter on the fact that I don't think they have enough horses to go deep into the playoffs. That doesn't mean they can't win a round, because to me, they've got the best goaltending situation in all of the NHL. And I always say that's the most important position that you could have on your team.
Yeah, Boston loading up. So let's take everybody through a couple of the deals we've gotten so far just today. Obviously, late last night, was the Jake Gensel deal. Earlier this morning, Evgeny Kuznetsov becomes the second, call it a big ad for the Carolina Hurricanes. They get him at 50% retained from the Washington Capitals. Kuznetsov, obviously last Saturday, clearing waivers after coming out of the NHL Player Assistance Program. So the Hurricanes pick up a couple of, we'll call them proven playoff performers in Gensel and Kuznetsov. And then the next deal we got this morning was Tyler Toffoli going to the Winnipeg Jets, the fourth Canadian team of Tyler Toffoli's career. He goes from the New Jersey Devils, still awaiting the official return on Tyler Toffoli. And then just now, Pat Maroon heading from the Minnesota Wild to the Boston Bruins. Again, returns trickling in on a few of these deals, but Pat Maroon, number 20 on Frank Seravalli's trade targets board. So things are happening. We also got a signing. Jordan Eberle has re-upped in Seattle on a 2-year deal with a $4.75 million cap hit. So Eberle's off the board in the top 5. Would have been a proven playoff guy for a lot of teams who are looking for some depth up front. But the top 5 slowly dwindling down on Frank's trade targets list. Guys, I want to ask you about this range in numbers 6 through 10 on Frank's list. It's an interesting group that has a lot of players with term as well. We know Buchnevich is just on the inside of the top 5, but Nick Dowd's got another year at $1.3 million. Frank Vatrano's got another year, and he is an absolute bargoon, as Frank would like to say, with that $3 million cap hit. Jacob Chikrin comes in at number 10 as well. He's got term. Colby, what do you make of a guy like Vatrano? We hear that, maybe the Rangers are poking around on this guy. I honestly think it's a mistake for the Ducks to move him. I think a rebuilding team can get in trouble when they strip it down to the studs for too long. I think the Ducks have already reached that point where they stripped it down. They need to be building up.
I totally disagree with you, Tyler, and I'm going to give you a reason why, okay? Because Frank Vatrano is having a career season this year. I mean, above and beyond a career year. And you think about the fact that he's going to play again next season. He's going to continue to get the opportunity in the big minutes. Are you really going to be comfortable giving Frank Vatrano a 7 or 8 year deal for, let's call it $7 or $8 million a year? Because his numbers are 30 goal numbers right now. They haven't been his whole career, but they are right now. So I think you sell when the market is high on a player like Vatrano. Is he a guy that's going to still be there in that same position, in that same role, in, let's say, 4 to 5 years when they could potentially be contending at the end of their rebuild, or while their rebuild gets into their opportunity to be a really good team? So I think Pat Verbeek would be absolutely crazy to hang on to a guy like Vatrano, because I think this is the highest his market is ever going to be. And I think he's going to be a major overpay when you do eventually sign him. And Frank and I have discussed that on Daily Faceoff Live, Morning Cup of Hockey. So we've talked about this quite a bit. And I just think it would be a huge mistake, Carter, not to move a guy like Vatrano.
Yeah, I think times like that when players are playing well, I know what you're talking about, right? Then all of a sudden you're forced to, you're holding your hands to the fire here to, sign him to a deal that he's worth. So for me, it's the fact of where they're at as a team and how they feel he is as a pro in the room, right? Because I've been on teams that are rebuilding and I've been on teams that are going for it too. So having guys like that are hard to come by as well too, for these younger guys to emulate and be around and see how he carries himself, especially a guy who's played for different organizations. He's bounced around. He can score. He can find the back of the net. And that is something hard to come by in the NHL. But I also feel it's that fine line where Verbeek has to make that decision, how he feels Vatrano fits into the core group of this guys as being a leader, as being a guy that these younger players can learn from. So for me, I agree with what you said, Tyler. I'm kind of stuck in the middle here a little. I'm like Switzerland here on this island, where I get what you're saying. You don't want to strip it right down, but at the same time, you got to sell when it's high, where realistically, is Vatrano ever going to get any better than he's playing right now? And you'd have to think this is the peak for him, but it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because I like where they're headed, and I like the step that they've taken in net with Dostal. He's been playing great as of late, and I think it makes Gibson a lot more expandable. It gives this team some stability moving forward, having a good goalie of the future.
You're doing great in your role as tiebreaker, Carter. That's awesome, man. You really helped settle that debate for us. Frank Vatrano sneaks in at number 9 on Frank Seravalli's trade targets board. Another name, like we saw Kuznetsov go, obviously 50% retained, a guy who cleared waivers 6-7 days ago, whatever it was now. Ryan Johansson comes in at number 7. If you were a GM of a contending team, would you have any interest in doing what Carolina did with Kuznetsov and doing it for Johansson? If Philly goes, hey, we'll keep 50, get him down to $2 million, at $2 million. Is Johansson palatable, or is this a guy whose best days are just so far behind him, Carter, that he can't help a contender?
Yeah, this one's touchy for me. I played with Joey. Not my favorite teammate I ever played with. Just for me, it's just a perimeter guy. I don't think his game's going to translate to the playoffs. He likes to play a soft game. He likes space. He has good hands, and I just think his foot speed is hurting the style of game he wants to play. So for me, this is going to be a tricky ad for a team that is wanting to make a playoff run. And I don't believe, I don't want to pass my previous experiences with him on to the next team. People change and people grow, and I just don't think he's a veteran you want to bring into your room if you have a younger team like Philly who's a little bit green and wants to learn from this playoff experience. So it'd have to be the perfect fit, I think, to add him. I just don't see him adding a ton of value come playoff time with his style of play at this point, Copes.
And you've got a guy like Danny Briere, okay, the ultimate playoff performer, right? He says, we just got an opportunity to bring a guy into our lineup who could help us offensively right now, probably make the playoffs. And what do? They send him to the minors. They come out publicly and they say he's not part of the future. Now, granted, I'm sure John Tortorella had some input in that. They're even willing to eat, as Frank reported, 50% of their of the contract to then move him for a $2 million number. You think back to what Devon Taves said, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago, when he said we've got guys that are more worried about their points, okay, than they are playing the right way. And from what I understand from guys inside that Colorado Avalanche locker room, they were talking about Ryan Johansson. Okay, that was directed directly at him. So, Carter, I like the fact that you weren't quite Switzerland there. Maybe you were like Slovenia, right? A little bit above onto the border. But I think Carter Hutton, his experience is the one that a lot of players share with Ryan Johansson around the league. So will they move him today? They'll certainly try. Will Frank probably be the one to let us know that a little bit better? Absolutely. But ultimately, I don't think a team that, unless they get desperate and unless they miss out on a bunch of other things, he certainly wouldn't be the guy that I'm looking at unless the rest of that list, just crashes and burns for a GM. So I think we're kind of saying the same thing here.
No, I agree. I think just the value that Philly can get from getting a little bit of playoff time is important too. So I think how they handle this next few hours is going to be a message to these guys. And for me, I know Philly's not ready to win by any means, in my opinion, but playoff experience is hard to come by. And just these guys, if they can get in and they can find a way, for me, Philly needs to get a goalie to protect Ersson, moving forward down the stretch here. But I just don't think Ryan Johansson's the ticket at all.
Yeah. But I also think Philly would be crazy to add Carter. Like, I really do. Like, I agree with you because I live here in Philly. So it's easy to watch the Flyers any night they're on, right on cable, right? And I think they'd be insane to add. I think they just called up Ronnie Attard from the American League. He's a pretty good prospect defensively for them. Had a really good career at Western Michigan, a place that Keith Jones knows well. He went there team president. I think they have high hopes for him on the back end. I think Cam York is getting more opportunity and experience. So they beat the Florida Panthers last night, and I think we've got something, Tyler.
Cool. Yeah, we got something here. Let's get to our Wendy's Insider Cam. I highly doubt Frank's hopping on to tell me Jake McCabe's been fined $5,000. Frank, what's the news?
No, that was certainly a topic of conversation this morning, though, after those two cross checks. So it seemed like it was trending towards a fine for Jake McCabe, but we do have a trade. Kyle Okposo, captain of the Buffalo Sabres, is going to the Florida Panthers. Sources say the return is a conditional 7th-round pick that can become a 5th if the Panthers win the Cup, as well as prospect Kalle Salien. And when you look at Okposo, who was just ahead of Pat Maroon at number 19 on our trade targets board, the Sabres were in a position very similarly where they wanted to get Okposo after his leadership and what he's meant to that team over the last number of years to a destination where he'd have an opportunity to win a cup. How important is it to Kyle Okposo? He has a bonus in his contract, $500,000 if the Panthers win the cup this year with him. So just something to keep in mind. He's a guy that hasn't really tasted the playoffs in a long time. I think since 2016, it's been 8 years. He was with the New York Islanders then, of course, because the Buffalo Sabres playoff drought had been there for a while. I'm sure Carter can speak to Kyle Okposo better than I can, but certainly a guy really well respected in Buffalo. And so we're waiting on the return for a couple other things. Pat Maroon joked with me today that I said, what's going the other way? And he said, pucks and water bottles. So I'll get the official return, but I'm on the case.
Don't know if pucks and water bottles is allowable in the CBA, but thank you, Frank, and thank you, Patrick Maroon, for that. We'll send Frank back up to the insider cam. He mentioned Okposo and just that lack of playoff games he's gotten in his career. 1,045 career regular season games, just 24 in the playoffs. So Okposo should get a chance to play some meaningful hockey this year with the Florida Panthers. Again, a 7th that can become a 5th. Okposo, a $2.5 million cap hit and a pending UFA. Frank, you want to pop back on?
Yeah, real quick. Everyone was talking about that Pat Maroon and Jack Edwards thing. They buried the hatchet a while ago. They did have a conversation, and I know Jack Edwards had apologized for what he said about Pat Maroon on the air. But if you'd like some more Pat Maroon comedy, he says that Jack Edwards owes him a pizza.
There you go. I love it. Love to know that it's water under the bridge. Sharing a pizza. That's always a good way to bury the hatchet as well. Let's get back to our main panel. Carter, the veteran leadership of Kyle Okposo. Speak to that and what he'll bring to this Panthers team.
It's hard to come by with Oki. I spent 3 seasons with him in Buffalo and became good friends. And this trade, isn't surprising for me. Another guy that just adds depth to your fourth line, and you know what you're getting. He is a consummate pro. The way he carries himself, he's a family man. And for me, what's big here is his relationship with Sam Reinhart. They're like best buddies. They were best buddies in Buffalo. They spent a lot of time together. So I think Oki he was almost like a assistant to the GM when I was in Buffalo by the end of his career. Kevin Adams would have him in meetings. He would work both sides of it. He is a true pro. And I think this is a great ad for Florida Panthers and for the Buffalo Sabres, saying, here, Kyle, go take a chance. This is your chance to try to win a Stanley Cup. And I honestly, I love this ad. He is a guy that's not going to rock the boat. He's going to go in there and do whatever he has to do. I think of in St. Louis, like Alex Steen getting put to that fourth line that, we talked about earlier. This is a guy that's going to go in and play any role he can do. And, for the Florida Panthers, they just keep getting deeper and deeper here as they go.
Yeah, already added Tarasenko for a couple of mid-round picks. Now, late-round picks turn into Kyle Okposo. We had heard some rumblings about them potentially being a spot Max Pacioretty wouldn't mind ending up. Colby, I wonder if this maybe signals that, they got Tarasenko, they got Okposo. The depth is good. What do you think?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that right away, because just talking to some people that I know are close with Max and his family, I think Florida was always his preferred destination, and he gets to control that because of his contract status with his no move, no trade. And I'm also pretty sure Frank has reported that a couple of times over the last couple of days. So I would think the door is closed on Max Pacioretty going to Florida. Look, Zito is not a guy who sits on his hands. We know that. He's not afraid to get creative, pull the trigger. So, never say never, but to me, that maybe starts to point fingers towards Max Pacioretty potentially going to, that hometown team of the New York Rangers. He's a Connecticut guy, went to New Canaan High School, right up the 95 corridor there from New York City into Southern Connecticut. So maybe signs will start to point that way, but I like the move for Florida. I really do. You just can't have enough of these types of guys in the locker room. I mean, I even remember back to U.S. national team days of being kind of just in that aura of Kyle Okposo, and then seeing him, at Minnesota and what he meant. It was Minnesota, right? I'm not blanking on the college there. If you remember at all, Carter, he was a little ahead of us in our NCAAs, but there was just always an aura about Kyle Okposo and what he kind of had around, guys, younger players, USA hockey, all that stuff. So I think it's a good ad. I don't think you can go wrong. And you said it best, Carter. It's good to see a team do for a player. I don't think we see that often. And I think players are always asked to be loyal, but I don't think teams are ever asked to be loyal.
Frank, you got one.
Yeah, it's a small one, but I think actually an interesting one, because I've heard some chatter about him the last few days. The Anaheim Ducks are grabbing Ben Myers from the Colorado Avalanche in exchange for a 2024 fifth-round pick. And you look at his numbers and you say, okay, he's only played 9 games so far this year with the Avs, but he was a really highly touted guy. Speaking of Minnesota, from the Golden Gophers, a undrafted free agent that, the Avs were able to win the sweepstakes on. Now, what's interesting is scouts have followed him pretty closely over the last few weeks, and certainly his time with the Colorado Eagles in the AHL. And they think that Ben Myers has actually found his way to being a bona fide pro player, bottom 6, contributing forward that has figured out that when you're highly touted, not always easy to do, that you don't have to be scoring to be an impact guy. So I don't have any doubt in watching that trade go down that he's going to be a nice little staple for the Ducks, the next number of years. Not incredibly young anymore at the age of 25, but still, I think an intriguing little addition today. A smart move by the Anaheim Ducks.
Ducks looking towards the future a little bit, turning a late round pick into a warm body. Thank you, Frank. We are already in hour 2 of the daily Faceoff trade deadline special. It is delivered by DoorDash. Our Canadian listeners can get 25% off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the app and enter the promo code NATION25. I will definitely be ordering some DoorDash. I can do it from my phone. They can bring it right to the door here. I'll leave this bag off on the side, but a shout out to our presenting sponsor today, DoorDash, that promo code NATION25. Frank, anything else really quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a couple other storylines that have been percolating. It seems like the Flyers haven't really gotten much interest going on Ryan Johansson, who's number 8 on our trade targets board. Something to monitor over the next little bit. I heard you guys speculating about the Florida Panthers and Max Pacioretty, confirming that with Okposo going to Florida, that does mean officially that they are out on Patch. It probably closes the loop, not necessarily asset-wise for the Panthers, but certainly cap space-wise from doing much else today. We'll see what other tricks Bill Zito has up his sleeve. And I think that's all I got for the moment.
All right. Thank you very much, Frank. Hour 2 of our daily face-off trade deadline special is underway. We've had a handful of big moves already made today on the program, and one of them was out in Winnipeg. And I think I got the okay here to head out to our guest line, which is brought to you by Tim Hortons. Get ready for this. You can roll up the rim to win. It's back. And it's all for Tim's 60th anniversary. You can play on the Tim's app to win prizes. They got a daily cash jackpot of $10,000, an all-electric Volkswagen ID4, sun-soaked Hilton getaways. There's a lot you can win between now and March 31st. You can download the Tim's app to play. Let's head out to the guest line and bring in our friend, Ken Wiebe. Ken Wiebe, one half of the Kenny and Rennie show, the Jets beat writer for the Winnipeg Free Press. Ken, thanks so much for doing this. I know it's a busy day. Tyler Toffoli is a Jet. Are you surprised Kevin Cheveldayoff made another big splash here on deadline?
Yeah, good morning. Great to be with you from Seattle. Not really surprised. It's what I wrote in my piece in the Winnipeg Free Press this morning. Optimal circumstances for the Jets to take a run here. They have Mark Scheifele and Connor Hellebuck in the last year before their new deals kick in with, raises in excess of $2 million. They had roughly just under $5 million of cap space. So they were looking for a guy on the right side, probably to play with Sean Monahan and Nikolai Ehlers. Kevin Cheveldayoff, sort of trying to echo his move from 2018 when they brought Paul Stastny into the picture and made their run to the Western Conference Finals. So great addition, brings championship experience, can probably bring a boost to the power play. Obviously, he's a scorer, and he's a guy who plays hard and has that championship pedigree. He has connections to Sean Monahan, also Alex Iafallo and Gabriel Velarde. So the fit should be pretty smooth and seamless. And Toffoli's also a guy who lit it up against the Jets in the bubble playoff year when Montreal made their way to the Cup final.
Tyler Toffoli is a Winnipeg Jet. Kevin Cheveldayoff making 2 big ads, both up front in that forward group. Are you surprised there hasn't been any activity on the blue line, or do you think Cheveldayoff and company are pretty set with what they have back there?
Yeah, I think they're still going to be kicking around on a depth defenseman. I mean, they were either going to go top 6 forward or maybe second pairing defenseman. I could see Eric Johnson's a guy whose name has been tossed around a lot here. Another guy with championship experience. We know the Jets love their Minnesota guys. And, we know that Johnson is a guy who has that cup run with the Colorado Avalanche from 2022. He would be that type of player, a guy who could bring some edge and maybe be a guy that's in and out of the lineup depending on the matchup maybe. They have some depth down in the minors with Kyle Capobianco and Ville Heinola on the prospect side. But I would expect the Jets are going to add a defenseman at some point, but probably more on that depth side. Most of their cap money probably used up in the Toffoli deal. I haven't seen if there's some retention. Maybe they could aim a little higher, but I would imagine it's more on the depth side right now.
Yeah, we're all still waiting for the final details to come through on this one. This Western
one big
arm...
one on that front. Sounds like I don't think that the Canadians' second rounder from 2024 is part of the deal. So, I mean, they still have some capital there. Obviously, the first rounder from this year is gone, but a nice piece of business for the Jets if that piece is not involved. And it sounds like it isn't.
This Western arms race continues throughout both the Central and the Pacific. A handful of these teams with cup aspirations moving on from first-round picks and high-end prospects, and the Jets do not sit on their hands. You mentioned, Ken, his connection with a whole bunch of guys on this roster. Is there a spot in this lineup you think Toffoli maybe slots best?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be riding shotgun with Sean Monahan and Nikolai Ehlers. Now, again, we're not 100% sure on the status of Gabriel Velarde. If that upper body injury that's kept him out of the lineup, it will keep him out of the lineup this weekend. Rick Bowness expected to provide a bit of an update, or else Kevin Cheveldayoff will back in Winnipeg on the severity of that injury. But I would imagine that he slots in there. Obviously, he's a guy you could bump up with Scheifele and Connor as well, given his skill set. Really skilled player that gets involved as well. And I love this move for the Jets. I mean, I thought maybe they could be aiming at Buchnevich, a bit of a younger guy, but Toffoli, checks a lot of boxes and has been such a productive player over the course of the years, and just a guy who fits really well either on that second line or the first line if necessary.
All right, Ken, the Jets beat writer for the Winnipeg Free Press. Check out the Kenny and Rennie show as well. Appreciate you hopping on for a quick hit here. Thanks, Ken.
My pleasure. Have a great day, gentlemen.
There you go. Ken Wiebe from Winnipeg and, in Seattle. Frank is ready to roll on the Wendy's Insider Cam. Frank, what do we got?
Yeah, so that return is official on Tyler Toffoli. I'm told it's a 2025 second-round pick and a 2024 third-round pick. So Tyler Toffoli going from New Jersey to Winnipeg, 2025 second-round pick, 2024 third-round pick, and a depth transaction as well for the New York Rangers, who grabbed defenseman Chad Ruhwedel from the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for a 2027 fourth round pick, if I could spit that out.
Do we know anything, just to put you on the spot, salary retention in the Toffoli deal? Third-party broker, anything like that?
I do not have details on that yet. Yep. I will check and get back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Chad Ruhwedel going from the Penguins to the Rangers as well. Frank keeping us up to date with the Wendy's Insider Cam. Let's wheel on back to our main panel of Colby Cohen and Carter Hutton. Gentlemen, we got the return for Toffoli, a second and a third round pick. Not all that surprising, but again, Frank had touched on over the last couple of days that things were shifting towards a bit of a buyer's market. A guy like Toffoli, who should be considered a premium rental, not getting a first. Gensel not getting a guaranteed first in that move either. It really does feel like this is a buyer's market right now, Cole.
It certainly does. And, you kind of hear about what the prices were. And it actually kind of goes back to Tanev. I think a lot of people expected Tanev to bring a first round pick back. Personally, I didn't. But a lot of people were expecting it. We saw Sean Walker provide a first round pick back, but I think that's only because they took the Ryan Johansson contract back. So teams look like they want to hang on to those guaranteed first round picks. You see Toffoli bringing in a couple of second and thirds, and then you sort of wonder, what does that mean for, say, a guy like Scott Lawton in Philadelphia? Although he has term and you could eat some of his money to juice the price on him, but it seems like GMs who thought maybe they were going to get away with selling really high on some of their guys, and maybe a guy like Frank Vatrano is one of them, aren't getting the prices they're asking for, Carter. So maybe there's a little bit of a, looking at your strategy and having to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, I think
Carter,
so
not
too.
only, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, just a bit of game of cat and mouse here too, right? I feel like sometimes the market kind of identifies itself early, where this year it just seems like the waiting game was going. Obviously, Tanev was a big piece. And then I feel like that kind of set the tone. Now, as we close in on this trade deadline, it seems like the market's weak in that sense. And it wasn't an overly huge market to begin with names. So I think, early on where teams adding. But what I love about this market, again, is we don't have like a clear-cut favorite to win the Stanley Cup, where some years teams have already identified themselves. We got a few different ones. So it'll be interesting, I think, moving forward, what comes of this. But I still like this ad for the Jets. You know, this is a big ad, getting Toffoli at a decent, you know, pick and return here, a couple picks.
Yeah, couple of picks, second and a third rounder. Let's slap a grade on this bad boy and head out, check in with our pal Matt Larkin. Our trade grades brought to you by Betano. The game starts now at betano.ca. Larkin, we got the return, a second and a third. Kevin Cheveldayoff and Tom Fitzgerald linking up here on this one. Let's throw a grade on it.
Okay, Tyler, this is an A trade for the Winnipeg Jets for me. They're responding to that arms race we're getting in the Central now, with Dallas getting Tanev, Colorado adding a lot of pieces. And if you look at the Jets, look at that core: Mark Scheifele, Connor Hellebuck, Nikolai Ehlers, Kyle Connor, Josh Morrissey. All these guys are between 27, 30 years old. I think that Cheveldayoff understands this team kind of has to shoot its shot. Winnipeg, 24th on the power play in the NHL. Worst power play efficiency of any team in a playoff spot right now. So they're really addressing a need, especially with Gabe Vilardi's status kind of up in the air. And it's a B- for the Devils. I'm trying to be nice to Tom Fitzgerald here. Like the guys were saying, it's sort of a reaction to the market. I would have liked to see a first-round pick just based on Tyler Toffoli's value in a vacuum. That's an 8-time 20-goal scorer. He's going to have a third 30-goal season this year. He's the Stanley Cup winner. But you have to react to what's happening. You only have literally so many hours left to get something for an expiring asset. We know they couldn't agree on term, as Fitzgerald said earlier in the week. So a second and third, it's fine. B-, I'm okay with it. I would have liked to see a first.
The remaining pending UFAs on this Devils roster up front, couple of depth bottom fourth line guys in Thomas Nosek and Chris Tierney. On the blue line, Colin Miller, Brendan Smith, Curtis McDermott. If someone's looking for some toughness, if you were in the shoes of Tom Fitzgerald, what would you be looking to do for the rest of the day? Would you be looking to get what you can for these UFAs, or maybe look to flip these assets for someone with term? Try give this team an outside shot of getting in. What should Tom Fitzgerald get up to?
I think if you're looking at those websites like Money Puck, the playoff odds for the Devils have really dwindled. I don't think it's very realistic for them to be thinking of themselves as a playoff team right now. Even when it comes to pursuing that elusive goaltender, I feel like that's got to happen kind of in the summer now. I don't think there's a rush anymore. That said, Brendan Smith, if you look deeper, he's someone who under the hood has been pretty good defensively this year. A veteran, he can handle himself if he gets into some rough stuff from time to time as well. Brother of Riley, of course. So I think Brendan Smith is maybe one piece you could get maybe a mid to late round pick for. That would be who I'm trying to shop if I'm Tom Fitzgerald.
There you go. Matt Larkin with our trade grades brought to you by Betano. We'll be checking in a little bit more with Matt throughout the rest of the day as we get finalized deals. Thank you, Matt. Let's keep cruising along and get to another one of our featured videos, which are brought to you by Fountain Tire. More than just tires, they offer a wide range of auto repair services from their expert mechanics. Visit fountaintire.com to see all the mechanical services they offer. Give it an A and a B out in that deal. It sounds like maybe a win-win. And I tasked our managing editor and senior writer, Matt Larkin, with going back through deadline history and finding me the top 5 win-win deals of the cap era. Let's see what Matt came up with.
Hey, everybody. It's Matt Larkin here, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. And when we talk trade deadlines, sometimes it's fun to remember the blockbusters, but also the lopsided deals, the Philip Forsberg trade, if you will. But sometimes both teams come out better as a result of a trade. And that's why I want to count down my top 5 win-win trades at the deadline in the salary cap era. First off, we have in 2007, the Boston Bruins acquire Andrew Ference, Chuck Kobusu from the Calgary Flames for a 2008 fourth-round pick, Wayne Primo and Brad Stewart. And of course, we know why Boston benefited here. Andrew Ference ends up staying for several seasons, ends up being a crucial piece of the 2011 Stanley Cup puzzle. Gets 4 goals, 10 points for a guy who's not really offensive during that cup run. But the Flames, it's the throwaway piece, the 4th-round draft pick that becomes TJ Brody, who becomes a stalwart on that blue line for 10 years in a shutdown role, playing the right side with Mark Giordano. So both sides of that trade come away feeling great. In 2011, the Boston Bruins acquire Rich Peverley and Boris Falabik from the Atlanta Thrashers for Blake Wheeler and Mark Stewart. To me, this is about as win-win as it gets. On one hand, Boston, they need to replace Mark Savard, who's hurt. They get a great face-off man in Rich Peverley. Adds great depth to that lineup, helps them win a Stanley Cup. And the Atlanta Thrashers get literally their top scorer in franchise history, Blake Wheeler, more than 800 points with the Thrashers. And of course, the Winnipeg Jets ends up becoming the captain. Again, the definition of a trade that really benefits both sides. In 2014, this one's a little different, so stay with me. The Florida Panthers acquire Roberto Luongo and Stephen Anthony from the Vancouver Canucks for Jacob Markstrom, Sean Mathias. The Panthers, they bring Luongo home for those great twilight years. Gets a .921 save percentage over the next 4 seasons before retiring in 2019. And the Canucks, they buy low on a prospect in Jacob Markstrom. He has some of his best seasons there, top 10 in the Vezina vote twice, but also the Canucks get a little bit of help with that recaptured penalty on Luongo after he retires. They got to pay that for 3 years. In 2016, it's a true hockey trade. This happened 6 weeks before the deadline, give or take, but a very important deal. Ryan Johansson goes to the Nashville Predators. Seth Jones goes to Columbus Blue Jackets, 1-for-1. They even cross paths in the airport that day. And to me, it's sort of an old-fashioned trade. You don't see too many of those these days, a true hockey trade. Johansson becomes Nashville's #1 center. The tenure there doesn't end great, but he helps them get to the Stanley Cup in 2017. Seth Jones becomes the #1 defenseman in Columbus on some of those John Tortorella coached teams that had some pretty good years. Lastly, 2023, a recent trade. The New York Islanders acquired Bo Horvat from the Vancouver Canucks for prospect Aatu Ratti, Anthony Beauvillier, and very importantly, a 2023 conditional first rounder. So what happens? After that trade, 30 days later, Patrick Alvin takes that first rounder, flips it to the Detroit Red Wings for Philip Hronek, who is now a crucial component of Vancouver's D-Corps, playing with Quinn Hughes on a first-place team. And of course, the New York Islanders, they get one of their best franchise players in a while, Bo Horvat. They end up signing him 6 days after the deal to an extension. So both parties come out feeling great. And those are my top 5 win-win deals of the salary cap era. Please head over to dailyfaceoff.com for all the trade deadline coverage you need.
There you go. Big shout out to our friends over at Fountain Tire. Find out more information at fountaintire.com. Continuing along here in hour 2 of the 2024 Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Special. Let's get back to our main panel with Carter Hutton and Colby Cohen. Guys, I haven't talked to you in like 12 minutes. I miss you, Colby and Carter. We got the final deal on that Tyler Toffoli move going to Winnipeg. Colby, surprised there's not a first rounder involved there?
I was surprised for sure. I think, you look at what you're buying in a player like Tyler Toffoli, you're buying 30 goals, and you're not buying 30 goals just once. This is a guy who continually does it. This is a guy who's been a playoff performer. And I'm kind of big on the fact that I know we live in this "what have you done for me lately" society, especially in sports. And I think hockey's gotten worse and worse over the last couple of years, or better, depending on which way you look at it from. But when you're buying 30 goals, I think there's a lot of value to that. And I think you see that in the way players are getting paid right now, guys who can put the puck in the net, that 25 to 35, goal range. And I would have thought that Tom Fitzgerald would have gotten a first-round pick for him. Now, having said that, Carter, I think teams can smell the desperation in Jersey. They just fired their coach. The goaltending situation is not good. I think you're probably one phone call away from playing for the New Jersey Devils here in the next week or two. But I just think teams smell blood in the water. And when that's the case, I don't think GMs have any leverage to go out and maximize their assets. I'm not sure where you sit on this one, Carter, but ultimately, I think it was a little bit of an underwhelming return for Tyler Toffoli.
Yeah, I think so. I think it became this situation, though, by Fitzgerald sitting on his hands early and not identifying the goalie situation, right? Especially when you have your star player, Jack Hughes, coming out and making statements about not getting saves. And if they get saves, they're going to win. Like, what message does that send to your team, your leaders coming out there? And I feel like Fitzy is an older guy. I spent some time with him. I know him well. He's a hard-nosed guy, old school, where you have this younger generation. I don't know how that's going to translate with a player like Jack Hughes and, your future. So for me, I think this starts a free agency for this team, not identifying their goalie situation, going with Vitek Vanacek, I think, who has done a great job, but it's different when you have the keys to the castle. And I've been in that situation before where, you are the guy. It's a lot of different pressure when you have a veteran with you that can help you. And I think that's where now they've got to the point where it's now or never. So they have to start moving guys. They show a little bit of weakness where I think if trades like this would have happened earlier, maybe, and they're in a better position, they want to move on to Foley, they have a little more strength because they're still a solid team making a chance at a playoff run. So I think sometimes waiting too long also costs teams too. Now they're weak, and you're seeing it right now with the return on Toffoli.
Frank Seravalli sitting up in the Wendy's Insider Cam. He's on the phone. I love when the chat notices that Frank's on the phone, potentially cooking something up. That's the beauty of the Insider Cam up in the top right corner. Just looking at the West Conference again. I sound like a broken record, but we've been using the term over the last 2 weeks, the arms race, right? Vancouver goes out. They get Lindholm. They added Zadorov early in the year. Out in the Central now, we've gotten 2 big moves from Winnipeg. Colorado has made, 3-4 trades now already in the last couple of days. We know Dallas loaded up with Tanev. Edmonton went and got Henrique. Vegas has made their big splashes. You can kind of go on and on. Is there a team, we'll call it a group of 7, with the 3 in the Central I mentioned, then Vancouver, Edmonton, LA, and Vegas in the Pacific? Colby, is there one of those teams you're looking at and going, they need to do something else today? Their GM should be working the phones maybe harder than the other 6.
Well, Tyler, you're not going to like my answer to this, but it's the Edmonton Oilers. They need to be a little bit more active. I thought Henrique and Carrick were decent ads. I've come on your show hundreds of times and say I don't trust Vinny Desharnais on the third pair in the playoffs. I think Stuart Skinner has been a little bit hot and cold depending on how that team has managed the puck. I don't think it's all on him. I think a lot of that has to do with puck management, but I just would like to see them add a little bit more into that group, potentially on the back end. Okay. I mean, look, I was a defenseman. I think you win through the back end. I think Vegas is proof of that with the way that they've stacked up their back end after winning a Stanley Cup. And I look what Colorado has now done with their roster. And to me, they've separated. So I think Ken Holland in his last year as general manager, I think he should swing for the fences. Like I do. Maybe he needs to get creative. Maybe Dylan Holloway has to be included in something. Maybe they need to start thinking about moving first-round picks. Like, I just think when you have Connor McDavid, you have Leon Draisaitl, you need to push all in all the time, like the Vegas Golden Knights are. So I think Edmonton, Carter, for me, needs to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit active if they want to hold pace with the Colorado Avalanche, who I've got Colorado's lineup pulled up on my iPad right here, and they've got all their new additions, plus you get Valerie Nichushkin back from the player assistance program. This lineup is ridiculous. So, Edmonton, you're on the clock.
Yeah, I know this is kind of Tyler's dojo here, the Oilers nation here, but for me, it's, just the rest on Stuart Skinner. I've touched on this a few times. I feel like last year, there's like a burnout rate with him. Jack Campbell was kind of unserviceable last year by the time, late in the season. And for me, Picard, I thought he played well last night. I definitely don't think that loss is on him by any means. But for me, it's, you need him to peak at the right time. So are you going to use a bit of a platoon headed into playoffs, get him going and make sure Skinner is rested and peaking at the right time? And I think it starts with your back end, because there's nights where they're getting exposed still a lot. And, you have 2 of the best players in the world. And I think, they're going to find that chemistry where they can split them up or put them together, depending on the way the game is going in that sense. But I think this has got to be a win now, because I feel like with McDavid and Draisaitl, at some point, it's got to be now or never here in Edmonton. And I think they have to send that message to these players as they head into playoffs, as they're looking around and they're seeing Colorado beef up. They're seeing Winnipeg beef up. What is the response here in Edmonton?
Yeah, just looking in our chat, and a big shout out to the north of 25,000 people watching across all platforms right now. Daily Faceoff, Twitter, Facebook, the Instagram, and as well as the YouTube. If you're watching on the YouTube, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button as well. Tim, Nate, they both agreed with you guys. They said the Edmonton Oilers. Amanda's in. She agreed. Oilers still have a lot of holes. We had another comment that today, when you have McDavid and Draisaitl, you shouldn't have a first-round pick for the next 10 years, which may be a bit of an exaggeration, but the point is, they did move the first for Adam Henrique and Sam Carrick in that package. But when you look at the prices that were paid today for premium rentals, like a Tyler Toffoli, you kind of go, okay, Edmonton had to give up their first couple of late round picks there. I know they got the salary retention. That's a must for Ken Holland when you look at the cap picture. But I do think now, looking at a move like Tyler Toffoli for a second and a third, it's kind of like, why wasn't Edmonton in the mix there? They have a hole on the right side. Jordan Eberle was a name Frank had mentioned they had interest in, and maybe didn't have interest in a lot outside of Eberle on the market. And I think I do agree with you guys. That's a bit of a mistake when you look at the way that forward group is right now in Edmonton. And how much pressure they're under to get results and go on a deep, deep playoff run this year. So, I mean, still time until the deadline. I'll turn around, look at the clock behind me, 2 hours and 34 minutes until that horn will sound. I'm actually now wondering if there will be a horn that actually sounds out of this thing. I didn't test it out earlier, so it might scare the shit out of me when we hit 3 o'clock Eastern time. But I agree with you guys. I think there is some pressure on the Edmonton Oilers as we go through Frank Seravalli's trade targets list. Let's get a little reset of this list. You just saw the top 5 there. Riley Smith at number 2. Pavel Buchnevich rounds out the top 5. The next 5 are all still there. Sorry, Max Pacioretty in at number 3 as well. Numbers 6 through 10, Nick Dowd at the Capitals, Ryan Johansson out in Philadelphia, Matt Dumba, Frank Vetrano, Jacob Chychrun, the second D-man kicking around in Frank's top 10, 11 through 15, Tyson Barrie of the Nashville Predators. They have one retained salary spot left. I would imagine that's going to be used to knock Tyson Barrie in half and find a new home for him before the 3 o'clock deadline. Jason Zucker, Eric Brandstrom in Ottawa, and then a couple of goalies, Carter, and we'll pause there and shift the focus to you and the goalie market. Jake Allen at 14, Jacob Markstrom at 15. A lot of smoke connecting Allen to the Avalanche, a lot of smoke connecting Markstrom to the Devils. What do you make of those two potential fits here on deadline day?
I think they're like two different fits for sure, just with the fact that Jacob Markstrom, has term, like Jake still has a year, but I think he's more of a starting goalie, right? You're going to bring in Jacob Markstrom. He's going to come in and change your team's goalie dynamic, whatever it is. Jake Allen is going to come in and just be that veteran that can come in, slow things down, be a good mentor to whoever it is. And I think Colorado is a perfect fit, especially we touched on that earlier. Georgiev managing his minutes and Jake Allen, who is a guy who's won a Stanley Cup as a backup. And there's stories of Jake Allen. I spent 2 seasons with him in St. Louis and we became really good friends, still are to this day. He is a good locker room guy. He's quiet. He goes about his business, and you'll hear that he's just a good pro, right? And that's a term used a lot, especially when you talk about hockey guys. He's a guy you don't have to worry about. He's low maintenance. And if he comes into that Colorado team, he's not going to rock the boat. He's going to come in and solidify that spot. And there's stories of him during that Stanley Cup run playing like goalies that they play against, whether it's in the final against Tuukka Rask, and he's trying to emulate Tuukka Rask for those players. And so he's a great team guy. And I think no matter where Jake ended up, he's going to be a great fit. The Markstrom one's a tricky one for me, right? Is it like, do you move him? It's got to be the right move, or do you wait till summer, right? But for me, obviously he's been tied to Jersey. And this is one, if they make the trade now, I understand it. But then I look back and why wasn't this trade made 2 months ago when you're still in this race? And, you can't look back on it now, but I feel like it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out because Dustin Wolf has been unbelievable in the minors for a long time now. So I think it's his time to move up. And I think Markstrom at this point, with everything the Flames has given up, they've given up all their prospects, their players. He wants to move on and go to a place where he can win because he's not getting any younger anytime soon here.
Habs reportedly open to keeping 50% of Jake Allen's contract as well, which again would be another reason why the Colorado Avalanche, even though they've moved on from a handful of pieces already in terms of draft picks, could be in the mix to shore up the goaltending side of things. Colby, is there a team out there between the pipes you think should maybe be more involved in this market than they are?
I think it's probably the Colorado Avalanche. I really do. I'm not a believer in Georgiev. I'm just not. I'm not just what he does on the ice, but what he does in practice every day, how he is in the locker room, how his teammates feel about him, the confidence that he gives his D-corps. So I think that if there's any position that maybe the Avalanche don't have, I do think it's potentially that sort of 1B type of guy. And I think, Jake Allen would fit a nice need there for that team. And I got to know Jake at a couple of different weddings over the last, 10 years or whatever, just through mutual friends. I mean, seems like he's a quiet guy who probably goes into any room and fits pretty quickly and pretty easily amongst any type of group. So I think that's potentially a spot for goaltending. Obviously, the New Jersey Devils, but I think they're probably just being, asked for such an insane number for any goaltender just because of the desperation fact. Let me just throw one name out on the market, and I'm literally throwing this out there just based on the fact that I watched this guy play in Chicago, and I've seen him resurrect his career, and I know he signed an extension, right? But the Chicago Blackhawks have plenty of opportunity to eat whatever amount of, 50% of any salary. What about a guy like Peter Mrazek? Again, it's hard to ignore that he's probably the only bright spot in Chicago other than maybe Connor Bedard and Alex Vlasic this season. Maybe teams are calling Kyle Davidson. I had him on our show yesterday on Morning Cup of Hockey. He talked with Johnny and I for a little bit. We didn't ask him about the goaltending situation because, again, he identified that he thinks he's a good bridge goaltender for the next couple of years. But if somebody came in and offered, a really, overpay type of deal for a guy like Mrazek, who, again, he has played well in Chicago, even though he's left out to dry more times than not. Maybe that's your veteran, Carter, a guy who's been around, who's played in big markets, who's dealt with pressure in Toronto and Philadelphia, albeit not that well. But maybe that's a guy teams want to kick around the tires on. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I definitely think there's value there. Obviously him being on an extension changed the deal and they have space. My only worry there would be the fact of like the maintenance factor of like, what you're getting with Jake Allen versus what you're getting with Peter Mrazek. Mrazek is more of a guy that is, he's got more of an opinion. He's more outgoing. He's definitely not he's a little bit more sandpaper, which is okay. And he knows his role, but I'm sure for him, he would love to go to a place, especially he's got the contract. So for him, there's really no loss in the sense of going somewhere. I just don't know if that's something that a team is going to want to bite off like a Colorado or like a team where, maybe someone where it's just 1 year, you can get a rental, depending on where the Wings go here, like are the Wings going in? Another guy I think of is like James Reimer. If they're going with Alex Lyon and Ville Husso coming back, Husso's on term, is Reimer a guy you could move as well? So there's so many different dynamics. I like Jake Allen more in this sense, just because of the fact of I know what he brings to the table as a person off the rink, where you don't want to go in and sometimes it's the trades you don't make that are the most important ones, right? You don't want to mess up that chemistry, and that backup goalie doesn't necessarily mess it up, but you want a voice in the locker room that can, really stabilize this Colorado team.
Well, and I'm looking at Cap Friendly right now, and just to kind of get a little bit of details, his extension this year he's at 3.8, and then he's got 2 years at 4.25. So if you eat half, you're looking at like 2.1. Maybe someone else washes it and you get it down even lower, but he does have a modified no trade clause too. So I didn't know that when I floated it. But again, I was, in that organization for a couple of years, and I really liked Peter. He was a guy who, had an opinion and had things to say. And, Frank is kind of letting me know that I'm way off the target there, which is fine. That's why we have Frank here. But, again, I just think, why not make that phone call? Why not check in on a guy like that? I know Frank's telling me I'm crazy, but sometimes you got to find a diamond in the rough and look where maybe it's not so obvious.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have extended him if they had any interest in trading him. You would have kept 50% and then move on. Some other names that could potentially be on the market. I mean, the big one, 49, Linus Ullmark being on the trade targets board is crazy, but I think we all recognize that's a long shot. Potentially a guy like Alex Nedeljkovic out in Pittsburgh as well, who's putting together a pretty nice year in a backup role behind Tristan Jarry. We are just over 90 minutes into today's 4+ hour stream. A big shout out to everybody watching along on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. Let's reset kind of what we've seen so far today in the first 90+ minutes of today's show. Pat Maroon is going from the Minnesota Wild to the Boston Bruins, a 6th round pick in 2026, the expected return there. So the Bruins add some size to their bottom 6. The Jets make their second big splash of deadline season. Obviously, they jumped the market about a month ago, grabbing Sean Monahan. And then they give up a 2nd and a 3rd rounder today to bring in Tyler Toffoli from the New Jersey Devils. 50% retention on that deal. The Ducks make a futures play. They grab Ben Myers from the Colorado Avalanche, a 5th round pick in 2024, going the opposite direction. So Myers gets a chance to get into the lineup and play a little bit more with a young rebuilding Ducks team. The Florida Panthers, they already made a move for Vlad Tarasenko earlier in the week, and it didn't cost them all that much. The benefit of, being in Florida. Tarasenko, with the full no move clause, controlled his destination, basically said, I only want to play in Florida. They scoop him up. They grab more depth and some veteran leadership in Kyle Okposo, a 7th round pick and a prospect. That 7th round pick can go up as high as a 5th rounder if certain conditions are met. So Okposo goes from Buffalo to Florida to play in some playoff hockey. The Washington Capitals, after waiving Evgeny Kuznetsov last week, managed to move him to the Carolina Hurricanes. 50% retained. The reason this kind of made sense His buyout, if they would have bought him out this summer, and this is according to our friends over at Cap Friendly, would have been $3.8 million in dead money next season, and then $2 million in a cap penalty the year following. By retaining 50%, it's basically 3.9 for 1 year. Then you don't have to deal with that kind of money. So Washington not only gets a better financial deal than a potential buyout here in this one, but they managed to scoop up a 3rd round pick in the transaction as well. And Carolina adds a playoff performer, a bit of a rehabilitation project, I suppose. But again, you get some money retained on this one. You have the wiggle room. You add Kuznetsov. You added Jake Gensel to the mix last night, and Carolina rounding out a forward group now that maybe has a little bit more offensive upside than they've had in years past. And that's always been the thing with the Canes, right? We've talked forever about, are they missing that one star piece, that one guy who can go out there and make something happen, score a big goal in a playoff game? Kuznetsov, again, struggled these last 2 years on, off the ice, whichever way you want to dice it, has not gone well. But Jake Gensel is that guy who can score. I'm interested to see maybe if him and Sebastian Aho can end up being a dynamic duo for the Carolina Hurricanes. Colby, when you look at maybe your power rankings out in the Eastern Conference, how much does the additions of Gensel and even to an extent Kuznetsov change the Hurricanes for you? Were they always in the mix with teams like the Rangers and the Panthers? Does this put them in there? Where do you stand on the Canes?
Yeah, like I think this changes my opinion about them a little bit. I always thought that they were in the mix, but I thought that they still needed to add more. And I love their back end. I really do. I mean, you look at the group that they have on the back end. Freddie Anderson just comes back into play. I'll let Carter speak to the goaltending position because obviously that's his wheelhouse. But you add a guy like Jake Gensel, who's a pure goal scorer, who gets around the net, finds different areas, like we were talking about with Toffoli. He's good at finding those little soft dead areas around the net, creating space for himself and kind of depth around the other team's net. He's also a responsible guy. And I think Rod Brind'Amour preaches and demands that from his players in his lineup to continue to be responsible. So you add him, and then you add Kuznetsov, who's motivated, okay, and who has had big playoff runs before and has been a big playoff performer before. So I think you're going to get 125% effort from Evgeny Kuznetsov. Jake Gensel is another guy who you're going to see come in and score goals and be that threat they haven't had. So if anything, to me, when I look at the D-core and I look at now the forward group, I think this might push them ahead of the New York Rangers. The only thing left would be the goaltending duo in New York of Shesterkin and Jonathan Quick, which I do think is better than the situation in Carolina.
I just want to push back a little bit on the Kuznetsov thing. Sorry to jump in, Carter. Like you mentioned this being a wake-up call, Colby. I know nothing about the guy personally. Has he not had a couple of wake-up calls already? There was the video a few years ago. He goes to the players' assistance program. Like, at what point do you run out of wake-up calls? Like, I have a hard time. Like, again, I don't mind the move at all from Carolina. $3.9 million for next year, though. You kind of gulp, and it's like, this better work, or that's a significant chunk of salary cap space that's just kind of wasted. I understand there's upside here, but how can you trust that Kuznetsov's going to be motivated? What makes you believe that this wake-up call is going to be the one and the other two weren't?
Well, he's been asking out of Washington, which seems like for a couple of years. Okay. And we see players that get a fresh new voice. Although there is a new coach in Washington this year, and Spencer Carberry, who I just personally think the world of, played a couple of games for him on a conditioning stint once and really believe in the guy in knowing him for a short period of time. But again, like, he now is going to want to go and prove that he can do it without Ovi, and he can do it without these other star players around him. And here's the other thing. Okay. I've gotten to know Rod Brind'Amour decently well over the last number of years, just from doing his son's games at Quinnipiac, running into him when I'm broadcasting and getting an opportunity to talk to him. I even ran into him in a rest stop one time late at night on the 95 in Connecticut and got to pick his brain a little bit. And I just know that that's a well-oiled machine in that locker room. Okay. There's only one way to play, and it's Rod's way. And I think he's going to be able to plug him into that system and get more out of a player than a lot of coaches would. So I have belief in the move. I don't think that 3.9 cap hit is as big a deal as you're concerned about, Tyler, because I think you got to remember the salary cap is going to go up a couple of $1 million last year after living in this flat cap society that we have. So I'm trying to pull up his playoff numbers right now, because if I remember correctly, he has had some pretty good success at times in the playoffs. I think one year, looking at his playoffs, he had 32 points in 24 games. He had 5 points in 6 games last year. He had 5 points in 8 games in the playoffs, 6 points in 7 games. So it's not as if he vanishes when he gets to the playoffs and you don't see anything about him. So I think for all those reasons, you put him into that room, into that environment with Rod Brind'Amour. I like the opportunities and I like his chances of succeeding in Carolina.
Flat Cap Society sounds like the worst hockey themed punk rock band ever, Colby. That's a great little run of words though you threw together. I do.
Is
like
it not
that.
what we've been living in the last couple of years though?
Hey, that's certainly one way to frame it, man. I get it. And with the jump going up to potentially as much as $4 million, I know our friends at Cap Friendly, when they build in their projections for next year, have it up at 87.5. A lot of teams are itching for maybe even bigger jumps in the next couple of years. Carter, where do you come out on the Canes? They obviously add some forward depth. Can they trust Freddie Anderson, though, to stay healthy for a long playoff run?
Yeah, that's my worry there. But a healthy Freddie Anderson makes this team very, very scary, especially adding the offensive output. This is a team that's been pretty good this year to begin with a save percentage under 900 as a team, which is, very scary. When you think of Freddie Anderson, I think of an upper echelon goalie in this league. I know he's getting a little longer and he's struggled with injuries, but for me, he's always been a guy that's steady. When he's in the pipes and when he's healthy, he can do a lot of damage. And the way this team can defend and suffocate the life out of a hockey game, Freddie Anderson is the guy for that job. It's going to be predictable hockey. And for me, I understand, you touch on Rod Brind'Amour, the well-oiled machine, and the way he runs things. I think it's a fit for me where I remember playing in Nashville and we brought in James Neal and Mike Ribeiro, 2 guys that are known to, rock the boat a bit. Ribeiro had his struggles similar to Kuznetsov, right? But he came in, and because of the culture that was built there already with like Shea Weber, Pekka Rinne, Mike Fisher, he had to fall in line, and he was very successful for us with the Preds. So I hope that for Kuznetsov, he can go there and reestablish himself. And I agree with what you said, Ty. He's had a lot of chances. He's had a few slaps on the wrist where he didn't get anything. And where if that was another player, I always thought it was funny where sometimes if that's another player, if you're not as good as Kuznetsov, you're probably getting a little bit more in more trouble. So it'll be interesting moving forward. And I love Freddie Anderson. I love this team is set up, and nobody wants to see this Canes team with this offense and with this goalie playing well.
Our friends at Betano are always updating their Stanley Cup odds, and I want to dig into that a little bit now. Betano, the game starts now, betano.ca, 19 plus. Please play responsibly. And it's a little surprising, honestly, considering everything that's gone on at the deadline, to sit and see the Edmonton Oilers, Colby, at plus 550 at the top of the odds board. I know there are factors like public money and things like that shift these things. You could have gotten the Oilers when they were down in the dumps earlier on at close to 18-1 at some points. Florida, Colorado, New York, and Vancouver round out the top 5. And then the next 5 is who I want to ask you about. Dallas, 10-1. Then Winnipeg, Boston, Carolina, and Vegas. Which one of those, the 6 to 10 range, which one of them aren't getting enough respect in your eyes?
The Carolina Hurricanes, for all the reasons I just announced. You go out, you go big game hunting with Jake Gensel, something that they've been criticized for not doing at deadlines past. And again, I've talked about their decor. I don't think we talk about teams' defensive groups enough. And when you look at Stanley Cup champions, you look at Vegas last year, they were stacked on the back end. Even this year, they're stacked now on the back end with the addition of Noah Hannafin. And again, I just go back to even, my own playoff experience as a Black Ace with the Boston Bruins in 2011, our decor with Chara, with Seidenberg, Ferentz, McQuaid, Shane Knighty, Thomas Caberlet, Johnny Boychuk. We were very big. We were strong. We could move the puck. And I think those are big factors in teams that win the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I think Florida kind of knew that and felt like maybe that's where they potentially lost out last year when they played against Vegas. This year, they're getting big time play out of a guy like Forsling Ekblad, Montour, goes down the list. So I think the Carolina Hurricanes right now aren't getting the respect that they deserve in those Betano odds to win the Stanley Cup. And again, I've been on that Oilers bandwagon, on that Oilers train all year. It does surprise me to see them at the top of that list. It really does. I think the Florida Panthers and the Colorado Avalanche deserve to be at the top of that list. And I think those are the two teams right now, if all the trades mesh and work well, that I would expect to see playing against one another in June for the Stanley Cup.
Another thing that's interesting when you kind of consider this playoff picture that's forming and you look at the odds, it's like, I was going to say a team like Dallas at 10-1. It's like, I like that roster more than I like the Canucks roster, and they're battle tested a bit. They've been on a couple of runs. I do still think there's value in that. I'd have Dallas closer to Colorado. I'd have Dallas right up where Edmonton is, if I'm being honest. But then you have to remember, and it's something Frank brought up a couple of minutes ago, just the fact that West is going to be a slugfest, man, just to get through the first round. And I know every team in the Stanley Cup playoffs generally puts up a good fight, and there's not bad teams in there. But when you look at what Dallas could potentially have to do if they're, let's say, the 2 seed in the West, that means you could potentially have to play Vegas in round 1 as a crossover team. And then in round 2, you got to play Winnipeg or Colorado. Then in round 3, you're probably playing one of Edmonton or Vancouver. And it's like, holy crap. Like, by the time you get to the end, you might be out of gas. You look at the East and a team like Florida, you could be sitting there. The Islanders could sneak in. Hell, you could be getting a matchup with the Islanders in round 1. Or if you're the Canes, you could have the Flyers in round 1. And not to, again, disrespect any team out there, but I think we can recognize that the Flyers and Islanders aren't the Jets and the Kings, Jets and the Golden Knights. Like, the path for some of these teams in the East could just be a lot more wide open.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And you look at the outcome of the Bruins-Toronto game last night, where everyone was starting to say, oh, I think this is the year Toronto wants the Boston Bruins in the first round of the playoffs. And the Bruins certainly had quite a loud answer for that in that game last night. And yeah, look, I think Florida continues to separate themselves, even though they lost to the Flyers last night. What a gutsy effort by the orange and black. Garnet Hathaway gets a goal with less than a minute to go. Just a hardworking play. And John Tortorella comes out after the game and just says, we just know how to outwork and continue to work and continue to play straight lines. They've used 13 defensemen this year, the Philadelphia Flyers, which is super impressive. But I just, look, I think Frank has been on top of the Dallas Stars all year. He picked them to win earlier. He's continued to stay on that. And he's always had a lot of belief in the Dallas Stars. Me, again, it's Colorado, it's Winnipeg, it's some of those teams at the top right now that are more impressive to me. The moves they've made are more impressive to me. And again, I just have a hard time thinking that the Colorado Avalanche aren't going to push through the West, especially with some of the moves that they have made over the last couple of days.
There you go. The Stanley Cup odds over on Betano. Sports betting with fast withdrawals and cash out. Great odds for live betting with live streaming and live scores. Please play responsibly. Must be 19 years of age or older. We are creeping closer and closer and closer to the halfway point of our deadline show. Just over 2 hours until the bell will strike for teams around the league. And while there's always big talk about the top 5 names and who are the premium rentals, those aren't always the ones that end up making the biggest impact, which is why I tasked our managing editor and senior writer, Matt Larkin, with looking back on the top 5 under the radar deals of the salary cap era. Let's take a listen.
Hello, everybody. It's Matt Larkin here, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. And when we talk about the trade deadline, we look back, we like to think about the big blockbuster deals, but sometimes it's the under the radar trades that actually put teams over the top. So I want to count down for you my top 5 under the radar deals of the salary cap era. First, 2009, the Pittsburgh Penguins acquire Bill Guerin from the New York Islanders for a 2009 third round pick. And at this point, Bill Guerin's 38 years old. He's winding down a very productive career. Penguins had lost the year before to Detroit in the Stanley Cup final. They needed that veteran leader. Bill Guerin comes in. He provides some levity, some leadership, and he has something left in the tank. 7 goals, 15 points, helping the Penguins win their first Stanley Cup of the Crosby and Malkin era. Next up in 2011, this one did not result in the Stanley Cup, but still a very important trade.
The Ottawa Senators trade Brian Elliott to the Colorado Avalanche for Craig Anderson.
Swapping goalies, it felt like a punt. Two goalies needing a change of scenery, and what happens? Craig Anderson goes on a heater, posts historic numbers down the stretch, and going into the next season with the Ottawa Senators. And look now, more than a decade later, Craig Anderson is the Ottawa Senators' all-time leader in wins, helped them get to within a single goal of the Stanley Cup final in 2017. Very important part of that franchise. Next up, 2013. Again, this felt like a throwaway move. The Chicago Blackhawks get Michael Handzus from the San Jose Sharks for a 2013 fourth-round pick. The Hawks were sort of going bargain shopping at this point. They needed help up the middle, and Handzus, kind of on the back nine of his career, provides a big lift and helps in the face-off circle, gets 11 points in that playoff run, and helps Chicago win their second Stanley Cup. They end up winning 3 in a 5-year stretch. Now in 2016, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they get Justin Schultz from the Edmonton Oilers for a 2016 third-round pick. Justin Schultz was the mega prospect coming out of Edmonton for a while. His game suddenly went in the tank. They lost confidence in him. He was struggling to get minutes on that team. Pittsburgh needs speed. They take a chance on Schultz. He's helpful on that first run in 2016 to the Stanley Cup, but the next year he's especially helpful. Chris Letang is out. Justin Schultz finishes top 10 in the Norris vote that year and is a major component of the 2017 back-to-back Stanley Cup champion team. And lastly, in 2018, the Washington Capitals acquire Michael Kempny from the Chicago Blackhawks for a 2018 third-round pick. And again, this felt like kind of a throwaway trade. Kempny on a weak Chicago team struggling to even find his way into that lineup. But what happens? He goes to the Capitals. He ends up on the top pair with John Carlson playing 18 minutes a night, and that duo, 56% goal share at 5-on-5, helping the Capitals to their first Stanley Cup. And that is it. Those are the top 5 under-the-radar trade deadline deals of the Cap era. For more trade deadline coverage, please head over to Daily Faceoff. We have you covered all day with everything that's happening. dailyfaceoff.com.
There you go. Our top 5 under the radar deadline ads brought to you by Fountain Tire. Beginning this Monday, you can save up to 25% off on select tires until April 20th. Make the shift to more savings. Visit fountaintire.com to find your nearest store. Gentlemen, we just looked back at 5 under the radar ads from back in the deadline. When you look at whether it was your time in the league, your time with the team, or even just observing the league over the last couple of years, is there an under the radar deadline ad that stands out to you, Colby?
Well, look, I don't know if this one would maybe constitute as under the radar, but, you know, I do think a deadline acquisition that happened in 2022 by Joe Sakic, bringing in Arturi Lehkonen, again, not quite under the radar, but wasn't necessarily heralded as this major star power move. And you look what they gave up. They gave up a second-round pick and Justin Barron, okay? So you didn't give up a ton to get him. He comes into your lineup and scores 8 goals in the playoffs, has 4 game-winning goals for the Avs, including the game winner to win the Stanley Cup. And now he continues to play on the top line, maybe even in the top 6, depending on how some of these new moves shake out for the Colorado Avalanche. So I thought that was a move that probably didn't get quite enough love to Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche. And, you know, maybe I'm a little biased because Joe Sakic was my favorite player growing up. But ultimately, I love that move then in 2022, helps them win a Stanley Cup. And if they're going to win another cup this year, he's a guy who's going to continue to have to play a big role in the offense for the Colorado Avalanche.
Lehkonen and Manson in one deadline, and they didn't even have to give up a first-round pick. I know Justin Barron was in the one deal, but didn't have to give up a first-round pick in either of those ones. Carter, what's an under-the-radar move that stands out to you?
Well, I don't know if it's totally under the radar, but I always just like going with the goalie ones, right? I think about when Ryan Miller was traded to St. Louis, how that was a big flop, and everyone always talks about adding a goalie and what it's going to be. I always touch back on the Dwayne Roloson one going to Edmonton, and everyone knows how that's ended with him getting injured in the Stanley Cup final. And Dwayne Roloson, a mentor of mine, you know, went to UMass Lowell. I think Colby knows that. I was a UMass Lowell alumni and Riverhawk myself, and Rolly was there before me, and a guy I always looked up to. So what he did at Edmonton in that run is, you know, historic, and obviously getting injured. I think if he doesn't get injured, they win the Stanley Cup. So that's kind of where I'm at, just thinking in that mindset now of where we're at in the season. If a team can add a goalie that makes a difference, it can push them over the top. And then there's the other side of it, the Ryan Miller trade that was a giant flop. Everyone thought he was going to go to St. Louis and push that team over the top, where it didn't translate. And for me as a goalie, something I definitely can draw upon is the way a team plays. And it takes a lot of time to get into a system and play well. And, for me, obviously, it hits home with, seeing the Ryan Miller trade, that I played in Buffalo and I played in St. Louis. So I would love to see someone make a trade for a goalie and it pan out like the Rolison one did.
Tyler, if you scored a goal against Carter Hutton, especially in his upperclassman years at UMass Lowell, you better keep the puck. And I did keep the puck, especially my junior year when I had an overtime winner against him on home ice. Had to bring that one up for you, Carter, especially because I flubbed it and I beat you floor cheese. So I could still picture that goal. You were probably pissed about that one.
Yeah, I can't believe the game was even that close playing at Lowell. I must have been playing out of my mind if we were doing that, because your team, I think your whole team graduated that year, went to the NHL, and I think I'm the only one from my class that had a cup of coffee in the show.
Frank Seravalli over on our Wendy's Insider Cams got one. Frank, give it to me.
So let's call Barry Trotz, GM of the Nashville Predators. He doesn't work in Nashville. He works for Vandelay Industries. He's the importer-exporter, doing both at the same time today, acquiring Jason Zucker from the Arizona Coyotes in exchange for a 2024 sixth-round pick. Now, that pick belongs to the Dallas Stars. So more or less, essentially, this becomes a super late sixth-round pick, more or less a seventh. And they get Zucker really for free 99 is what this is, because they take on all $5.3 million of his cap hit. So the salary is off the books for the Coyotes, which is important to save some bucks if you can. And for the Preds, they continue to kind of dink and dunk here. I told you deadline neutral. Is that the term they use, Tyler, when describing the Preds? And so deadline neutral, I think, is probably a pretty good way to explain it. When you trade out Yakov Trenin, you bring in Anthony Beauvillier and also Jason Zucker. Some would call it nibbling around the edges. I say maybe some smart upgrades for a team that, with UC Saros in net, could be a live dog when it comes to round one.
Not importing and exporting latex products like George Costanza, but depth forwards is what Barry Trotz is moving in and out. Frank, just while we have you for a second, you spoke yesterday about how things were trending towards being a buyer's market. Have the first 2 hours of our deadline show confirmed that? And do you think that's a trend we'll see continue into the final 2 hours?
Yeah, look, I think some of the prices were quite literally ridiculous. As recently as a week ago, the Arizona Coyotes were looking for a first-round pick for Matt Dumba. They were looking for a second-round pick for Jason Zucker. With both those guys, I saw more mid-round selections, and maybe they were thinking they could get a second if they retained pretty heavily on Zucker. I thought even then, probably a bit of a stretch. But what you're seeing now is we are 2 hours and 2 minutes away from the deadline. Teams like Arizona, they had gone into this thinking, we are not keeping any of our pending UFAs. If we could just, even get anything for them, we're unloading everything we can. This is a fire sale. So you don't want to be left holding the bag. And if it means sixth round pick, I don't know how consequential that's going to be for a team that feels like they have 30 in the first 3 rounds over the next 3 years. But nonetheless, I think more important for them to move off of Zucker. And you think about 22% of the season remaining, 22% of $5.3 million in real cash. It's still $1 million plus out the door in real money. That means something to the bottom line.
Fair enough. There you go. Frank Seravalli on the Wendy's Insider Cam. We'll let you get back to working on the news. Frank, his Insider Cam brought to you by Wendy's. And how about this for a little sneaky good deadline pickup for you, the listener? $3.49 for a 6-piece nuggets at Wendy's. Why not? And don't forget, Wendy's is letting you win real food with your fantasy teams this year with the Wendy's Daily Faceoff Survivor Pool Monday to Saturday Survivor Contest. You can make your picks and potentially win $5,000 at the end of the year and a handful of great Wendy's prizes throughout the season as well. Under the radar moves, the theme of the show at the moment, as we bring back in our main panel of Carter Hutton and Colby Cohen. Gentlemen, we are, as you can see behind me, 7 seconds away from the final 2 hours of the program. Jason Zucker goes to Nashville for a 6. They added Beauvillier as well, sacrificed Trennan in the process. Do you give this Nashville team, when you look at them, pretty much locked into being a wild card team, they're going to play a division leader either out of the Pacific or the Central? Carter, do you give the Preds any hope of winning a playoff series, or can I use the old Daryl Sutter line that's become so famous? Is this going to be a waste of 8 days for the Preds?
No, I think you got to give them a chance, right? I know that they're undermined, but when you talk about 3 players for me that can make a difference come playoff time, it's Philip Forsberg, it's Roman Josi, and it's UC Saros. UC Saros is a guy that can steal hockey games. I know he's been on the trading block. They've talked about him being moved, and they've come out and said that if they're in a playoff spot, they're going to keep him. But he is a goalie that I've spent time with. Pretty much the reason why I left Nashville. I had a chance to extend my career in Nashville by 1 year. I wanted to. Goalie coach Ben Vanderklok kind of came up and told me, UC Saros is coming. No matter what happens, he's coming up to the NHL, and I had skated with him. This guy's the real deal, and I know any team would love to have him, but in a playoff series, anything can happen. And for me, these are ads that didn't cost a lot. It gives them a bit of depth. Beauvillier experiment hasn't worked out in Chicago. I think going there, he can come and play. Zucker has playoff experience, a veteran guy, can score goals. It adds some depth. This is a team that, there's not expectations on, and that's always dangerous when it comes to the playoffs. And for those 3 players can make a difference. And you never know that Nashville crowd. I've been there in the playoffs, so I've played in the playoffs. We've had some success, and it's a tough building to go into and try to win hockey games when that Nashville crowd is bearing down on you. There's times where I wasn't even playing and I was exhausted after the game just from the mentality, the crowd, and the energy in that building. And Barry Trotz knows that, and keep this team. He wants to keep this team involved in the playoffs and keep the fans used to playoff hockey, because moving forward, they want to build on this.
Cole, what do you make of the Preds?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with you, Carter, on this. And here's the reason why. I look at the goaltending situation, and while I agree with you that UC Saros is, one of these true number 1 goaltenders in the NHL, and we've come to learn that not every team has one. Okay, these are like starting quarterbacks in the NFL. There's a dozen of them, or maybe a few more, and everybody else is always looking to upgrade. So I look at that wild card situation, and whether they finish in the first wild card or the second wild card, chances are they're going to see Dallas, or they're going to see Vancouver. And I look at the goaltending matchups in those series, and whether it's Jake Ottinger or whether it's Thatcher Demko, I think both of those goaltenders can do the same thing you're talking about as UC Saros. I think those are 2 big-time goaltenders who are also able to steal games and steal a series. And then I look at the rest of the lineups, and I look at the matchups. And while Roman Josi is one of my favorite players to watch in the NHL, the dynamic ability for him to get up and down the ice, transport the puck. He's as good north-south as he is east-west. And sometimes you see a guy who can play east-west, but maybe not north-south, or vice versa. I just think that, look at Quinn Hughes. He can play that type of game. Look at Dallas, Miro Heiskanen. He can play that type of game. So while I do agree with you that the atmosphere is amazing, I've actually gone to that building during the playoffs before. I called Winnipeg against Nashville Game 7 years ago on Westwood One for the radio, and got to really feel the energy in that building. Although that game didn't go well and the crowd was kind of taken out of it early, I know what you mean, right? It's an exciting place to be. It can be distracting for a road team. But at the end of the day, I just look at the lineup and I look at the depth down the middle. And I really think that when you're a wild card team in the West and you're playing one of those heavies, you're going to have a difficult time matching up down the middle and really on that second, third pair after Roman Josi. I don't think that they would have the horses. So I do think they'll get in, but I don't think it will be a long stay in the playoffs for the Nashville Predators.
Yeah, you look at the playoff picture right now in the West, it almost feels like it's kind of locked up here as we approach the NHL trade deadline. Gentlemen, I'm going to set you off to the side, and we are going to grade this trade. It's the first one we got in a little bit. Matt Larkin chomping at the bit. Trade grades brought to you by Betano. The game starts now at betano.ca. Matt Larkin, give me a grade for Nashville. Give me a grade for Arizona.
Okay, Tyler, I'm going to get a little metaphorical here. Okay, so Nashville, it's a B+, but they turned in kindergarten work
when the acquisition cost, aside from the actual money, the $5.3 million cap hit, that's big, but a 6th round pick, okay, fine. That's pretty much nothing for a guy coming off a 27 goal season. That said, it's not going to be an A, because if you look at Jason Zucker in the playoffs, experienced, but not productive, 8 goals in 46 games in the playoffs. So you're not getting necessarily a huge needle movie there. Maybe he's going to be a decent addition to the top 9. That's fine. You got to give the Predators a chance, because they went on that hot run ever since Andrew Brunette. He canceled that trip to the Sphere, and then Nashville went on that heater. They created that separation. They're looking good to make the playoffs. Okay, fine. You give them a body. From Arizona's standpoint, it's kind of like, I'm the teacher here, right, Tyler? So the dog ate their homework. I'm trying to be nice. I'm giving them a D+ here. There wasn't much they could do. It's an absolute buyer's market today. And yes, like Frank said, they're saving some real money. We're getting close to the 11th hour here. So Bill Armstrong, good on you for getting literally anything for Jason Zucker. So D+. You're just going to get a passing grade from me. You don't have to take the course again.
Can you give me just a grade on the Predators deadline season season as a whole here? Couple adds, couple sells. What do you make of this?
Well, to me, they are one of the more confounding franchises in the league. And I said that in the summer, because you jettison Matt Duchene, you jettison Ryan Johansson, you're bringing in a new GM. I thought that Nashville was finally ready to stop being mid and bouncing around that playoff bubble, and they were going to be willing to bottom out. But then, of course, you bring in Ryan O'Reilly, you bring in Luke Schenn, you're bringing Gustav Nyquist, and then you're just adding more bodies to keep yourself in the murky middle. And just the idea of sending out Yakov Trenin and bringing in Jason Zucker, it's kind of so fittingly Nashville, right? You're just sort of moving that revolving door, bodies in, bodies out, and you're just staying in the middle. So to me, if I'm a Predators fan, I don't love these moves. Yes, you're going to probably make the playoffs, but to me, the Predators are one of the furthest teams away from the Stanley Cup. They don't have great prospects overall in their system. They're just consistently competitive, and they're a victim of that. They just can't let go of the idea that, oh, we need to make the playoffs and just get in. It's not about that. If you want to win a Stanley Cup, you got to go backwards to go forward.
Yeah, kind of like take 1 or 2 steps backward to maybe one day take 3, 4, 5 steps forward. Matt Larkin with trade grades for Botano. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Tyler.
There you go. Just a quick trade. The Detroit Red Wings officially announcing that they have acquired Radim Simek and a 7th round pick from the San Jose Sharks in exchange for forward Klim Kostin. Kostin found his way to Detroit via Edmonton, signed a 2-year ticket with the Wings, but just never really quite fit in out in Detroit. So he gets a bit of a fresh start with a Sharks team where he should be able to get in the lineup on a bit more of a regular basis. Why don't we just do a quick little reset here, as we are now firmly in to the final 2 hours of our daily Faceoff trade deadline show. And why don't we look back at a few of the deals that we've seen, maybe not just today, but maybe throughout the entire deadline period as we work our way through. And the action started a couple of days ago when the Vegas Golden Knights made their first of 2 big splashes. And this one coming from the Washington Capitals as we bring in our main panel. Anthony Mantha goes to Vegas, a 2nd and a 4th round pick. Vegas also goes out and they get Noah Hannafin as well. So they exercise a lot of that LTIR space that they had. Colby, with Stone out, it gave them the flexibility to do this. And I know a lot of people cry foul, and I get it. But also, listen, if you gave them the trade-off of Anthony Mantha or Mark Stone, they would obviously take Mark Stone. And again, I know come playoff time, things can change. The cap goes away or whatever. But what have you made of the work that Vegas has done, getting Mantha, getting Hannafin? And do you think they should be done yet?
No, I don't think they should ever be done. Vegas is so exciting in the way that they manage and operate their team. I wish we had more of it. They seem to be willing to go all in every year. And look, people are going to go on social media and they're going to whine and cry about the Vegas Golden Knights, but you nailed it on the head, okay? Mark Stone leads your team. He drags you in. He drags you out. He does so much. You'd rather have him all day, any day, than pretty much anybody else that you could get your hands on. But he gets injured. He's going to be out. Maybe he'll be back. Maybe he won't. And here's the other thing that I think people need to realize. You don't just flip a switch to become a good team, okay? You need to start trending in a certain direction. Those last 20 games, you want to peak at the right time. John Cooper recently talked about the different quadrants of the season and how he looks at them. And that last 20 games is all about getting ready to see who you are and who you can be for the playoffs. So I love the moves that Vegas has made. I played a number of years for Bruce Cassidy. So I know his personality. I know the way he coaches. I know the types of players that he likes. And I look at Mantha, right? I look at the fact that he's big. He can move. He plays straight lines. You plug him into that well-oiled machine. Although Vegas hasn't played well as of late with a couple of bad losses most recently, I still think he will be a good fit there. And then there's Noah Hannafin, the prize of this year's deadline. What couldn't you like about this player? What couldn't you like about what it does to the defensive core that was already incredibly strong with Pietrangelo, with Theodore, with McNabb, with Haig? I mean, you just keep going on and on with that D-core. There's so much range. Everybody can skate. Everybody can move the puck. Everybody can play physical. And I just love what Kelly McCrimmon does. He's not worried about tomorrow. He wants to bring cups to Vegas. Vegas is the land of opportunity, right? Tons of shows, tons of glitz and glamour, Carter. And they seem to play right into that theme in Vegas. Personally, I just love watching what they do.
No, and I do too. Honestly, Vegas was built for the NHL. I remember my first game there. We came out for warm-ups, and I think that's when we peaked. Like, the crowd is just nuts. The music's going, and it is just an atmosphere built for playoff hockey. And what I love here on the other side of that is, like, you know, you're hearing talk about Kelly McCrimmon and the ownership group just backing these guys, giving them free reign to win, and they want to win now, where sometimes, you know, teams struggle, and, you know, we talk about GMs not doing stuff, but you're kind of hand-tied to what your ownership wants to do as well. And this team has established that. And you look at this decor, and for me, that just makes this team. Adding Hannafin, Pietrangelo, McNabb, Theodore, all these big bodies that take up space, make the game predictable. And in net, Adin Hill, honestly, I'd be lying if I sat here today and told you I thought Adin Hill was going to have the year he's had. I know he missed some time. I thought after the Stanley Cup and then signing that contract, it was going to be, you know, pull the chute. I got my money. We're going to hang out now. And he has been great all year. Logan Thompson. It seems like anyone that plays in Vegas is that. And not to forget, recently back in the lineup, Jack Eichel, you know, a guy I spent lots of time with, probably the best player I ever played with in my whole career. When he was on, there's not a player like him in the NHL that can control the puck. Maybe Patrick Kane offensively in Chicago when I was with him, but Jack Eichel all over the ice, him being healthy, adding Mantha, a guy I've played a lot against that is a wicked shot. He's going to get more opportunity because there's more pieces to be covered. This Vegas team is going to be dangerous come playoff time, and I think nobody wants to meet them, especially with the pedigree of what they bring as a home team and the fact that they just won a Stanley Cup. They've been there before, and they can walk the walk.
And if they can get their forwards to track, right? And that's something Bruce Cassidy preaches. He wants tracking from his forwards, whether it's Jack Eichel on the first line or, you know, Paul Cotter on the third line, right? And that allows defensemen to continuously retake ice, re-gap. And when you start to look at the D-core that we've now been sitting here gushing about for the last 10 minutes, these players are going to be able to kill plays at the blue line, okay? They are not going to give teams an opportunity to possess the puck through the neutral zone. They're not going to get free ice, you know, the first 5 or 7 feet into the offensive zone because of Hannafin, McNabb. We didn't even mention Zach Whitecloud, all right? He's become a pretty serviceable guy, and now he's on your third pair in Vegas. The ability to kill plays, which is something I know every team preaches, but a lot of that ability comes from help from the forwards. And that's why when markets blame the defense or the goaltender for their defense, I'm like, no, defending is a 5-man operation. How much back pressure and help are you getting from the forwards? That then gives the defenseman opportunities to continue to take ice and continue to end plays between the red line, the blue line, maybe 2 or 3 feet into the offensive zone. And then I think that trickles back to the goaltender. I think that's one of the reasons why you look at Bruce Cassidy's success. Even in the American League, we had some really good teams in Providence under him. Now it goes to Boston. Then it goes to Vegas. They tend to make goaltenders look good. And I'm not taking anything away from Adin Hill, but I do think a lot of that stems from the fact the way they back pressure and the way that they will kill plays defensively. So what's not to like there? But they're going to need to start going because their last couple games have been a little bit ugly. No doubt about that. Have to throw that out there.
Our main panel with former NHLers Colby, Cohen, and Carter Hutton. We got about $1.45 till the deadline, gentlemen, and the 2024 Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Show will keep you up to date, not just up until the deadline, but we'll roll afterwards as trades continue to trickle in. The show is delivered by DoorDash. Our guest line is brought to you by Tim Hortons and Roll Up the Rim. It's back for Tim's 60th anniversary. Play on the Tim's app to win prizes like a daily cash jackpot of $10,000 and all-electric Volkswagen ID4 sun-soaked Hilton getaways. It's on now from March 31st until March 31st. Download the Tim's app to play. Corey Lavalette covers the Carolina Hurricanes. And Corey, appreciate you giving us some time here on deadline day. I know it's busy for you, but this Canes team and this front office has been busy. Let's start with the big fish in Jake Gensel. Not a front office that's typically loved going deep into the rental market. They do so here. What made Gensel the perfect fit for Carolina?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think the biggest thing is they were able to get him without giving up a whole bunch of assets that they think are extremely valuable. The first round pick. I guess if you make a Stanley Cup final, you're probably okay with the first round pick going away, especially if you can win one. And then the prospects they gave up are good players, but at the same time they were able to hold on to their big name guys, right? Alexander Nikishin, Scott Morrow, Bradley Nadeau, just Jackson Blake, just a bunch of guys that I think are at least at the level of those other guys or above them. So they were able to do it, and they did it by stockpiling draft picks over the last few years. It took them a while to spend, I guess you could say, but they did it with surplus picks. The second round pick that becomes a first, if that ends up being a second round pick, that's the Tony DeAngelo trade from when they traded him to the Flyers a couple of years ago at the draft. So it's really interesting to see the way, if you look back at the draft picks, they had 2 picks in all of those rounds of the guys they ended up trading, second round picks, fourth round picks, guys they took 2 guys in each of those rounds because they stockpiled picks. So and obviously Gensel's a great fit. We'll see how he does without Sidney Crosby. I think that's the biggest question everyone has, but we just got done talking with him. He seems like he's excited.
Second move they made was a bit of a reclamation project, if you want to call it that, in Evgeny Kuznetsov, giving up a third, but getting a guy who was some would argue he was the Capitals' most valuable player in that year when they won the Stanley Cup. Just quickly before I let you go, Kuznetsov, do you think this Canes room and this culture is strong enough to get him on the right track and make him a productive player?
Yeah, I think that's one of the strengths of this team, right, is Rod Brindamore and the culture he has around here. Plus, he comes into a room that's going to have Dmitry Orlov, a guy he's familiar with. And Greg Wyshynski had something about this, but, he and Rod actually hit it off at the All-Star game a couple of years ago. Rod was a little surprised at how easygoing guy he was, and then, obviously, his talent on the ice. When he's on, he's an excellent player. We've all seen he was one of the premier passers in the league. And second-line center has been an issue. Now, can he be the answer there? We'll see. It's obviously, you're right, a reclamation project, but a gamble worth taking. And, I made the point about the draft picks. Also, Carolina, very, very smart with cap space. And because of that, they're able to take a swing like this. $3.9 million for the next 2 years is not the end of the world when you've smartly managed your cap.
Corey, appreciate you hopping on, man. I know you're busy with the Canes making a couple of big moves. Thanks for doing this, man.
Anytime. Thanks, man.
There you go, Corey Lavalette on the Canes beat, jumping in to give us some insight on some big moves made out in Carolina. Let's bring in, is our main panel ready to roll here? I think they are. Colby Cohen and Carter Hutton back on the main panel, which is delivered by DoorDash, as we work our way back through a number of moves that have been made. One team, and hey, the Toronto Maple Leafs are usually the talk of the town, boys, but they've added a handful of defensemen. Obviously, a week ago or earlier in the week, it was Ilya Lyubushkin coming in from Anaheim. They pick up Joel Edmondson from the Washington Capitals as well. Carter, what do you make of the depth adds that the Leafs have made on this blue line, and is it enough?
I like it. 2 players that I played with in my career, Lyubushkin I spent with Arizona, not a lot of time, but this is a guy that is a good locker room guy. There's Russians always have a different rapport with players, and he's a guy that is just more of a North American player. He plays a hard-nosed game. Reminds me of my time with Anton Volchenkov. Just plays rough, blocks shots, does everything it takes. And he's a guy that's going to play hurt. He's going to play through tough situations where sometimes Russian players are known to mail it in when things aren't going their way, and that's the exact opposite of what he's going to do. And for me, I think it's going to slot guys a little bit better. I think Jake McCabe, they've been asking a lot out of him. I played with Jake as well. They got him all over the ice, playing every single position. And sometimes just guys knowing their role and slotting into the right ice time minutes, I think it's going to help a guy like Jake McCabe immensely. And now the next guy they brought in, Joel Edmondson, another player that I spent time with in St. Louis, who obviously made my life a lot easier. I touched on that earlier, like the bigger, predictable hockey when I was talking about Tanev, where Joel Edmondson did that for me when I was in St. Louis, helped me have a career year, helped me get the contract that I extended on my, on that end of it. And you look back on when he helped that team win a Stanley Cup. So I think Eddie's going to be the same way. He's a guy, he's not going to wow you by any means. It's going to be simple hockey. He's not a puck moving defenseman by any means, but he's going to battle, create space in front of the net. And for me, again, I touch on this all the time. And Colby just had a great point about Vegas. Creating that predictableness for the goalie is so important come playoff time. If you're limiting your chances to perimeter, I watched the way that the Leafs played last night, giving up high quality chances, where on the other end, you see the structure that Jim Montgomery has in Boston. I think that's going to fizzle over to the Leafs, making it a lot easier for this team to be more predictable and help Ilya Samsonov and Joseph Woll moving forward.
Yeah, and look, I don't know Lyubushkin, but I do know Joel Edmondson, and I never played with him, but I've spent some time with him away from the rink, whether it be weddings or bachelor parties or whatever. And, one thing I can tell you about Eddie is guys want to be around him. They really do. He's got that personality that, you can plug him into a locker room and right away, guys are going to invite him out to lunch. Guys are going to want him to come over for dinner. They're going to want to get him into the locker room culture, be around him. And Tyler, you're kind of laughing at me right now a little bit, but I think that's important. I really do, especially when you go into a star-studded locker room like the Toronto Maple Leafs with that sort of big core four. Those guys, they're big personalities. They're always, they've got the big fashion game going. They've got all these different off-ice engagements and things like that. So you bring a little meat and potatoes hockey into the locker room. You bring a guy in who's won. He's mean as hell on the ice. I mean, I was doing games between the benches for the Blackhawks, and Edmondson is not a guy who's afraid of any type of physical confrontation. He's heavy, in the way that he defends. Personally, really liked that move for Toronto. I thought that that could have a big impact. And I agree with you. Jake McCabe at times this year, he's had to play on the power play. And not that he's incapable of doing it, but I don't think that's your way to success if you're the Toronto Maple Leafs, having to have Jake McCabe constantly, logging those power play types of minutes. And I know, Riley was out, for obvious reasons after the suspension, but I think you're right. A lot of times trades aren't necessarily just about the player. Okay. They're about how does that now create fit for the rest of your lineup? Does that move a guy from the third pair to the second pair that might have been, carrying a third pair? Does it slot a guy back down and give a third pair guy better matchups against better forwards that are suited? They're more suited to play against, especially if you're with a group that likes to match lines, if you have that type of, strategy on your decor. So like the moves for Toronto. Then they go out and make a no-risk move that we haven't actually talked about. I put something on social media, and I talked to Nick Alberga about the Cade Weber trade that they made yesterday. A guy who's a 6'7" defenseman out of BU who wasn't going to sign with Carolina, isn't a flashy prospect, right? I've seen him play 100 times at BU over the course of his 4 or 5 seasons, I think now. And he's a shot blocker. He'll cross-check guys in front of the net. He'll defend first. He has no care in the world about sexy hockey or offense, right? And I think we're seeing the Toronto Maple Leafs maybe shift in their philosophy of who they're looking for on the back end when you see the trades they made. And then again, you give up a 6th-round pick for Cade Weber. I mean, I'm not guaranteeing you he's going to play in the NHL for you, but what I can tell you is you're getting an already partially developed prospect for a 6th-round pick. There's zero reason not to make a deal like that. Zero risk with some potential reward. Sounds like pretty good asset management to me.
Yeah, when I saw your tweet about him, I was kind of like, oh, damn, you're right. For a 6th-round pick, you look at the percentage chances of something like that turning into an NHLer to grab a warm body back. I like that piece of work by Brad Treliving.
Yeah, he'll go to the American League, and we'll see how he does in the American League if he can get up to speed and he can make a first pass. Look, when you're 6'7" and you can skate, you've got to prove you can't play. When you're 5'10", you've got to prove to people you can play. There is a difference in the way these guys are looked at now that everybody can skate. defensemen aren't slow like I was anymore. It's just not a thing, Carter.
No, and I agree with that. I think Simone Benoit for the Leafs have been a great example of that, of just taking up space in the defensive zone. Like, and you talk about necessarily, you don't have to be overly physical anymore by any means. Like, you're not going to be drawn out of the play, but just that size alone and what his stick can do and taking up space and area and making it hard to seam pucks. Even last night watching this game with the Bruins, like the Leafs get seamed a lot, especially on the penalty kill, adding some size with Edmondson, with Labushkin, and obviously this pick Weber, having these guys with some size to build on in the system, whether it's right now, in the future, or whatever it is, this Leaf team, it seems that way, like it's trending that way, just to have guys that can take up space. And when I watch a team like Carolina play, there seems to be no space when you get in their defensive zone. They play with structure, they play the right way, but at the same time, there's big bodies, big decor. It takes up time and space, and it makes it hard to get any offense going.
A big shout out, Colby. You thought I was laughing at you earlier. I'm laughing at our YouTube chat. They are comedic as always. But a big shout out to the near 40,000 people tuning in right now across the Daily Faceoff Twitter and over on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. It's straight hockey talk here on the Daily Faceoff live trade deadline special. Wanted to give a big shout out to our crack team of producers as well. Aaron Bordado's hitting all the right buttons. Liam Horbin's doing a great job on the directing side of things. Every graphic you see is done by our boy Pat Puff as well. They're working hard here, and we're in the stretch with 90 minutes to go until the deadline, or just over 90 minutes to go until the deadline. So let's reset a little bit here, gentlemen, and flash back to the top of Frank Seravalli's top 50 trade targets. 2 of the top 5 are off the board. Tyler Toffoli is a Winnipeg Jet. Jordan Eberle staying put in Seattle. Riley Smith, Max Pacioretty, Pavel Buchnevich are the 3 biggest names we are still tracking here on the trade targets board at 6 through 10. You have Nick Dowd, one of the players with term and a good bottom 6 centerman that there's apparently been a decent amount of interest in. He's on Washington. Ryan Johansson of the Flyers, Matt Dumba, Frank Vetrano, and Jacob Chychrun out in Ottawa round out your top 10. Tyson Barrie, the defenseman in Nashville. Jason Zucker is, for the moment, his teammate with the Predators. He's gone from Arizona to the Preds. Eric Brandstrom, Jake Allen, and Jacob Markstrom round out the top 15. Allen and Markstrom, the 2 highest goalies on the list. Alex Nedeljkovic right behind him. I know there's been talk, like we mentioned earlier on in the show, Allen and the Avs. You look at Markstrom and the Devils. Carter, let's pause here quickly on the trade targets board. Nedeljkovic as a check down maybe for even a team like Colorado. Do you like him? Is he a guy who you could potentially trust to start a playoff game in a pinch?
I think so, yeah. And he has playoff experience, right? He had that run with Carolina. And for me, it's Nedeljkovic getting back to his game this year. I think when he left and he signed his big ticket deal in Detroit, I feel like I went through something like that, right? You battle to be a backup, you battle to get in the league, and then you get in the league and you get your payday, and there's almost like a sense of relief, and you almost like decompress. And I feel like that's what happened with him. He went to Detroit, and then all of a sudden now you've got your money. You're not playing with a looking over your shoulder, the fear of it, and all of a sudden you have the keys to the castle, and it's hard to play. It's hard to sustain that. And then you get back to the love of the game. You know, he loves the game. He wants to be successful, and he's done that this year. He's done a great job in Pittsburgh. Tristan Jarry and Alex Nedeljkovic have not been the problem in Pittsburgh this year by any means. So he's a guy that adds value, and I think just his experience alone, being in the playoffs and what he's gone through, he's played a lot of minutes this year, could be a good relief there in Colorado. So I do like that pick. And again, a guy that isn't going to rock the boat. He knows who he is, and he's had a great year, something that he can build off moving forward into free agency.
Alex Carrier is the second Predators defenseman in the top 20. David Savard of the Montreal Canadiens, another option with a little bit of term. He's got 1 more year left on his contract. Couple of players moved out in terms of bottom 6 veteran help. Kyle Okposo goes from the Sabres to the Panthers. Over 1,000 career regular season games for Okposo, only 24 career postseason games. He should get a chance to play in the Stanley Cup playoffs with the Florida Panthers. Pat Maroon goes from Minnesota to Boston in search of his 4th career Stanley Cup ring. As we continue cruising along, we're going to give you the whole top 50 here. Connor Dewar of the Minnesota Wild, Mikael Granlund, again, $5 million cap hit. Comes with a little bit of term out in San Jose. Scott Perunovich, a college hockey standout in St. Louis. Colby, if you were a rebuilding team, would you maybe roll the dice on Perunovich?
You know what? I probably would, just based on what I saw him do at Minnesota Duluth. And I had an up close and personal seat to almost all of his success through the Frozen Fours. You know, played for Scott Sandelin, a guy who I think does a nice job of getting guys sort of ready to become pros, and kind of learning the little details of the game. So I think Scott Perunovich is probably looking for an opportunity and a fresh start somewhere. I think traditionally we've seen sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. So I wouldn't be shocked to see, similarly to Ben Myers, who got traded a little bit earlier today off Colorado. I think maybe Perunovich could be an interesting target for a team that, is looking for a little bit of that, puck transporter, two-way, offensively gifted type of opportunity in a young defenseman.
Carter, we talked about a
I wanna
veteran
jump in there. Yeah, sorry. I was just, you brought up Okposo, and I'm just on my phone. Obviously things are happening fast here, and exchange a text with him right now, just asking to come on, or, how he's doing and stuff like that. And he says they're really struggling with it. He has some older kids. He has a family of 4, and, he can't get on right now. His kids are struggling with the trade, just trying to stop the crying in the house. And something I think for the fans and people to see the other side of it, the human side of it, something that hits home for me, I think, talking right now, knowing that, I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. So what these players deal with on a day like today, and a trade that happens, right? He's not gone for long, but it impacts a lot of different things other than just us watching a ticker, seeing guys move. These are real people. So just a little nugget I wanted to add in, because I think it's something to really see the human side of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the hockey perspective, and it's like, man, he gets to play in the playoffs now. What a great moment for his career. A guy who you don't know how many more years he's got left, but it's interesting to see, obviously, the flip side, the outside of hockey thing, and just how difficult that would be. I mean, especially when your kids get to the age where, they're invested in your career as well. They're not just toddlers or whatever who, don't know what's going on. They know dad is the captain of the Buffalo Sabres. I can imagine that adds a really, really difficult layer onto this.
Yeah, and they've been there their whole life. All they know is Buffalo, right? There's a lot of these kids that grew up there. They've been around the locker room. They've been part of it. So it's just an interesting dynamic. I know it's the cross we bear, and I say that with humbleness. Like, when you're getting paid millions of dollars, this is what comes with it, and that is something that, as professional athletes, we understand it. I understand that there's certain things that comes with it. I know we have 40,000 people watching, where I'm only used to 20,000 booing me. So whether you like it or not, this is just the way it is. There is a human side of it that I don't forget, because I understand that, we're all humans. And at the end of the day, that's, family and stuff is more important than the contracts.
Yeah. Let's keep rolling through Frank's top 50. We got to Alex Barabanov over at 24. Warren Fogle at 25 is an interesting one in Edmonton. If the Oilers are going to make another major add, which again at this point seems unlikely, salary going out the door could be something they have to explore. Warren Fogle, who's having a great contract year, has a $2.75 million cap hit that would certainly give the Oilers a bit of flexibility if, and again, big if, they decide to do something else. Coming in at number 26 on Frank's trade targets board is another veteran out in Buffalo in Erik Johnson, a guy who went on that run with the Colorado Avalanche with a $3 million cap hit. You would assume some salary retention would have to be involved at some point, but you could imagine right shot D, always in demand this time of year, a guy who knows how to play in the playoffs. Erik Johnson would be a good pickup for a cup contender. Mike Hoffman, a guy who, when he's on his game, can score goals out in San Jose. Arthur Kaliev, maybe another piece that fits the mold of maybe you're a rebuilding team looking to just bring in a guy, give him a fresh start, and buy on the upside. Kaliev fits the description there. Colin Blackwell, a bottom 6 piece in Chicago. Scott Lawton in Philly. Colby, when you look at this run of 5, which one stands out to you?
I mean, look, if you would have asked me a couple of weeks ago, and I know Frank has kind of disagreed with me all the way through on this, I would have said Scott Lawton, just because I've seen the value that he's brought to the organization over a number of years, even in dark days in Philadelphia. I think Scott Lawton was a guy that you could just always count on to show up. All right. And Carter's used the word predictability so many times in this show, right? And that's what you get with Scott Lawton. You get predictability, you get north-south, you've got a guy who's a leader, you got a guy who's well-liked, you got a guy who can still skate. He's been in the league for a long time now. So I would have thought the market would have been hotter on him. And Frank has kind of told me otherwise, to be honest, over the last couple of weeks, and was kind of saying on Daily Faceoff Live and even Morning Cup of Hockey that he felt like, maybe he wouldn't get moved and the Flyers would be completely comfortable keeping him. But, at the end of the day, I maybe it's proximity because I'm in Philadelphia. Maybe there's a bias there because I know Scott Lawton quite well, but he's a guy I thought could have really helped a contender somewhere down in your bottom six with a lot of flexibility. And, you know, another thing, really good penalty killer. And I think teams are always looking for that special teams help, Carter, especially come playoff time. You need those guys who are willing to eat pucks and block shots. Go ahead, Tyler. Sorry.
Yeah, just before we continue going along with the list here, we're at number 30. We're creeping up, an hour 25 to go until the deadline. Let's go back to our Wendy's Insider Cam, brought to you by Wendy's and their $3.49 6-piece nugget deal. That's a hell of a deadline ad for you at lunchtime. Frank, what do you got going on with the Insider Cam?
I actually just wanted to add to the conversation. I know there's been lots of talk about Scott Lawton. You know, he is number 30 on our board, but I don't think the Flyers have received anything today that made sense. So very likely to be remaining with the Flyers past the 3 p.m. deadline. That's all I got.
And one of those guys with term, again, who you could look at in the draft or the summer. Thank you, Frank. Let's keep cruising along with the list here and our boys on the main panel. I believe we were out at number 31. There's a trio of Blue Jackets in this next chunk with Roslovic, Provorov, and Tessier, Kubalik, and Greenway in the mix as well. I mean, listen, it shouldn't be surprising to sit here and go, wow, what the Blue Jackets are doing doesn't make sense because they largely seem like a lost organization. The fact they haven't sold off more right now, considering what a dumpster fire they are, is shocking. I know they don't have a GM at the helm. I get that that's difficult, but John Davidson, grab the reins and get some picks here, man. This is a lost season. You need to recoup something. I am stunned we haven't heard more about the Jackets selling off pieces.
Yeah, for me, this is a team that's just been a disappointment from day one. I think just even this, you know, the Mike Babcock situation to start just went sour immediately. And obviously the way Johnny Gaudreau has fit in there, it's been tough. And, you know, moving on from the GM, I think for them, it's going to be a tricky time, right? Because like you don't have your GM in place yet. John Davidson is acting as GM. And it's one of those things where, you know, are they going to make major decisions and then handcuff the next guy they bring in? Or is this like a wait and see, you know, just leave steady as she goes right now until they find someone who's going to take over this hockey team and move forward. But for me, this fan base is just, you know, it's tough. Last night, they have a great game in Edmonton, and that crowd was rocking last night. And it's realistically a meaningless game for this Columbus Blue Jacket team, other than the fact you're playing the Edmonton Oilers and Connor McDavid. So for me, it's something where I'd like to see this team take a step forward. And, you know, obviously Elvis Merlushin comes out, says he wants a trade. I think at that point he was underperforming his contract value. So I've always struggled with guys coming out and asking for trades when it's like, you're not playing up to your position. So how do you expect us to trade us? So I think this whole year has been a bit of a write-off, but they have some good young talent. You know, obviously Fantilli going down isn't great. Kent Johnson just got hurt. It seems like everything that could go wrong this year has gone wrong for this Columbus Blue Jackets team. But with some of those Russian forwards up front and the talent they have, the future is bright. And I hope that, you know, it's in the near future we get to see this team back to the playoffs and being competitive.
Yeah, and we didn't even talk about Yaremchuk on the back end. He's another guy who sounds like he's kind of discontent with his situation, had some interesting comments. Maybe that was a month ago or so, which I was kind of like, whoa. Certain guys at a young age are not afraid to speak out for themselves. It's certainly a lot different than it used to be. Look, I look at a guy like Ivan Provorov, and you know, I've brought this up a couple of times, and when those conversations were happening, kind of Frank and I were going back and forth on DFO Live about it and kind of wondering, is he part of the solution or do they think potentially he's part of the problem? It seems like they probably look at Provorov as part of the solution, or at least let the next general manager, Carter, like you said, you know, make that decision. But, you know, he's already only $4.75 because money in his contract has already been eaten. He's got 2 years left on it. I kind of wonder, though, like if you're willing to eat some of the money and then flip him again, he seems like a player that could bring you a big return. And, you know, looking at cap friendly, they do own their first round picks for the next 3 years. They don't have a second this year, but they have 2/3, and they have their second round picks the next couple of years. So they're not short on draft stock. They don't have a ton of extra, but they're not necessarily short on draft stock. You're just going to eat right in the middle of the show and just rub it in our face?
Well, he called in the coupon code, so I just thought this was a great chance to cash in our Wendy's deal. So we did it, and we got it here hot in Toronto.
Must
How come no
be
one's
nice
bringing
to have
me food?
It must be nice to have people just delivering you food on set, Carter. Goaltenders always get special treatment. I never understood that. I felt like goaltenders should get the least special treatment because you know what? You only have to play half the time.
But I get paid the same no matter I'm playing or not. And there's a bit of seniority in this NHL group. So you're the rookie around here, Cobes.
That's fair enough. You got way more games than me. You had a way better career than me. I'm still clinging on to that overtime winner in college during my glory days before I peaked. Sorry to, the general managers that I let down. Hopefully you're not watching right now. I didn't mean to do it. Okay. I didn't mean to do it. So
yeah.
Columbus
DoorDash
is
delivered on this
though.
one, buddy. DoorDash delivered.
Columbus is interesting. It seems like they've been aimless all year. It really does. And it seems like their luck has gone the way that they've created it when it comes to some of these young players getting injured. Will Macklin Celebrini end up a Columbus Blue Jacket next year? I mean, I think he's the best player in the world, not in the NHL right now. He had another 3 points last night as BU beat Providence. I mean, this kid definitely going to be number one on my Hobie Baker ballot. He's a special talent. So, look, I think a lot of general managers or let's call it assistant GMs, up-and-coming GMs, they've got to be really looking at that Columbus Blue Jacket job as something that could be a way to start your GM career if you're one of these up-and-comer type of guys to have an opportunity, Tyler.
I believe Frank Seravalli has a trade. Frank, let's go to the Wendy's Insider Cam. What do you got?
Finally, Carter, some action on the goaltending market. As we have been talking about for the last number of months, it feels like, Jake Allen is going from the Montreal Canadiens to the New Jersey Devils. The Devils finally get a goalie, and it is in exchange for a conditional third-round pick, which can become a second based on games played. So that's part of the condition. No firm confirmation yet, but I'm expecting that the Canadians are also retaining 50% on Allen, who has 1 year left on his deal, which would knock him down to $1.9 million for next season. I have been saying for a long time, Allen to me is a guy that really fits as a nice stabilizing piece for New Jersey. This year, maybe he could help you make a push for the playoffs. For next year, he's the guy that you can turn to as your 1B or your backup at that rate, if that's what the retention is. So still waiting on the retention part of it. But Jake Allen, number 14 on our trade targets board from Montreal to New Jersey.
Interesting, Frank. So we're waiting on the news of confirmation. We got the pick, and you got Jake Allen going to the New Jersey Devils. We'll send Frank, who doesn't have any Wendy's up in his Wendy's Insider Cam, which is really a damn shame. Get this guy some $3.49 6-pack of nuggets up in the mix. Let's go back to Colby and Carter. You're our goalie guy, Carter. We just talked Markstrom to New Jersey. I mean, earlier in the week on Daily Faceoff Live, we talked, would New Jersey have a pivot player? Is it Markstrom or bust? Not the case. What do you make of this move? Instead of, continuing to gun for the big fish in Markstrom, they get Allen, even though they're on the outside of the playoff picture.
No, this is a good stopgap for me. I think just getting him in there and solidifying a little bit of veteran leadership, not alone just on the ice, but in the room. And I think it's going to help all their goalies in general. I think they've been overplaying Dawes. Akira Schmidt has been in over his head, and Vanacek at times has been really good, and at times it's been a bit of product of, this defensive core giving up too much. And I think for me, when I played with Jake, he had a really tough year, and it was a feeling that for me where I think he'd just been in St. Louis too long, and and it's tough when you're in that market and you're anointed the one, and it just never really came to. And when he redefined his game, he backed himself back in the net, kind of calmed his game down, and he's had a lot of success since then. So for me, moving forward, he's going to do the same thing in Jersey. He knows who he is now. He's not worried about stopping the backdoor pass. He's not worried about the second and third opportunity. He's going to make the saves that he has to make for this hockey team. And that alone is going to instill confidence in the team moving forward, especially with a young group, right? It's different when you're sitting in a locker room and you're going out for a game, and I've been there before, and I've been this guy before. Trust me, I've had runs where I've been horrible. You guys can pull up my Arizona numbers. I was giving up 7 a game. We couldn't win if we were scoring touchdowns, right? So for me, the fact that he goes into this team and he can just solidify that and make key saves, and you're a younger guy looking in the room, you bring in Jake Allen, a Stanley Cup champion, a guy who has a lot of experience. There's value in that alone. Him just being around the team, practicing, everything he does day to day. And whether it might not impact them now, it's going to impact them in the future. And for me, I think this is a chase to catch the Philadelphia Flyers. And that's, their goal. And I think him coming in right now, I would not count this New Jersey Devil team out by any means yet.
Well, I definitely don't agree with you in that regard, Carter. I think the New Jersey Devils have played their way out of it, and I think the Flyers continue to surprise everyone with a big win last night over Florida. They get points against St. Louis a couple games ago. I think the Islanders would be the team maybe sniffing at their heels. And look, I think a lot of people out there right now are wondering, well, why didn't the New Jersey Devils make this move 6 weeks ago? Why didn't they make this move a while ago? And the only thing I could think of as to why they didn't make this move sooner is because, based on Frank Seravalli's reporting, over the last 6 weeks, it sounded like they were pretty far down the pathway with Jacob Markstrom, and he could have been your number one guy. And Carter, I'm curious your opinion on this, right? Because you are a goaltender, because I could make the argument that they need both of them. And Frank said this, you've said it now. Yeah. Jake Allen can be your perfect 1B if they can go ahead, Tyler. I'm sorry.
No. Hey, man, you're on a roll there. But when Frank's got a trade, I got to get the trade from Frank. I'm chomping at the bit for all these. Frank, another one.
It's not super sexy, but the Philadelphia Flyers, we had talked about, hey, maybe as prices are here at the end, do they jump in the mix and add someone inexpensively that could potentially help their playoff push? And the answer on that is Denis Gurianov. So Denis Gurianov is going to the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for Wade Allison. It's technically a minor league deal. Gurianov has been with the Admirals in Milwaukee for most of the season. He's actually north of a point per game there, but he's someone that in his career and with Dallas had actually been a pretty productive NHL player. So remember back in 2020, the bubble playoff run that everyone forgets? Denis Gurianov had 17 points in 27 playoff games, which is still kind of wild, but we'll see. I like Wade Allison, 26 years old, had ran out of runway with the Flyers. Interesting little swap, and I like that Nashville's into all sorts of different things right now at the deadline.
And somehow, while you were saying that, you tweeted that there is 50% retention on Jake Allen. Oh, you muted yourself, Frank. You jumped the gun.
Come on,
it's only two today. I'll give you a break.
When I was out, you bring me back in.
I know.
Yeah, so it's 50% retained on Jake Allen, and as mentioned, this was the last retained salary transaction slot for the Montreal Canadiens. I think fair point by Colby. You've had a number of years now where your goaltending situation hasn't been settled. Jake Allen has been sitting there as the third goalie for the Habs basically all season long. This was on the table forever ago. If you're going to do it now, you probably should have done it then at the same price. It's not like it went down in price. This was probably always what the market was going to be for Allen.
Yeah, fair enough. It just doesn't make sense why they waited this long to do it. We're going to continue along with our conversation on the goaltending, but I'm going to leave Carter and Colby parked for just a little bit. They need to calm down after their disagreement over Jake Allen. Let's grade this thing up with our boy, Matt Larkin. Trade grades brought to you by Betano. The game starts now at betano.ca. Matt Larkin, trade grade, Jake Allen. We thought maybe it was going to be Colorado. Turns out to be Jersey. Tom Fitzgerald's in the mix once again. This time he's adding. Give me your grades.
Yeah, this is a very complicated one for me, Tyler. It's a C+ for the New Jersey Devils for me. And I agree to a point with the notion, well, why didn't you make this trade for Jake Allen earlier? I think it's because we know the Devils were in hard on Jacob Markstrom. So Jake Allen was not their plan A. My problem with it is you just traded your leading goal scorer an hour ago or 2 hours ago. You sent the message that you're packing it in. Why do you need to make this trade now? Yes, I get the idea that with the retention, you have a decent 1B carrying over into next season, but do you need to make that decision now? Don't you want to keep the roster flexibility in the summer and maybe pursue some bigger game? Maybe go after Markstrom again. Maybe go after UC Saros if he doesn't sign an extension. I don't understand the rationale of making this move now, especially because the Devils, their playoff odds right now, 17.7%. They are 6 points out of a playoff spot. And again, I don't buy the notion that They got to stabilize things and give this team a chance. No, you just traded Tyler Toffoli. Your top goal scorer is gone. You can't send this conflicting message. So to me, C+, even as I'm saying it now, I'm like, wait, maybe I got to downgrade this to a C. And from Montreal's standpoint, I give it an A. It's a pretty simple trade for Ken Hughes. You have that glutton net. You have Sam Montembeault signed, of course. You have Caden Primo, who's capable of becoming that number 2. You get rid of that logjam. So to me, it's clean. And you move off half that cap in on Jake Allen going into next year. So easy trade for Montreal. I like it. New Jersey, I just think the timing's wrong. This would have made sense a month ago. And I get it was because he wasn't their primary target. But to me, you just don't make that trade today based on how things have played out.
Yeah, I honestly think I'm with you. If this was, like Frank said, 6 weeks ago, no problem if you're New Jersey. You're in the hunt. If you think Jake Allen's going to get you 2-3 extra wins, that's the difference. At this point, what above replacement level is Allen going to be able to truly do for you in the final 20 games? Even if it is significant, you've lost your best goal scorer. You're not going on a long playoff run. I think it was punt time in New Jersey. Interesting to see that this ends up being the route they take. Matt, thanks for doing this.
Of course, my friend.
All right, we're getting closer to the final hour of the show. We have one more look from our pal Stephen Ellis, our prospect analyst here at Daily Faceoff. His video is brought to you by Fountain Tire. It's more than just tires. They offer a wide range of auto repair and services from their expert mechanics. Visit fountaintire.com to see all the mechanical services that they offer. Stephen Ellis, again, for the rebuilding fans watching this show, you want to know what is going on with the draft picks. And you're going to get some late firsts, some early seconds around deadline time. Who are some under the radar prospects your team could be looking at? Mr. Ellis has your answer.
Hey everybody, it's Stephen Ellis here, the associate editor and prospect expert for Daily Faceoff, and this is my top 5 under the radar 2024 NHL draft prospects presented by Fountain Tire. Let's start off here with number 5, Alex Zetterberg out of Sweden. And yes, he is related to Henrik Zetterberg. He's not sure how, so it must be a distant relative. But when it comes to his skill and just everything he does, the numbers don't lie. He's producing at the U20 level. He produces with the national team. He does a little bit of everything there. The biggest issue, though, is he's 5'7", and I think that's concerning to a lot of scouts because you don't see a lot of 5'7" players. I think a team that's willing to take a chance on him just on his skill could be rewarded here. But again, if he doesn't grow, I can see why teams are pretty concerned. Number 4, Mikhail Yegorov, a goaltender with Omaha. If you look at his stats, 3 wins, 30 games, not so great. But he does face over 35 shots a game almost every single night. And I think that's pretty important because he's doing so much to keep his team in games. And that's hard to do when you are continuously getting just attacked every single night with so many shots. I think he looks pretty good. I know at 6'4", teams are excited about that there. A lot of raw talent. In a year where there's not a lot of good goaltending prospects, he could shine as someone who's drafted a little later just because we haven't been able to see what he could do against quality competition with a quality team in front of him. He has to do a lot of the heavy lifting. I like what I see. Number 3, Max Plante out of the U.S. National Development Team. He plays with Cole Yzerman and James Haggins, and you might have heard of those two guys. Cole Yzerman, the top prospect for 2024. James Haggins might be the top for 2025, and he plays so well with them. He's their playmaker. He does a lot of the play driving from the defensive zone to get these plays started. He's not great around the net with the puck, and I think that's kind of the issue. He does look to make these passes a bit more than he probably should, but in terms of a playmaker, you're not going to find guys that are better than him. He's just near the top of the class, so I like what he's able to do there. Next up at number 2, Noel Franson, someone who I think should be a top 60 player in this draft, but I know a lot of teams don't even have him on their draft board because he's not great defensively. But what he is good at is moving the puck. He's on pace for 25 goals in the Swedish U20 League, which is very, very incredible considering that's never been done before. So, a guy being able to produce at that level is impressive. Again, sure, maybe not the greatest defensively in his own zone, but when it comes to him with the puck, Axel Sandin Pellikka last year looked really good, but he does not come close to what Noel Franson has been able to do this year. And to cap it all off, number 1, John Mustard. Great name, great player, a point-per-game player in the USHL this year. I thought he was one of the best players at the USA Top Prospects game. It's just someone, when you surround him with talent, he's the one generating everything. He's a very good transitional player. I know a lot of people didn't have him high on the draft boards at the start of the year. Actually, NHL Central Scouting had him as a 7th rounder. talking to some of those scouts now, we're looking at a guy who might be going top 65, top 70. So I like that. And those are my top 5 under the radar prospects for the 2024 NHL draft.
That is Stephen Ellis, our associate editor and prospect analyst, with a look at the 2024 draft brought to you by Fountain Tire. Visit them online, fountaintire.com, to find a location near you. A big shout out to everybody watching along on not just the Daily Faceoff Twitter, but the Daily Faceoff YouTube as well. If you're there and you haven't hammered that subscribe button yet, politely, what the hell are you doing? This isn't a once-a-year show. We are live Monday through Friday at noon Eastern. Myself and Frank Seravalli with Daily Faceoff Live. Colby, Cohen, and Johnny Lazarus are live with Morning Cup of Hockey at 9 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Thursday as well. So keep it locked on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. And also, in a couple of minutes, we'll be streaming live on the Game Plus network as well. Let's head back out to our Wendy's Insider Cam, where Frank Seravalli is patiently waiting to give me some details.
That's right. Erik Johnson, veteran defenseman, veteran cup-winning defenseman, is heading to the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for a 2024 fourth-round pick. We've talked about the Flyers sort of maybe trying to add to bolster that defense. They've got some significant injuries right now. Rasmus Ristolainen out, Jamie Drysdale out, and Sean Walker traded. So they certainly were in a spot where they wanted to add. A fourth-round pick is what's going back, and Johnson has sort of been he's had a tough season in that transition to Buffalo. He was benched for a bit a couple weeks ago, was dealing with an illness recently, but the Sabres wanted to try and send him on his way. So Erik Johnson could be playing playoff games again in the near future with the Flyers. And I know Colby, he was EJ was of your vintage, so you would have had a pretty good line of sight on the one-time number 1 overall pick back in 2006.
Thank you very much, Frank. Let's get to Colby Cohen and Carter Hutton on our main panel. Colby, what do you think? EJ's got some gas in the tank here to help a playoff team?
Yeah, I think anytime you get a change of scenery, I think that gives you a little bit of gas, right? I think you immediately kind of get that new bump and that new energy into a player. You know, I guess the thing that I'm looking at here for the Philadelphia Flyers, a team that I really didn't think they would be adding much because they have outwardly said they are rebuilding this team. But I think this is just in response to the fact that I don't think they want guys like Adam Ginning and Ronnie Attard playing down the stretch here. I think they like those guys in the American League. I think they have development plans for these guys. Frank just mentioned the injuries. Drysdale, they've said, is week to week. We haven't gotten a ton of updates there. Ristolainen has had injury troubles really since he got to Philadelphia. So you bring in a veteran. Maybe you put him with Jamie Drysdale when he gets back. You know, maybe not right now. Cam York and Travis Sanheim have seemed to form a decent pair on the top. And look, you're giving away a fourth-round pick. Again, I don't necessarily understand if you're rebuilding why you feel like you need to give any draft capital up. But certainly they see a fit here with the player and they think that he can help his this team. Look, everything they've done so far in Philadelphia has worked. So, you know, I'm sitting here questioning it, but obviously between Keith Jones, Danny Briere, John Tortorella, they see something here that they need and they like. Carter, I'm not sure where you sit on this one.
Yeah, I just want to lean in there. We got Patrick Sharp there too, another Thunder Bay boy. So, you know, these guys that are, you know, for me, I like the idea. I touched on it earlier. I think there's just value in getting some experience too. Like, I don't know where you value that. And if it's that valuing it, a fourth-round pick for Erik Johnson, a guy who comes in, who's a consummate pro, who knows what he's doing, who has all these experience. For a little bit of these guys, you know, I understand they're still green. You know, even if they make the playoffs, are they getting out of the first round? Nobody thinks so. But where does this ownership group and management group value that playoff experience? And I think right there is the statement from them being like, we believe in your group. We believe in this group, especially after last night, you know, beating Florida. It's a big win. You know, now it's like, okay, well, maybe we add Johnson. He has this experience. We get in the playoffs and maybe our guys grow from that. And then next year, that's invaluable how like you can just figure out, you know, where you can go with that. So that's kind of where I'm at. Cause I feel like for me, every time I got to play in competitive hockey, as I got closer to playoffs or was just around it, it's a different feel. You get into the playoffs, it's just a different world. And for these young guys, that's experience you can't buy anywhere else. So I like it. I still don't think the Flyers are going to be pushed over the top by any means, but I think it's just valuable experience at not that much of a cost.
As I fire up our friends at Cap Friendly here, just a little bit into why maybe the Flyers are okay paying this price for a rental and experience. 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a third, 2 fifths, 2 sixths, and a seventh. And then you sit and look at next year. 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 fifths. They have so much. And Frank mentioned this a little bit with Arizona. Like, at some point, you can't make all of these picks. You can't, there's not enough room in your system to properly develop. So I sit here and on one hand, I go, hey, Philly, you're playing with house money. Why do you need to sacrifice future assets with where you are as an organization? But then I also go, this is a nice bone to throw to the guys in the room. It's good for morale, I think, right? To go, hey, look, you guys play great. You deserve a little reward. We're giving you some help on the blue line.
No, yeah, and I think those are all really fair points. I really do. I think that again, looking at their roster and looking at who they have, and I think you're right. I think that does signify that. And I think Danny Briere has absolutely hit a grand slam when you look at the trade with Walker, getting a first round pick. They had the flexibility to take the Johansson contract back. Tanev didn't get you a first round pick, but Sean Walker did, a guy who was scratched at times last season for the LA Kings. So that's phenomenal asset management by Danny Briere, who is in his first year as the full-time general manager. So you obviously have to be happy about that. You have to like that. And I do agree with the fact, and I remember talking with Kyle Davidson about this in Chicago, like at some point you only have so many development coaches. You can only go out and see so many prospects and give them the proper time that they need. So, when you guys put it that way, I'll be honest, I think you guys kind of convinced me as to why this is a good move, and why this probably does make a little bit more sense. I guess I'm still living in the days of working in Chicago where, it was burning it down to the studs and moving off of anything and everything, because they really had to start from ground zero with their rebuild. There was nothing in the pipeline. There wasn't a lot of draft capital. There wasn't even necessarily a lot of space at the time when Kyle took over. So I think you guys have convinced me. I don't admit that often. Usually if I make a bad point, I just run with it and defend it and double and triple down. But since you guys make such good points, I'll relent.
All right, we are in the final hour of the 2024 Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Special, delivered by DoorDash, and we wanted to give a warm welcome to all of our viewers on the Game Plus Network. Welcome in for the stretch drive of the show. We are going to be coming with you without any breaks on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. For the people watching on Game Plus, you'll see some commercial breaks, but don't worry, you'll be right back jumping in to the live program after those breaks. So don't get rattled if you cut to commercial, you're watching on the Game Plus Network. If you're on the YouTube, enjoy the commercial-free programming. But a big shout out to Game Plus for partnering up with us for the final hour of the program. And guys, let me just start with a little broad final hour question for you. We talked a little bit about the West and maybe the Oilers being a team that should be feeling pressure to do more, considering what everyone else in the West has been doing. When you look at the league as a whole, Colby, which GM needs to be working the phones the hardest in the final hour? It can be East, it can be West. Which team should be feeling some pressure to make some last-minute improvements?
It's an easy one for me. It's Chris Drury in New York. And I don't know if maybe he's feeling, whiplash from last year when he swung for the fences and he brought in Patrick Kane and he brought in Vladimir Tarasenko. But I got to tell you, when you look at the way other teams have improved, whether it be Florida, whether it be Carolina, I think the New York Rangers need to add. I think they need to address that third pair. I think Eric Gustafsson's had a good season, but I think, potentially you could just add some depth there just in case. And then I also think you bring in a guy like Max Pacioretty, and it's easy for me, right? It's a video game. It's be a GM mode for me to just throw that out there. But I think he'd be a phenomenal fit into that lineup, sort of the heaviness that he plays with, the goal scoring ability that he has, the attitude and the swagger that he brings, the familiarity to the team, to the area. I think all of those reasons, I think they really do need to get on the phone and make some deals happen. Because right now I feel like New York is potentially, looking at a core of players with Zibanejad and with Panarin, who's got 2 years left on his deal, and with Kreider, these players are getting into their 30s. Okay. These guys are starting to creep into the back nine. I think the Rangers have a small window here because they never really saw the rebuild all the way through. They had that 1 year where they make that deep run, and I think they kind of sped things up, Carter. So I think for me, it's Chris Drury and the New York Rangers. Tyler, I don't know if I need to get back to you before I pass it over to
I want to jump in with a little bit of news here. The waivers came across over the last couple of minutes in the NHL, and a handful of players have been claimed. The Ducks have claimed William Lagesson off waivers from the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Senators scoop up Boris Kachuk from the Chicago Blackhawks, and Tobias Bjornfot, I believe, has been claimed, by the Florida Panthers. So Bjornfot claimed from Vegas going to Florida. So again, just quickly, Lagesson to the Ducks, Kachuk to the Sens, Bjornfot to the Florida Panthers. And I will let you pick up, Carter. Are you agreeing with Chris Drury, or with the pick of Chris Drury by Colby? Is there another team you're looking at?
No, I agree. I like this Rangers team, but I think what other teams have done in the East, it's very comparable to say they need to do something at this point. I think Shesterkin has found his game. It seems since the All-Star break, it's been a shot in the arm for him. I think he played well at the All-Star game, which is, I think sometimes it's a break, sometimes it's a reset for him, and he's been great. And I think with Jonathan Quick there backing him up, being that guy that can be that leader recently as a backup winning a Stanley Cup. I talked on that with Jake Allen, just that experience. But if this Ranger team, you look at Carolina and you look at Freddie Anderson being healthy now back in net, does that make him more sustainable? That is a scary team you do not want to play in that Eastern Conference. So it's going to be tough getting out of there. And then if you do make it out of there, you're going to meet, a Florida Panthers team or a Boston Bruins team or a Toronto Maple Leafs team. And the third one for me is the Leafs there. What do they do? Because I feel like they're in a bit of a window where it's kind of win now with Austin Matthews being at the peak of where he's at. How many good years, does he have? I think Ilya Samsonov has found his game for Toronto. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do. I know you get to that situation for a lot of these teams. It's got to be money in or money out kind of thing on these trades. But I think this East is a powerhouse, and it's going to be fun to see what happens here as we get down the final stretch here. I can't see your head's a bit in the way, but we're under an hour to go here now, Ty.
53 minutes and 40 seconds, Carter. Good eye. I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit because the chat is antsy with this one. Colby, how close was our deadline show to acquiring Oliver, your golden retriever?
He's made his way down to my office, and I got to tell you, I've succeeded to keep him out for the last couple of hours, but my wife and my daughter just left, and somehow he's found his way down here, and his first move is to harass my other dog, who's only 11 pounds. So the big guy's picking on the little guy, and I'm about to give him a scolding when Frank comes back on the main screen.
For all the people wondering who Colby was yelling at, you have your answer there, but I love it. Oliver would be a great depth add for the final 45-50 minutes of our deadline show, which again is delivered by DoorDash. 25% off and 0 delivery fees on your first order of $25 or more. All you need to do is download the DoorDash app and enter the promo code NATION25. Trade deadline's a draining day. Even if you're a fan, you're sitting on pins and needles trying to figure out what your favorite team is going to do. That's exhausting. I get it. Order DoorDash tonight. You don't need to be cooking. It's a Friday night. Dash that for the win with DoorDash. So we talked a little bit about some teams we're expecting, or maybe just flat out should be active here in the next little bit. Just to wrap up the waiver news today, Frank says no new names placed on waivers, which means Tony DeAngelo, Brendan Lemieux, Antti Ranta, the trio from Carolina, have all cleared. Jordan Osterley in Calgary and Evan Cormier in Florida have also cleared waivers. So you got the guys that are claimed, you got the guys that are cleared, and no new pieces on waivers today as well. One team that's been quiet today, guys, but kind of held the keys to the deadline for the weeks and months leading up to today, March 8th. It was Craig Conroy and the Calgary Flames. He offloaded a whole bunch of pieces. Noah Hannafin, obviously Tyler Toffoli, that was back over the summer when he shipped him to New Jersey, but Elias Lindholm, Nikita Zadorov, Chris Tanev, the list goes on. And what they were able to bring back was a pretty decent collection of futures. And I think we got a board here that can show exactly the draft picks they scooped up and now how many they have over the next 3 years. Colby, when you look at the premium collection of assets that Conroy had, and you look at what he was able to turn them into, was it enough in your mind to jumpstart a rebuild or retooling, I guess, in Calgary?
Well, look, when I read Frank's tweet, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, where he, excuse me, laid this out, I was blown away. I really was. Because I would say, yes, if you look at this board and you look under difficult circumstances, you've got to remember something. A lot of these players were able to have a lot of say in where they were going based on, what they were willing to accept. Were they willing to sign an extension? Were they not? I think Craig Conroy has done a phenomenal job. And when you look at that asset pool that he now has, and you think about the fact that they're going to build a new building in Calgary, I think the timing of this couldn't be better. I think they're going to rebuild the next couple of years. They're going to use these picks. Maybe they don't use them all, like we've now talked about. Maybe they go out and fill some holes. They've played better. The more they've traded away, the more they've played better. They get a big win over Tampa Bay last night. But I think under difficult circumstances, he's done a phenomenal job, and I think it'll time well with the opening of their new building.
Carter, you think Flames did enough here?
I think it's awesome what they've done too. At this point, with holding on to Markstrom, I don't know if it happens now or it happens in the summer. This is a team that's just won 6 of 7, right? A team that was supposed to be going the other way after they made these trades. And that's something I don't know if people totally see. You see the stars get moved out, but sometimes that just gives guys an opportunity that have been waiting in the wings, right? There's a lot of talented hockey players that don't get their chance, right? I find that was the biggest thing for me over my career is the bottleneck that happens in the American Hockey League is guys that learn how to play quicker and play defensively and be better on the side of the puck to get them in the NHL, right? So now all of a sudden your stars get moved out, and this is an opportunity for other players to come in and maybe get some more minutes and get that opportunity that they don't know. And now, again, managing expectations changes everything. This is a team that not much was expected from. They have Jacob Markstrom, who's been playing well. So if he gets moved out, now you have Dustin Wolf, who is ready. I've touched on this before. We had Frank. I was on a show earlier on Daily Faceoff with Frank, and you just like he's played a ton of games. Like, what else does he need to do in the American Hockey League? The American Hockey League is very close. I played in both. Almost at times harder to play in the National Hockey League because of that unpredictableness of guys still learning to be better at defense. So I love this pick. They are loaded up. I think they have a future in their 22-year-old goalie, and Vladar is a great backup or not, can manage minutes as well. So it'd be interesting if they can get him moved out away Markstrom right now, but the future looks bright in Calgary, and all they need is a new arena, and then so that Saddle Dome is ready to fall over anytime soon.
You need a hard hat to go watch a game at the Dome these days. All right, we are getting pretty close to the final 45 minutes here of the show. So let's take one more trip through Frank Seravalli's top 50 trade targets that we began the day with. Tyler Toffoli was number 1 on that list. He is gone to the Winnipeg Jets from the New Jersey Devils. The 3 names remaining in the top 5. Jordan Eberle, of course, signed a new 2-year extension with the Kraken. So you have Riley Smith, Max Pacioretty, and Pavel Buchnevich. It really feels like Riley Smith and Max Pacioretty would be the 2 that are trending more towards being locks to be moved here. I know Smith has some term. Pacioretty, obviously, a pending UFA. Buchnevich, the Blues could very easily just hold on to, and the market for him could actually be bigger at the draft when you look at how tight teams are to the cap. Numbers 6 through 10 on Frank Seravalli's board. Nick Dowd in Washington, him, Frank Vetrano, Jacob Chychrun, Johansson, I guess, as well, but he's not in the same level. Those are 3 guys here who they have term. So again, are what I call them locks to move ahead of the deadline. I think with that element of term, these teams could hold them and see what they get at the draft. Matt Dumba, the lone pending UFA in this next batch. He comes in at number 8. Number 11 on the trade targets board, that is Oh, maybe I won't get it. Maybe I'll talk to you guys a little bit more about the pieces with term. Oh, there we go. Now 11. Tyson Barrie is in there. Jason Zucker goes from the Coyotes to the Predators. Eric Brandstrom at number 13, youngish defenseman in Ottawa. Jake Allen off the board, the lone goalie moved so far today. He goes from Montreal to New Jersey at 50% retained for a conditional 3rd-round pick. Jacob Markstrom, who you just talked to, is at number 15 on the board. Number 16 on Frank's list, Alex Nedeljkovic, another one of the 2 goalies still in the top 20. Carrier in Nashville, Savard in Montreal, Okposo in Maroon. Okposo's in Florida now. Maroon is a Boston Bruin. That rounds out our top 20. Next up on the board as we continue, I want to give everybody the full top 50 here as we gear up for what could be, crossing our fingers, a wild finish to our deadline show. Connor Dewar in Minnesota, Mikael Granlund, 1 more year, $5 million left on that deal. Scott Perunovich in St. Louis. Alex Barabanov in San Jose. I would imagine the Sharks are going to try sell off a little bit more here, but we will see. Warren Fogle, if the Oilers need to execute a salary cap dump to grab another big piece, Fogle could be that guy at number 25. Moving towards the back half of the 20s, Eric Johnson, he gone from Buffalo to Philadelphia, who currently occupy the third spot in the Metropolitan Division. Mike Hoffman, Arthur Kaliev, Colin Blackwell, and Scott Lawton. Lawton kind of fitting the mold of, again, the Dowd and the other names like Vetrano who have term could still have a market in the summer. No rush for Philly to move on from him. Number 31, Jack Roslovic. Dom Kubalik at 32 in Ottawa. Not having a great year with the Sens by any means. Provorov with term in Columbus. Who the hell knows what they're doing? Jordan Greenway in Buffalo. Tessier at 35 is the third Blue Jacket of this crew. Coming in at number 36 on our board is Capo Kakinen. Again, a goalie that maybe would be an interesting buy low spot for a team looking for a little bit of insurance. Elvis Merzlikins, he's expensive, and he's got a bunch of term. I have a hard time envisioning a world where he finds a new home in the next 45 minutes. Now, Tony DeAngelo in Carolina, Connor Brown in Edmonton, goalless on the year, but league minimum $750K because that bonus doesn't count until next season. Luke Kunin is another Shark as, again, they continue their teardown in San Jose. 10 more names to go through here. John Merrill, Andrew Peak, Kevin Hayes in St. Louis. Again, term, Brett Kulak is the second Oiler on the board. Capo Caco, we just talked about the Rangers. Maybe that's a piece they would have to sacrifice if they're going to do or make a big splash here towards the NHL trade deadline. And the final 5 names, you got Kevin Labanc, another San Jose Shark, Nick Jensen and Justin Hall, a couple of D-men with term, Linus Ullmark. That would be a stunner if we saw Linus Ullmark moved, and Trevor Zegras rounds out Frank's top 50 list. I don't think it'll happen today, guys, but because he's the name I said last, Trevor Zegras. What do you make of the talk that the Ducks could potentially be interested in moving on from him? Carter, is Zegras a guy you can build around?
I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Zegras, but maybe that's the old school in me. I feel like he was anointed right away. He got the EA Sports. He's got all the stuff. And I just feel like he plays game as a lot of fluff to me. Just a perimeter guy that has a lot of skill that is overly. I don't think he's going to go in the tough areas. So, again, I just find sometimes I struggle with the newer generation where they get the keys to the castle right away. So, for me, obviously he has a lot of talent and there's a chance for him to get better. But I just don't know if he's a guy that you can build around in that sense, right? I like Mason McTavish a lot more. I think there's more depth there. I think they have a lot more value where maybe he's a piece that moves out and you're keeping Frankie Vatrano because of that leadership of being more of a pro at this point. So I don't know what teams are going to want to give up to Zegras. I feel like the experiment's been a bit costly. I know it's pretty with what he can do with his Michigan moves and the puck handling, but for me, it's all fluff.
Colby, your thoughts on Zegras? Is he a cornerstone franchise piece that maybe some touted him to be when he first got to the league?
Well, I'm certainly not going to call him a franchise piece by any stretch of imagination, but he is a player who possesses some very high-end offensive ability, and he can score quite a bit of points. And you look at his cap hit, that's kind of what I'm looking here. I'm pulling it up. He makes $575 for the next couple of years, and then he remains under team control after that because he is a young player. So when you factor those things together, I do think this is a player that can learn and develop. I think the offensive skills, the flash, sure. The personality, sure. But we also all sit here and we complain every day. The players don't show any personality. The league can get boring at times. And then here comes a player. Yeah, he might remind everybody of Jeff Spicoli, but he brings on this personality. He's not afraid to try shit. And we all talk about how he's too soft and he's not this and he's not that. So I'm not ready to write off Trevor Zegras. Do I think Pat Verbeek sees him as part of the future of their rebuild? No, I do not think. Getting to know Pat Verbeek a little bit over the last couple of years, very little. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like I know the guy super well, but I don't think he would be part of his plans. But I do think, okay, he could help a team. You could bring him into a locker room with veteran players, with guys who have won, okay, with guys who can teach him how to be a good pro and how to fit into a team. And then you look at the offensive ability, the way he can help your power play, the things that he can do that other players can't. I'm not ready to write him off. Do I think he's a franchise cornerstone? No. Okay. But do I think he's an elite offensively gifted player or talent at least? Yes, I do. And I want to give this guy more of an opportunity around a veteran group of players with guys who have won and guys who can teach him and drag him along a little bit before I sit here and I completely cast him aside and say he's not really anything but glitz and glam and Michigan moves.
Yeah, it's interesting. To me, I look at him again. Very good player. I think his star has grown bigger than his talent is. And I just look, will he ever be a 90+ point guy in the NHL? I'm not sure if I see that. And I think with how big his stock is just because of his name and because of how popular of a player he is, I think you might have to pay him like he's one of those guys. And that's just where the disconnect kind of comes from me with Zegras and his relative value. Go ahead, Cole.
Well, but if you're only paying him $5.7 million for the next couple of years, right? And
I'm worried about the next contract.
Okay, no, but that's where I'm going with this. He's injured right now and he's not playing. Okay, he's probably going to get a big slice of humble pie if he does get traded. All right, so he goes into a new situation, and let's say he's a 65-point player at that point, 70-point player. Okay, which I think is pretty realistic for him. What are you really realistically going to have to pay him? $8 million? When the cap by that time is hopefully $10-15 million more than it even is today. So I think there's a lot of time before you have to worry about that, Tyler. And if we've seen anything, and today is a great example of it, general managers like making decisions when there's a deadline. They don't like doing things too far out in advance, right? It seems like the minute we put a deadline on something, it gets done. Don't deal with a problem that isn't a problem today that might not be for a couple of years. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, fair enough.
No,
Colby,
I
we're going to let you.
I don't want to sell him down the river either. Too early. I agree. I think of myself too. I remember Frankie saw me when I was in Philadelphia right out of college as emergency backup, and I wasn't nearly ready for the NHL. And, obviously goalies take different time, but I made it kind of full time at 26 and spent 10 years in the NHL. So I don't want to sell this kid short. I think me just being the bitter old man that I am at times, just the new age NHL, but I just think he's got to get bigger and stronger, and he's got to show that commitment to the Anaheim Ducks or wherever he goes that he's committed to getting better.
All right, Colby, we're going to let you step aside and make sure your two dogs have not murdered each other throughout the process of our show. We're going to head out to the Tim Hortons guest line. It's brought to you by Roll Up the Rim. It's back for Tim Hortons' 60th anniversary. You can play on the Tim's app to win prizes like a daily cash jackpot of $10,000, the all-electric Volkswagen ID4, a sun-soaked Hilton getaway. And guess what? It's on now until March 31st. You got the whole month to download the Tim's app and play. Let's bring in the newest member of the New Jersey Devils, goaltender Jake Allen, joining us on the show. And Jake, your name had been in the rumor mill for so long. When you finally get the news that you're moving on and you're going to New Jersey, what's going through your head? What emotions are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been ongoing for me since I think November probably. But as part of the business, and usually at the trade deadline, things always wait till the last minute. I mean, sort of the last couple of weeks and the last 24 hours, things get a little bit hectic, a little bit busy. And yesterday came to realization that there was a real potential of me moving on from the Habs, and excited for the opportunity to go out to Jersey, play on a good team, that working with a goalie coach that I'm familiar with, and can get my game back to where I think it can be, and enjoy this group. So looking forward to it.
Snake, obviously great having you on. Good seeing you, my man. Obviously, I'm used to sitting on the bench while you were playing. So, for me, honestly, I think you redefine yourself. I think we touched on that a bunch. Me and you talked, our time in St. Louis, and then you got moved out of there. And I feel like you backed your game up. What did you change in your game to start having more success? And I think we touched on that earlier when me and you have talked about, you took that contract in Montreal knowing the team wasn't going to be good. You kind of signed early, just knowing you were going to be with a team that was younger. What did you learn being with a younger team, and how you changed your game to, be where you're at now?
Yeah, it's been, I think up until this year, obviously this year's been a bit more difficult with the rhythm thing with the three guys, but it's not here nor there. And, it's at the same time, I think just understanding that it's not always going to be perfect, especially in a situation, when you're in a young rebuilding team. And I think the team's done a really good job to grow this team in the last couple of years, and real bright future here in Montreal. But for me, it's playing deeper, playing simple, playing narrow stance. I think that was a big change for me that I made in St. Louis, was trying to get back to the narrow stance, change my game, made me more patient on my feet, maybe more patient on my edges. And I think that's one thing I want to, get back to, really instill in my game, the habits and the details over the next, next month in the playoff push here with the Devils, and get back to my game to where, I know it can be. I think it's been up and down a little bit this year, but I think there's a good opportunity here to go there and straighten that out, get some rhythm, get some games, and, meet the guys.
Just looking at the work ahead for yourself and your new Devils teammates, it's going to be a tough playoff push here over the final 22 games. You were obviously a part of a cup run earlier on in your career. The last few years with Montreal, maybe not quite as in the mix as you'd like to be. Is it kind of rejuvenating for you to sit here and be like, man, we got a shot to get into the big dance here with a strong stretch drive?
Yeah, it's exciting. Every new opportunity is exciting. If you don't see it that way, then I don't know if we should be going there. So for me, it's an exciting challenge, not only, as a group, but individually for myself. It's a great opportunity to go there and try to help this team as much as I can, and get to where I need to go. And hopefully if I can take care of myself, individually, collectively, it's going to bring the team success, and see where we go. I know it's been a crazy couple hours here. I haven't really got off my phone. I haven't really talked to any of the guys from the Devils yet, but hopefully I can get down there as soon as possible once the paperwork gets done, and help these guys have a playoff push. But I'll be watching the big game tomorrow.
Well, I feel honored that you answered my text, buddy. I know we spent a lot of time together and we're still good friends, offside the rink. But, for me, obviously I got traded from Arizona to Toronto. It was a different deal. I was on the IR. It was kind of just a cap space move where, are you paying attention to this? Like, did you ever think it might be Jersey, or, you were tied to Colorado? Is that something you kind of paid attention to, or is it just something that kind of came to fruition today?
No, I've known Jersey's had a little bit of interest for a while. So for me, it, wasn't overly new. I knew they've poked tires a little bit before. So I think that's obviously your agent's job to keep you in the loop a little bit on that. And I'm not a guy that needs to be call my agent all the time. He'll call me when something's important. So I got a couple of calls the last couple of days and said, maybe this could happen. Then yesterday I got a bit more serious one with the Devils, and, it sort of transpired over the last, 24 hours here. And, here I am, a Devil. So, I understood the situation in Montreal. We all did. There was 3 goalies. It was tough. We have 2 really good young goalies there that deserve a chance to play and a chance to grow. And at the same time, me 33, going to be 34 this year. It was just a situation that I was in. And, but at the same time, this gives me an opportunity to go to a good team. Played against a lot in the last couple of years and see what they can do. And excited to be part of it.
Last one I got for you, mentioned you haven't really chatted with any of the guys yet. Anyone on that New Jersey team you're excited to be back on the same side with? Or are you just sitting here being like, hey, it'll be nice to not deal with Jack Hughes coming down shooting on me in games anymore?
Yeah, that's true. It's it doesn't matter what team like Hutz can say it. There's always guys on the other team that doesn't matter what team you go to. You're like, thank God you're on my team now. It's whether the guy's a fourth liner, but he shoots a puck a million miles an hour, or he's a skill guy. He's like, thank God you're on my team now. And, they have so much talent up front, and obviously with Luke Hughes on the back end. And it's just exciting. I think it's exciting to go to a group like that has the potential to, to take to the next level. And I personally don't know any of the guys on the team. So I'll go there, and it's going to be a lot of shaking hands and get to know guys quick, but looking forward to it.
Well, Jake, obviously I appreciate you coming on, and, send Shannon and the girls the best, and best of luck in Jersey. I'll be watching, and keep your phone on, because I might be looking for free tickets at some point.
No, I know you will.
Thanks, Jake.
Right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. The newest member of the New Jersey Devils, Jake Allen, joining us on our Tim Hortons guest line. A Roll Up the Rib to Win is back for Tim's 60th anniversary. Download the Tim's app today to play. And as we move off of that, Carter, just quickly, in Montreal, he was a guy who played with a couple of younger goalies, and Sam Montembeault, and then especially Caden Primo. He's going to New Jersey now, where he will be tasked with getting this team back in the mix, but also there's a couple of kids there, and Akira Schmid and Nico Dawes. What can you maybe say about Jake Allen at this stage of his career, being a bit of a even mentor? Maybe that's part of the value here for New Jersey.
Yeah, again, I think just at a low cost, it's someone that can come in and help these guys. And just again, like I touch on it a lot. I don't want to be like, I know I've talked about predictability too many times today, but at the same time, he's a good pro. You know, he takes really good care of himself. He's a quiet guy. Like he talked about, we got 3 goalies. He's a family. He has 3 kids, and he's telling us that he doesn't even talk to his agent about it. He just goes about his business. He controls what he can control. And what a great example for him to go into New Jersey and deal with these younger players, right? I was tasked with that role. I've been in different leadership roles. You know, earlier in my career, I was just fighting to survive, the fear of it. Then all of a sudden, I became that veteran. I became the guy that was going into to be serviceable and to help lead these younger goalies. So I think it's just a low risk at this point, right? They still need to figure out what they can do. And I think with extra term on his deal, it's not a horrible thing. I don't think he's the end all be all by any means. And he's the first one to go there and, talk about getting out of a rhythm this year. Playing with 3 goalies isn't easy, but I think him going to Jersey, getting a chance to play some more minutes, he's going to find his game. He's going to play well. And at times in Montreal, there's been flashes of brilliance with him over the last few years. Even the year that Montreal made their cup run, I think a lot of people forget about how valuable he was leading up to playoffs. He could arguably be their MVP to get them there where Carey Price was out. So there's a lot of value there that you just can't define by a stat sheet. So I think this is a great trade, and Tom Fitzgerald knows what he's bringing in when it comes in, a guy like Jake Allen.
Moving along on the 2024 Daily Faceoff Live trade deadline special, we are up over 65,000 across all platforms. If you're watching on the YouTube, this is not a one day a year kind of show. We are live noon Eastern, Monday through Friday. Myself and Frank Seravalli. Carter Hutton gives breakdowns of starting goalie matchups every single day. Whenever there's a big slate, Carter breaks it down on our YouTube, and Colby, Cohen, and Johnny Lazarus have Morning Cup of Hockey, 9 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Thursday. So make sure you are subscribed over on the YouTube. Before we bring back in Colby, Carter, I wanted to take a peek over at the Betano Stanley Cup odds with you, our friends at Betano. The game starts now at betano.ca. This is your first trade deadline over on the media side. So I'm going to give you my little bit of rookie hazing, Carter, and I'm going to make you make some enemies out there. When you look at this top 10 on Betano, Edmonton, Florida, Colorado, the Rangers, the Canucks, the Stars, the Jets, the Bruins, and the Carolina Hurricanes. Give me the biggest fraud of the bunch. We're 30 minutes until the deadline. We're starting to get a sense of who will and won't make moves. Make an enemy, call someone a fraud.
I honestly, if you would have told me a couple of days ago, I would have said the Winnipeg Jets. But I think right now that fraud for me is that Vancouver Canucks team. I'm just not sold on Thatcher Demko and his experience and what he's done. And I know everybody loves the Vancouver Canucks, but I am just not sold on them being able to adjust to playoff hockey. So that is a team for me that I'm not going to be welcome out in Vancouver, but that's okay. I'll be asleep by the time they start bothering me.
Sports betting with fast withdrawals and cash out. Great odds for live betting with live streaming and live scores. Please play responsibly. Betano.ca. Oh, look at Colby. He's in the chat. Colby's chomping at the bit to get back in the show. Colby, the Canucks frauds, you buying or selling?
Well, first off, that's like inner family fighting right there, calling out Thatcher Demko, because Carter Hutton, myself, Thatcher Demko, all represented in our playing careers by the same sports agency there. So, you're throwing darts across the dinner table right now. Carter, your phone's going to be blowing up. Jordan Newman's going to be on the line wondering what is going on in your head right now. But look, it's just hard to say with the Vancouver Canucks because they're not a playoff tested team. And Frank and I have bickered back and forth about the importance of losing in the playoffs and cutting your teeth. And Carter's talked about playoff experience left and right over the last little while. And I might have to agree with him, not because of Thatcher Demko, though, because I am riding that train. And I think we got something more important than what I'm saying. Go on ahead, Tyler.
No, we do, Colby. Not that I don't value your insight, but when Frank Seravalli says he's got something, we want to hear it on the Wendy's Insider Cam. Frank?
Yeah, so not a huge thing, but I was totally thrown off by the trade of Andrew Peeke to from Columbus to Boston in exchange for Jacob Zaboral. And the reason for that was, if you've watched Andrew Peeke, or more importantly, since he's been a healthy scratch for almost 40 games this year, if you haven't watched Andrew Peeke, who's a minus 43 over the last 2 seasons and was trending towards a buyout this summer, how or why exactly were the Boston Bruins taking on 2 additional years of Peeke at $2.75 million? In this case, there's a 3rd round pick included in this deal. So the 3rd round pick is going to the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Yeah.
So it is Peak in exchange for Zaboral and a 2027 3rd round pick. My brain is exploding on this trade. I do not quite understand it. And more than that, from a cap perspective, our friends at Cap Friendly are confirming that the math does not add up. The math is not mathing on the Peak for Zaboral deal. So something else is likely in play for the Bruins.
Yeah, let me do my Brian Windhorst meme here for you. Let's connect the dots here. The Bruins maybe not quite done yet. I love that our friends at Cap Friendly got the scoop on the numbers not quite adding up as well. Thank you to Frank. We will let you continue to get to work because there's 26 minutes until the deadline. Let's take a look at the clock. 25:18. We are getting down to the end. Carter and Colby. Let's try to predict a little bit here. That's always fun. Let's speculate. What could the Bruins be getting up to here? They might have to shed some salary.
Well, you look at their lineup, Carter, as I'm pulling it up on Daily Faceoff. Maybe you want to go to Cap Friendly and you approach it from that way. But now you're starting to wonder about a little bit of a logjam on the back end because they also have Derek Forbort, who's listed day-to-day right now. They have Hampus Lindholm, who Jim Montgomery said he might play in their next game. He's not 100%. And so right now you just signed Parker Wotherspoon to an extension. Mason Lohrei looks like a full-time NHLer. So I count 9 defensemen now on the back end for the Boston Bruins when Lindholm and Forbort are back. Now, I don't know if the Forbort thing is a little more serious. It sounds like he's day-to-day based on what they're telling us. So let's say a week from today, the Boston Bruins are sitting here with 9 defensemen as it stands. I don't think you're sending Mason Lohrei down to finish the year in Providence. He's just been too good on his recalls. So maybe we revisit the idea of Matt Grzelcyk is getting moved out. I don't know. I don't have an insight to that, Carter. I just know that name has constantly been put out there for the last couple of years. And look, I love watching Grizz play. He's a BU guy. I always ride with my BU guys. There's plenty of them on that back end for the Boston Bruins right now, but something clearly up in Boston.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's obviously there's only so many seats at the table here, Colby. And, for me, I don't know what the move is. If him going out and brings in someone up front, that can play in the middle, it's going to be interesting down the stretch here. I know they have 2 good goalies, but I always love the idea of maybe a goalie getting moved, but I just don't see how you do that when you have the 2 of the best that can play well with each other. But at the same time, if you're going to have one play in the playoffs and you have another goalie that could be a huge asset sitting on the bench, I just always think there's always a bit of a storyline there. And on the D pairing, they look good last night. And like you said with Lohrei, he looked really good last night. Watching him, I'd be lying if I told you I knew a ton about him, but watching him last night, I was working a game and he was awesome. Very impressive, especially playing against a high power offensive team. I know the Leafs were on a back-to-back last night, but he was calm, cool, collective, and he's definitely playing with a lot of poise. So something he can build off of it. And this team's going to be tough to beat. I think the way they play under Jim Montgomery with so much layers of defense, it's so hard to get in on these guys, and these goalies are so protected. So if you have a guy that is going to be predictable and play well in the back end, I like this Boston team too. And they're definitely one of those teams that you never know what they can do when they get in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely not as strong down the middle as they were last year, but they've been getting great contributions, even from a guy like Charlie Coyle this year. The slack he's picked up has been incredible, and we'll see if it's enough for them to survive come playoff time. The one thing that you would think would be a strength for the Bruins, even though it wasn't last year in the playoffs, if they handle the goaltending better, Carter, you would imagine that's going to help them a lot in a best of 7.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be quick to go with, if it's not working, go with someone who's hot, right? And that's something that's going to be important. And Swayman looked really good last night, and those are 2 games this week against the Toronto Maple Leafs where he was rock solid. And I like the answer in between by Allmark. Allmark was great as well. And, they've fumbled as of late. They had a lot of games going overtime, giving up 3, giving up 4, and not typical Boston Bruins hockey and typical the goaltending we've expected. But I feel like these guys thrive off each other. And I love the healthy competitiveness to this group. I feel like for the longest time, when I was a kid growing up playing hockey, I always thought I had to outplay the other goalie or be better, to get more time. And obviously comparing it to when you're a kid to the NHL is not much different, other than the fact there's a lot more pressure and money and things involved in it. But at the same time, when you learn that you're not competing against your goalie partner, you're just competing with yourself, there's so much more room to grow as a person, as a teammate. And I think Linus Ullmark and Jeremy Swayman has like defined that to a T. I think it's a great story, the way their friendship is. And for me and Linus didn't get to do a lot of hugs after game because we didn't win very much in Buffalo, but it's great to see what they've done there. And I love what this goalie duo can do for the NHL, and let alone, Boston in general.
But let me just ask you a question, because I don't think we talk about inner lineup competition quite enough, and how, especially I think in your bottom six, it can really bring out the best in a team when you have guys you can move in and out of your, third and fourth line, or maybe your bottom D pair. But just out of curiosity, like in net, wouldn't they be pushing each other though and competing with each other, because knowing like I've got to bring my A game because there's another A quality goalie that's ready to step in? And I'm not saying that puts them down each other's throat, because Swayman said as of last night, he's basically become one of my best friends, and I owe as much of my own success to him as anyone. But I would just think that competitive guys like that would pull out the best in these types of guys and in these types of situations. And I would think it would be competition.
Colby, I swear, Frank only breaks them while you're talking, but I got to cut you off again. Frank's got something on the insider cam. Frank?
It's deserved, Colby. Don't worry. I would say, another top 10 guy off the board. You knew that he'd be on the way, given what we were talking about, but sources say defenseman Matt Dumba is on his way from the Arizona Coyotes to the Tampa Bay Lightning. So it's been an interesting deadline, not just for the Yotes, but also for the Bolts. They've been involved in salary retention. They're trying to stay in the mix, trading for Anthony Duclair. And so we'll see what happens here in terms of what that lineup looks like. But Matt Dumba on his way from Arizona to Tampa, working on the details.
Thank you, Frank. Final year of his deal with a $3.9 million cap hit. We'll see if there's any retention and what the Bolts had to give up in the process. Let's go back to Carter and Colby. Tampa Bay beefing up a little bit. What an interesting team to try get a read on, because they have just early in the year when they struggled, there was the general sense of like, hold up, once Vasilevsky's back, this team will kick it into high gear. And even though Kucherov, remarkable year, Hedman, offensive bounce back season, they've struggled to gain any sort of momentum. And now here at the deadline, they pick up Duclair last night. They pick up Dumba now 20 minutes before the deadline. Colby, what do you make of this Bolts team? Do you think they got enough in the tank with these small adds to be a team that'll be a tough out, or could maybe go on a run?
I'm never counting this team out. And I made a comment earlier in the show that you can't just flip a switch. Well, if there is a team that can flip a switch, it would be the Tampa Bay Lightning. And that's because of the experience in the core group of players. And, I don't want to forget about Stamkos and Point and Kucherov and Cirelli and Hagel and Nick Paul and Sheary. I mean, they still have a ton of talent. Now, my issue with them, it's been their back end. Since Sergachev went down, Darren Radish, okay, who is a guy who's really just broken into the NHL last year, is playing on the top pair with Victor Hedman. That's a big ask, those types of matchups, for a guy who's still learning how to play in the NHL. And he's a good player. He looks like he is a good NHL defenseman, but I think you'd love to see Radish move farther down your lineup potentially, or balance things out a little bit. You still have Chernak on that second pair, Nick Perbix on that third pair. Calvin DeHaan, who I think has been kind of a steady journeyman the last number of years in his career, he's on the second pair. So I think this just gives them a little bit more safety on the back end. An NHL caliber defenseman who's played top pair minutes, who's had top pair matchups. And I think that helps you big time filling that hole. While he's not clearly Sergachev, but I think it helps you plug that Sergachev hole just a little bit, Carter, and maybe bail out Vasilevsky with a little bit more help.
Yeah, and and for me, touching on Vasilevsky, I know there's like Sergachev being out is a huge hit, especially him missing so much time and then coming back and having a tough injury. And I feel for him, because that's not easy. But for me, it's Vasilevsky this year. He just hasn't been, the Vasilevsky we've come to be used to. He's showed flashes of brilliance. I think last night was a tough game at home. I thought they weren't great against a Calgary Flames team who you think would be depleted and, defeated at this point, especially that's a big game on home ice and they just laid an egg. But for me, I think it's the mentality now in Tampa Bay. You still have Kucherov, you still have Stamkos, you still have Point, you still have Hedman. You have these guys that are playoff bound and they have experiences. They have, everything, one of the dynasties of our time that we've got to see. And it's the chip in the chair mentality for me. When you have Vasilevsky in net, you can get in the playoffs. And if this guy gets hot at the right time, I don't think there's a team in this league that wants to face that guy when he gets going in the right direction. So, it's one of those ads. It didn't cost a lot. So it's just knowing that you still have those pieces in place where, maybe we get in and who knows what we can happen with Vasilevsky in that.
Looking at the clock behind me, gentlemen, closing in on the final 15 minutes of the deadline. Big shout out to everyone on the YouTube and the Twitter. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hammer that subscribe button. And a big shout out to all you who've been watching commercial free all day since 11 a.m. Eastern time. And also to all of our friends watching on the Game Plus network. We will be going live until 3:30 Eastern. So the deadline will hit. We'll do about 30 minutes of recap as well. So to everyone watching on Game Plus, you can look forward to another 30 minutes of bonus coverage of this 2024 Daily Faceoff trade deadline special. Guys, again, creeping closer and closer to that buzzer going for the deadline. Of course, deals can always happen after. Let's quickly rattle through the top 20 on Frank's board, some of the bigger names that we're still looking at ahead of the deadline. Riley Smith in Pittsburgh. One more year on the deal, $5 million cap hit. Pittsburgh does have one more retained salary transaction that they could potentially do. Would they burn that on Riley Smith with one more year? That could be a big question we'll get an answer to soon. Max Pacioretty in the final year of that one-year deal with the $2 million AAV. He's currently a Capital. He's got some trade protection. Where could Pacioretty end up in the next 15 minutes? Pavel Buchnevich with term in St. Louis, certainly far from a lock. He goes anywhere. Could definitely see him still having a ton of value in the summer. To number 6 on the list, that would be Nick Dowd. Again, term. Ryan Johansson, term. Not locks to go ahead of the deadline. Matt Dumba at number 8 goes from Arizona to Tampa Bay. Frank Vetrano at number 9. Jacob Chikrin in Ottawa at number 10. He's not a UFA until the end of next season. Number 11 on Frank Seravalli's board is Tyson Barrie of the Nashville Predators. Felt like one of those guys that was just going to be a lock. Nashville can get whatever they can get for him and in a way do right by the player, find him a new home. No news yet on Barrie. Jason Zucker, he's going to Nashville from Arizona for a late round pick. Eric Brandstrom's the second cent on the board. Jake Allen, who you just heard from about 30 minutes ago on the show, he's the newest member of the New Jersey Devils. Jacob Markstrom comes in at 15. Let's get back to our Wendy's Daily Faceoff Insider Cam. Sorry, gentlemen, got to stash you off to the side because Frank Seravalli's got some details for us.
Two things. One, the trade return for Matt Dumba. It's Matt Dumba and a 2025 7th round pick going to Tampa in exchange for a 2027 5th. So for what that's worth, late picks and no salary retained there. So as we're counting down 13 minutes to go until the deadline, some details here. Sources say that all caps, I'm doing this as I type, winger Max Pacioretty is staying in Washington.
Wow.
So he was number 3 on our trade targets board, and he is not moving.
How surprised are you by that?
Fairly surprised. I think there were a number of teams in the mix today. I think Washington wasn't in a position where they felt like they had to move him. And part of it was about fit and control as he held the full no move clause. And there you go.
Interesting.
It wasn't a guarantee that he moved. He was a guy that was just starting to heat up this season. And yeah, the Caps, they kind of feel like they could still potentially sneak into that 3rd spot in the Metro.
All right. There you go. Max Pacioretty staying put in Washington. That's Frank Seravalli on the Insider Cam. Brought to you by Wendy's. How about this for a deadline deal? $3.49 for a 6-piece chicken nugget meal. They are delicious. Wendy's nugs are top tier. Wendy's is also letting you win real prizes, real food prizes with the Daily Faceoff Survivor Pool this year. Head to dailyfaceoffsurvivor.com to find out more. You could be in the mix for that season-long prize of $5,000. Download the Wendy's app and score yourself 150 bonus reward points on your first order. Let's grade a trade and bring back Matt Larkin into the mix. Larkin, give me some grades here. Let's break something down.
Okay, it's a C+ for everybody involved. It's a pretty inconsequential trade, Tyler. For Tampa Bay, I get it to a point. You need to replace Mikhail Sergachev. And bringing in Matt Dumba, it kind of reminds me of bringing in Zach Bogosian years ago, someone with a first-round pedigree who has underachieved, who has fallen upon hard times with injuries. He's still going to help you because he has that veteran experience. I do think it's a bit of an awkward fit. He's a right shot, and you have Eric Chernak on the right, you have Nick Perbix, and you have Darren Radish on the right. I think they need more help on the left, so somebody's going to have to slide over for that deal to work. I think Dumba's not the same player he was even 2-3 years ago. He gets caught out of position a lot because he likes to go for the big hit. It's exciting, but I think he gets into bad situations defensively a lot. The offense is kind of evaporated from his game. So I think it's just okay. I don't fully understand the fit on that depth chart. For Arizona, C+ again. It goes back to what I said earlier about Bill Armstrong with Jason Zucker. You're getting something, literally anything. It's a pretty small return to 5th-round pick a few years from now, but hey, you'll take it if you're the Coyotes.
For the Lightning, I mean, the reason why I don't hate this, you have the LTIR space and you can't take it with you, right? Like, burn it. And you had to move down a couple of late rounds, and Frank Seravalli has one. So, Matt, I'll let you go. Thank you. Trade grades brought to you by Botano. Frank on the Wendy's Insider Cam.
That's right. We were wondering, how will the New York Rangers handle this deadline? And the answer is they swung big on a few different pieces, including Jake Gensel. I think they took a legitimate run at Max Pacioretty today, and they are landing Jack Roslovic from the Columbus Blue Jackets. Roslovic pending UFA. That's in exchange for a 2026 mid-round pick. And look, Roslovic is an extremely talented player that is also a right shot. You could see him, filling in on that third line, and someone that really has a lot to prove. A guy that really not that long ago, 22 goals, 45 points for the Blue Jackets in 2022, has been one of the more inconsistent players in the NHL over the last few years. He was part of that Patrick Laine trade not too long ago, and just a Columbus kid you were thinking going home would live up to the expectations, and that has not been the case. So they end up with Jack Roslovic in Manhattan.
All right, there you go. Rangers make a move. Thank you, Frank. We are sitting, as you can see behind me, under 10 minutes until the NHL trade deadline. So let's go back to the main panel, brought to you by DoorDash, Colby Cohen and Carter Hutton. Let me throw a little hypothetical your way, gents. If Jack Roslovic is the only ad for the Rangers, this deadline is blank, Colby.
Disappointing. I think Johnny Lazarus is probably sitting in his Alexis Lafreniere jersey in his bedroom right now with tears streaming down his face as Frank reported that Max Pacioretty is not on the move, because I think they all were hoping to see that. Look, I think Chris Drury last year, took the Grand Slam approach. It didn't work out. And I think at the end of the day, making a bad deal is not the way to go either. It didn't seem like there was anything out there to do. I personally think they could have called up Othman from Hartford, and that would probably have more of an impact to play him for the next 3-4 weeks, other than a guy like Roslovic, who I don't think is much of a needle mover. I actually like Wenberg a little bit better, that they brought in a couple of days ago. So I would just call it an underwhelming day for the Rangers. And for Rangers fans, I would say it would be more than underwhelming, and it would be very disappointing.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't think there was a move out there to be made, though, too. It could be one of those ones where, sometimes the best trade is the trade you don't make. And, it's hard to force it, especially in this market, if something wasn't there for this Rangers team. But again, this Eastern Conference, I just don't know, this Metro division, there's still a chance. I like what Carolina did. I still take Carolina over the Rangers at this point after what they just did at their deadline, especially with getting Freddie Anderson back. I think in that, I give it to Igor Shesterkin, to push this team over the top if he can get hot. But at the same time, I just don't see that Atlantic Division, those Florida Panthers, having any trouble with this New York Rangers team. So it's going to be interesting, I think, how it moves forward. I think it's going to be set in stone here. Rosovic can come in, and he's done well at different times. He's showed flashes of brilliancy over his career. But for me, I definitely don't think this is a huge address to this New York Rangers team.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I like the point you made, Colby, with Brendan Ottman. When you look at what a guy like Logan Stankoven's doing in Dallas, if you're the Rangers, why would you not sit there and be like, we can do that. That could be us.
It's a really good point. Stankoven is nobody's talked about the Dallas Stars deadline acquisition over the last week other than Tanev, but how about Stankoven, who's come in and scoring almost a goal a game in the NHL, playing top 9, small, fitting in right away. I would have rather seen them go to Othman, give him that opportunity, give him a couple of weeks in the top 9. At times in his first call up or two, he was playing on the 4th line. That's probably not conducive to his skill set. Really see what you have and see if he's a guy who can help you moving into the playoff run. And maybe they still will do that, obviously allowed to make recalls after the deadline. But again, I've got a number of group chats. My co-host on Morning Cup of Hockey is a diehard Rangers fan. I'm surrounded by Rangers people in the hockey world just about every day of my life. And I know they're all sitting there quite disappointed right now in the moves that the New York Rangers made today.
Yeah, and we'll see. Maybe Chris Drury's got something up his sleeve as we move towards the end of the deadline. We're under 5 minutes to go. Boom, we just hit the 5-minute mark behind me on my mega clock, which I continue to move out of the way so people can see. Interesting stuff in the Eastern Conference here as you look at who's added and who's subtracted so far. I mean, we'll do winners and losers. Okay, quick. Frank Seravalli on the Wendy's Insider Cam. Frank, what do you got quickly?
Yeah, maybe some disappointing news for you, Tyler, but the Edmonton Oilers are done. This is the time of day when we start to cross some teams off of our list who's not making any more moves, and Edmonton has gotten their shopping done. It's Henrique, it's Carrick, it's Troy Stetcher, and that's it. So just passing along as I get it.
All right. The Edmonton Oilers and Ken Holland done their deadline shopping. So, I mean, I'll handle this from an Oilers perspective. I like the move for Henrique. I think Carrick is a fine depth add. I think Stetcher is a fine depth add. The way I set out the deadline throughout the last month or so on Oilers Nation every day was I felt like they needed 3 pieces, 2 forwards and a D-man. I said you needed an A piece, a B piece, and a C piece. I'm coming away from this deadline going, Henrique's an A piece, Carrick is a C piece, Stetcher is a C piece. He should be your 7th defenseman, no B piece. And that leaves, I think, a lot of Oilers fans, it will be leaving a lot of them feeling pretty disappointed here with the way the deadline worked out, especially when you look, Winnipeg got 2 A pieces. Vegas went Mantha and Hannafin, made big ads and stayed hungry. Colby, do you think Oilers fans deserve to feel disappointed, or are they maybe understating the value maybe a guy like Henrique will end up having?
Well, look, I think it's natural for fan bases to have a little bit of disappointment. I'll remind you that they did go out and bring Corey Perry in. I don't know, what was that, about a month ago, Tyler, or maybe a little bit more than that. I don't want to be off on my timeline too much, but you add a guy like Corey Perry. You do add Sam Carrick, who gives you a little bit of jam on your 4th line. Look, I actually like Troy Stetcher. Okay, I like the fire that Troy Stetcher plays with, the competitiveness that Troy Stetcher played with. I watched him back to his days at North Dakota, and I know we're going back a little bit, but that burning desire, that championship, mentality and pedigree is something that I think goes with a player. Leadership qualities. Again, he's an undersized player who can get the puck into the hands of the guys who make all the money in Edmonton. And I think the Oilers having a little bit of competition for Kulak and maybe Desharnais on the back end of, hey, look, if you're not playing at the top of your game every night, we do have another option in Troy Stetcher. So I think that overall they made solid decisions at the trade deadline, but I'll go back to this. When you have Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, you shouldn't have 1st-round picks.
Hey, sorry, we got to cut this off. Frank, Insider Cam.
This one is a whopper. Bob McKenzie, the GOAT at TSN, reporting that Tomas Hertl is heading to the Vegas Golden Knights. Did not see that one coming. Tomas Hertl was not on anyone's board. The San Jose Sharks had one salary retention slot left. We were all curious, would it get used? How would it get used? So much term remaining on that Hertl deal at almost $2 million a season. Fascinated to see the cap machinations here from the Vegas perspective, but man, this is one of those ones on trade deadline day. We always say you never really know what's going to come at you. It's everyone, in the chat, trade deadline sucks. It sucks. And then all of a sudden every year at 2:00, there's something that pops, and this is it. So this is why you watch. This is why you work. Bob McKenzie reporting Tomas Hertl to the Vegas Golden Knights. And one quick thing too, the Winnipeg Jets are getting defenseman Colin Miller. We talked earlier in the show about the Devils and two pending UFA defenseman, Colin Miller going to Winnipeg for a mid-round pick. There you go.
All right. Miller to Winnipeg, but whoa, a stunner. We'll let Frank get back to work to grind out the details on some of this. So, yeah, that is a holy crap kind of moment here on the Daily Faceoff trade deadline show. We are in, let's see the countdown ticker. It's expiring any second now. We are about to hit the NHL trade deadline as I bring back in my main panel of Carter Hutton and Colby Cohen. Gentlemen, 3, 2, 1, tick, 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 tick. You heard a beat behind me. Deadline's over. Tomas Hertl is a Vegas Golden Knight. Carter, I'll give you the first word. Wow.
How and wow. Again, Vegas, just unbelievable. I think the best was the meme I saw Kevin Nash in the WWE where he rolls up in the wheelchair with the broken leg and he's Mark Stone. He rips the blanket off and gets out and starts wrestling. So this is wild. What they do in Vegas is unbelievable. Adding a player like Tomas Hertl is a game breaker. He can win you hockey games on a team that is already star-studded. I don't know where he fits in this lineup, but anytime you can add a player like that, it's amazing. This is a great, great add. Vegas is looking to run this thing back, and they just made a huge splash.
Well, look, you've got Barbashev up on the top line right now, Carter, with Jack Eichel and Marcia Zoe. You've got Mantha on the second line with Stevenson and Carlson. Either of those guys would be candidates to move down your lineup, maybe into the third line. Wow. I've got the Daily Faceoff website up right now, and I'm looking at this forward group. What an embarrassment of riches for Bruce Cassidy. You add Mantha, the size, the straight line speed. You add Noah Hannafin, this year's prize defenseman at the deadline. And then at 157, here comes Tomas Hertl. Wow. This is why Vegas is great. And this is look, Tyler, this is the criticism of Ken Holland right now. Okay. Why not think about today and today only? Because that's what Vegas is doing. Because they're going to have a cap problem in the offseason. No doubt about that. But you know what? They're going to deal with it in the offseason. They're not thinking about that. They are thinking about another big shiny trophy, okay, and more cup parties on that Las Vegas Strip. How exciting. Bruce Cassidy is probably doing jumping jacks right now. He's got to be absolutely thrilled in Vegas.
We were sitting here wondering, oh, wow, could they make a big splash for Buchnevich? Are they in the mix for Riley Smith in a reunion? And they just go and blow the doors off it by getting Tomas Hertl from the San Jose Sharks. An in-division deal. Again, keep it locked. The second Frank has the news on the return, we will pass it along to you. But that is...
Are you okay? I'm worried about you because it seems like someone just rained on your parade right now, Tyler. Are you going to be okay? Is the office in Edmonton okay?
Yeah, I worry about everyone sitting out in that main room right now. For me, just the hockey brain in me, I'm looking at cap friendly. I'm looking at the assets Vegas has. I'm looking at San Jose moving on from Hertl. If they keep money, it's keeping money forever with this guy. Would Vegas even have the assets to make it worth keeping a significant chunk of money for that long? it's a mind-blowing deal to try wrap your head around in real time right now. I quite honestly can't believe it, man. This is a Vegas team, and we looked at the cup odds. If you want to head to Botano right now, I think it is smart money to take Vegas at 10-1, Carter, because their odds are going to skyrocket.
That was the first thing I thought about, was that Stanley Cup board you sent me earlier. Not even on that board. Now look at them now. This is a good buy. And with their goaltending too, they have two good goalies that can play well. And man, I might come out of retirement if they needed me. They could win a cup with me in that with this lineup. You know what I mean? Like, they just need someone to make sure they can get their gear tight and get out of the rink on time. This is a great hockey team, top to bottom, and it's got to be excitement in Vegas. Now I just got to convince the old lady that I need to go watch a game here.
Yeah, no kidding. It could be potential long playoff run. And again, like, for a team that has been sputtering now for the last 14 to 20 days, barely putting together 2 consecutive good hockey games at any point. And what does that management do? They say, don't worry, we got you guys covered. We'll go give you Noah Hannafin. Oh, look, now you have a blue line with Hannafin, Pietrangelo. If Martinez is back for the playoffs, obviously you can't forget Shea Theodore. Like, that top 4 is unbelievable.
I mean, it's insane.
Hag, like, then give us AB. Give me the forward lines here for Vegas. Like, again, Marchessault, Eichel, Barbashev. Now you're what? Going to run a second line that's Manta, Stevenson, Hurdle? What team can handle that in a best-of-7 playoff series? They will grind you down, and they'll grind you down to a paste, man. It's wild to now see how, again, transformative. Even, like, let's just go through maybe they're not doing anything funky with Stone. And I should say they're not doing anything funky with Stone. Let's say he doesn't come back for the playoffs. Doesn't matter. Hurdle in this forward group still makes them one of, if not the best.
But how about this, Carter? If Stone does come back, okay, let's look at the other side of that. Now you've got what? Nicholas Waz out of the lineup, a guy you lean on. Like, Carlson goes down to your third line. Where's Eichel going with Stone? Like, it's
crazy depth. And I just think from a goal, I'm sitting here as a goalie not far removed from the league, going into games where I've played in situations where, like, okay, we're going into Tampa Bay. Okay, who am I watching out for? Who am I being, awareness when teams step onto the rink? Who's on the ice? There's obviously the power play, but we're talking 5-on-5 hockey where your top 3 lines, there's 7 players that can beat you from anywhere, that are goal scorers, that have depth, that have value. So it's just the challenge of just kind of trying to match lines with the Vegas Golden Knights heading into the playoffs is going to be an absolute challenge moving forward. This depth is awesome. And then that's not even talking about their back end, the depth they have there. This is just up front, the challenges that it's going to face trying to match lines with this Vegas team now, adding Hurdle right now at the deadline.
Daily Faceoff Live trade deadline special is brought to you by DoorDash. 25% off, 0 delivery fees on your first order of $25 or more. Just use the promo code NATION25 to take advantage of that. We are cruising here. The deadline is passed, but if you're watching on the YouTube or on Twitter, commercial free, big shout out to the nearly 90,000 of you tuning into the program right now. We're also live on the Game Plus Network, and we will be right up until 3:30 Eastern time. We heard, again, one of the things we're going to be tracking, not just the Thomas Hurdle news. He is a Vegas Golden Knight. If you're just tuning in, other things we're keeping an eye on, which teams are coming in as officially done. That will start to come over the next few minutes here. One team, Frank already reported, the Oilers have closed the computers. The laptops are shut, pencils down. Edmonton is set. Vegas, obviously, certainly not. Man, guys, honestly, I'll just be honest. This Hurdle thing has blown my mind. I can't concentrate on like anything else. That is just such an absolute stunner to come in right now. But anyways, any other teams you guys are looking at and going, boy, like, just for the sake of their fans, even, I'm hoping they got something coming in late. Carter?
I'm not too sure at this point. I know we touched on the Rangers. I think they're done, but for the Leafs, I would have liked maybe seeing one more piece, just to solidify that, just with the star-studded power they have at front. I know they've added a few pieces on the back end, but just not a difference maker. So I think they're really counting on, in that Leaf land, Domi and Bertuzzi in that bottom 6, getting to that playoff level where they can really adjust and help the core 4 up front make a difference. So that's kind of the team that I'm watching, because I've been watching them closely this year. And I just think with Austin Matthews, they just haven't done enough to push this team over the top, especially in the Atlantic Division, where I would put the Bruins clearly ahead of them and definitely the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, I think those
Colby?
are all fair calls, Carter. Here's a team I'm kind of curious about because I didn't see them do anything today. That's the New York Islanders. And right now they've got 70 points. So they're 2 games. They've got 2 games in hand on Tampa, and they're 2 points behind. They're 4 points behind the Flyers with 2 games in hand. They're on a West Coast road trip right now with many winnable games. I believe Johnny Laz on our show said they should easily win 4 out of 6 when he broke it down. And for once, I actually agreed with him because he was saying something that wasn't nonsense. So I'm just curious, like, they didn't seem to be at all active today. They didn't seem to want to bolster anything today. I don't remember seeing anything come across the board for anything that they did. Obviously, their big deadline move or was probably Patrick Waugh, bringing him in and putting him behind the bench. But, you always wonder to see if a team's going to give a little bit of help, Tyler. And I don't remember seeing the Islanders do anything. Here's a question that I have for you, Tyler, and this might be more of a Frank question, and maybe if he can get to it at some point. Did anything ever ended up transpiring with Phil Kessel? Because I think if I understand the rules correctly, he would have had to sign today, wouldn't he have, by a certain time? And maybe Frank's letting us know right now. So Phil Kessel never signed with the Vancouver Canucks. I think everybody just assumed that was basically a done deal, but obviously it did not work out. They did not sign him. So that was a question that I had. So I would just assume that's probably the end of a really impressive career for Phil Kessel, a guy who's just done so many different things and been such a fun personality, kind of on and off the ice, the whole Phil the Thrill and the hot dogs and the hair and the jokes. So if it is it for Phil Kessel, hell of a career for him. He's a USA hockey legend, an incredible goal scorer, a winner. And it's sad to see that it didn't work out for him there in Vancouver.
All right, the trade deadline has passed. We're about 10 minutes post deadline now, but remember, deals can continue to pour in. Back up at Central Registry, whatever you want to call it. Trades can still come. We're going to keep hunting down the return on Thomas Hertl, as he is a Vegas Golden Knight. We ended the deadline season with an absolute stunner. Colin Miller also, just because they kind of got lost in the shuffle there. The Devils and Jets hooked up for their second trade of the day, veteran defenseman Colin Miller going to Winnipeg. As we wait for those results and a few other things, we might have one more guest joining us on our Tim Hortons guest line as well. But let's go back through the top 20 here and look at who has or hasn't been moved yet. Starting in the top 5, Toffoli from New Jersey to Winnipeg. Riley Smith at number 2. Nothing yet. Max Pacioretty, as Frank reported, staying put. That's why we grayed out his name. Washington holding on to the veteran winger. Jordan Eberle re-signing 2 by 4.75 at the Kraken. Pavel Buchnevich is the big name winger with St. Louis, who comes with term. Nothing on that front so far. Numbers 6 through 10 on the list that have not moved. Dowd, Johansson, Vetrano, and Chychrun still not traded. Again, all 4 of those guys coming with term. Matt Dumba from the Yotes to the Bolts. It is Dumba in the 7th to Tampa Bay for a 5th rounder. They continue to eat up the LTIR space that they had with the Mikhail Sergachev injury. Number 11, Tyson Barrie. Again, waiting. Would be surprising, though, if Nashville didn't find a taker for him. But again, that contract could very well have been a sticking point. Jason Zucker goes from Arizona to Nashville for a late round pick. They absorb his entire contract. Eric Brandstrom in Ottawa still on the board. Jake Allen joined our show earlier on in hour number 3. He goes from Montreal to New Jersey. So the Devils, some would say similar to the coaching change, maybe a little too late. Jacob Markstrom still on the board in Calgary. 16 through 20 quickly to wrap up our recap or our look back at the top 20. Alex Nedeljkovic having a good season in Pittsburgh. Alex Carrier, David Savard, those 3 still on the board. 2 veteran forwards who did get moved. Kyle Okposo from Buffalo to Florida getting a chance to play playoff hockey. Pat Maroon from Minnesota to Boston. He goes to a playoff lock in the Bruins and will chase a 4th career Stanley Cup. So there's your look back at Frank Seravalli's top 20 of the trade targets board. It was a list that went 50 deep. And boy, we sat still for a lot of today, gentlemen. It was by no means a riveting, action-packed deadline, but some of the deals we did get were substantial, including the one at the very end between two Pacific Division rivals in the Vegas Golden Knights and the San Jose Sharks. Outside of that hurdle move, Colby, did anything else surprise you today in terms of activity? Was there one of these moves that, like for me, I really didn't expect the Jets to go out and make another significant splash. Them getting to Foley is a clear sign that Kevin Cheveldayoff, he's turned over a new leaf. He's aggressive now.
Yeah, I think that was one that caught me off guard, but I think maybe one that caught me off guard that didn't happen, and I gave a pretty strong opinion on why I thought Frank Vatrano should be traded earlier in the show, but I thought that was a little bit of a miss. I really did. I thought, maybe you go out, you trade Vatrano, maybe you try to pick off another team's top prospect or top 5 prospect. I think Frank has had a phenomenal season, but you look at his career in total, and you look at the payday he's probably heading towards with this good season in this environment, like Carter has talked about a little bit in other situations, you're playing with house money in Anaheim, right? It's a stress-free environment. You're able to, cheat for offense. You're not expected to win. So I just thought, maybe his value would have been at its highest, but also everything we've seen and heard about today was that it was much more of a buyer's market and not quite a seller's market. So maybe it's a deal that happens in the off season. But ultimately, I thought someone would overpay and try to bring in Vatrano because of the hot hand, Carter. A little bit surprised that it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think there's just value in holding a guy too, right? In that sense of, you trade a guy who is a goal scorer. He's proven it year in, year out now. You get him. It's not like you can just go replace him easily in free agency. And you want to have a competitive team so these younger guys get a chance to, show what they have and stuff like that. So I think it's one of those ones, it's a trade you didn't make, but at the same time, maybe it happens in the summer, maybe it happens later, or worst case, you end up with a good goal scorer on your team that guys can learn from.
Just got to hop in quickly. Frank has the hurdle return. Let's go to the Wendy's Insider Cam. Frank?
Yeah, so we were waiting on that return for Tomas Hertl, and Darren Dreger nailed it as he usually does with connections in Vegas. And it's David Edstrom, their 2023 first-round pick, a first-round pick in 2025, a third-round pick in 2025, and a third-round pick in 2027. And the San Jose Sharks are retaining 17%. They're retaining 17% for 6 years. It's almost $8 or $10 million in real cash that they are retaining on their cap. So they have Tomas Hertl for 6 years retained salary, Erik Karlsson for 3 additional ones, and Brent Burns for next year at 2.7. So if you're playing along, not only can the San Jose Sharks no longer retain any money this year with the deadline passed, but all of next season. So a significant return for the Sharks to be able to get off of Hertl's contract, a significant cap addition and price paid by the Vegas Golden Knights, and just an overall fascinating transaction. 6 years of Tomas Hertl at the age of 30 takes him to 36. So this is a whopper. It's on top of the Hannafin deal. We mentioned the idea of what the Golden Knights would be looking at for their cap picture moving on. I made this joke earlier in the week. The Vegas Golden Knights would run over their own mom if it meant having another chance at winning a second straight Stanley Cup. And so that's what they're doing. First round picks, future prospects, don't care. Cap situation next year, don't care. Let's try and chase another Stanley Cup. You love to see the aggression from the Golden Knights. And just a quick thing, there's so much percolating, and it's always fascinating as deals continue to trickle in here after the 3 p.m. deadline, what didn't happen. But multiple sources say the Boston Bruins today had a deal on the table to send Linus Ullmark to the Los Angeles Kings that did not cross the finish line. I don't know what the hangup was. I don't know if the Kings were on his no trade list. I don't know what the situation was, but apparently that was also a bit of a doozy of a deal. So lots of stuff to dissect and calls to be made, but lots of fun going on too. So give it back to you guys. Tomas Hertl, Vegas Golden Knight.
fascinating to hear about deals that potentially didn't happen. We'll hit on that with Carter and Colby in a bit, but one more trip to the trade grades board with our boy Matt Larkin. It's brought to you by Betano, sports betting with fast withdrawals and cash out, and great odds for live betting with live scores and live streaming. Play responsibly, must be 19 years of age or older. The game starts now at Betano.ca. Mr. Matt Larkin, a doozy, a bomb to end the day from the Bob Father. Let's slap some grades on this thing. Kelly McCrimmon in Vegas, Mike Greer in San Jose. Link up for a blockbuster. How are you grading it out?
Oh, baby, Tyler, let me just let my heart rate return to normal. This was fun. And I'm just hearing the Star Wars Imperial March in my head for Vegas right now. Dun, 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 dun. It's awesome. These are villains. I love it. And I love seeing the complaining out there. To me, it's just jealousy. It's whining. Half the league is operating in LTIR, people. This is not just a Vegas thing, but it's sort of pinned on them that they are these masterminds. Tampa Bay did it when they won the Cup. Chicago did it the year Patrick Kane broke his collarbone. A lot of teams do it. So I just love the idea that there is this rising superpower villain that is drawing the ire of everybody around the league. That's just the emotional element of the trade. The actual hockey element, I love it for Vegas. It's an A+. I don't think we have to look at it through the lens of the future. That's not what Vegas is doing. These are the defending Stanley Cup champions. They are stacking their roster. You're now in a scenario where I guess Nicholas Waugh is going to be your fourth line center. William Karlsson is going to be your number 3. This team is just absolutely loaded up the middle. I assume we're going to get to see Thomas Hertl coming back from that knee injury relatively soon because he needs to get broken in and get acclimated to this team a little bit before the playoffs start. But obviously it just increases the likelihood that we're not going to see Mark Stone until the playoffs start. At the same time, Tyler, can you fake a lacerated spleen? I know people love their conspiracy theories. I'm not buying it. I think Vegas is just managing everything brilliantly, and they send out David Edstrom. If you look at the history of Vegas's prospects, how many have they kept? I think Brendan Brisson is the only one left among their first rounders, whether it's Zach Dean, whether it's Nick Suzuki, Eric Branson, the list goes on, Cody Glass. They just don't care. I know I'm rambling, but there's a lot to process here, Tyler. So I love the idea that Vegas is just operating in the present, which is what so many GMs are afraid to do. What are you in this business for? You're trying to win the Stanley Cup. That's what Vegas is doing. I respect it a lot. A+. If you look at San Jose perspective, I agree with what Frank said. The salary retention, that's a lot of retention for 6 years. At the same time, you're still moving off 83% of that cap hit, which was north of $8 million. Thomas Hertl is quietly, it feels like he's younger. He's 30 years old already. So San Jose, to me, they're continuing to transition into a true rebuild. You get a good prospect in a first rounder, Edstrom, good two-way center, good size. That's a nice building block. You get another first-round pick. So I think you have to commend the Sharks for moving in the right direction as well, recognizing they had an opportunity to move a key piece, but to really get some building blocks going forward. So that's a B+ for San Jose, factoring in that long retention. A+ for Vegas. Again, big rant here, Tyler, but this is a big trade to process. You got to give me my space here. That's the grade. What do you think, sir?
I agree with you, man. I love Vegas's F it, we ball attitude, man. Like, how can you not? If you're a Golden Knights fan, why do you care? Like, I know like Pittsburgh Penguins fans right now are sitting there going, oh, look at the hurt we're going through. But it's like, no, you got all those rings. You wouldn't trade those rings for anything. If you're Vegas, there's hurt coming. Sure. Cross that bridge when you get there. For now, enjoy these runs and enjoy a GM who goes for it every single step of the way. I do like that San Jose found a way to get some big assets as well. I do think that is a very, very important part of this. To Matt, you did a fantastic job today with trade grades, man. Really enjoyed having you on the show, and thanks for doing all these.
You're a machine, Tyler. Great job today, buddy.
There's our managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff, Matt Larkin. Let's get back to our main panel one last time with Carter Hutton and Colby Cohen. Carter, yeah, we've broken down the Hertl deal significantly now. Frank dropped that nugget. The Bruins had a deal on the table for Linus Ullmark. In your eyes, would it have been a mistake or a good move to part ways with Ullmark? I know the package would have obviously been a determining factor here and all of that, but do you think the Bruins would have been wise to move on from Ullmark ahead of the deadline?
I don't know. That's a tough trade to give up. I know there's always the fact of the way Swayman plays, and he's been playing really well as of late. But, for me, Linus Ullmark is such a star goalie, and he still has room to grow. And it's one of those ones where, I spent 3 seasons with Linus, and I think he's really matured into the individual he is now. And, he's a family man too. So I think there's obviously he had that no trade or modified trade clause in his contract. And I think the last thing he probably wanted is to rock the boat with his family, with his young kids, having to be moved. And at the same time, he probably loves being a Boston Bruin, which he shows. He wears it on his sleeve. He's a emotional guy and a guy I became great friends with, over my years playing with him. So it's one of those ones, I guess the return is something, without that trade happening, I think it's going to be one of those ones we're going to look back after the playoffs and be like, if it was a trade where maybe they could have got rid of him because Swayman played minutes, or, it could come to the fact where Linus Ullmark could be the goalie that carries them to a Stanley Cup. So it's one of those ones I think we're going to have to reflect on in the moment. But right now it's just wild to think that he was even out there and available to be moved and know how aggressive the Bruins were trying to be.
And again, confusing stuff going on with the Bruins and their cap picture right now. So we're going to wait to get some clarity. Maybe they have one more coming down the chute here. Colby, I want to ask you about that Ullmark nugget that Frank gave us. But from the flip side, this would have turned the Kings, in my opinion, from a bubble team, like bubble cup contender, to a legit cup contender. They might look back on this as the one that got away. That would have been unreal.
Yeah, it certainly would have, because you're getting a number one goaltender in the NHL, and those guys are few and far between. And then you have Talbot, and that looks like it could have been a really good duo. Maybe some sort of 60-40 split between the two. We saw how good Talbot was, at least in the beginning of the season. But I'm just kind of curious, like, what would have been going back, because we've talked about the center position for the Boston Bruins, the fact that they were looking for more help offensively. You got to think for Ullmark, you're bringing back a legitimate roster player type of move, and potentially even a prospect on top of it, depending on how good the roster player might have been. I mean, Alex Laferriere is a young guy, played at Harvard. So, Don Sweeney probably watched him quite a bit playing at Harvard. Pure speculation there on a guy that he might have liked, but you look at the tradition and the history of Don Sweeney and players that he's brought in. You look at all the BU players on his roster. You look at Swayman is a Hockey East guy. That's a main guy. These are guys that are in his backyard, guys that he probably gets a lot of viewing on. And I know a lot of other GMs in the league, like Alex Laferriere, who's in his first season in the NHL. So I think it would have been a good decision for the Boston Bruins, because at the end of the day, once you get to the playoffs, yeah, I think you need a 1B, but I don't think you need two starting goalies to win in the playoffs. You need a good, legitimate number one with a serviceable backup who can come in like Scott Darling did for the Chicago Blackhawks at times for Corey Crawford in those playoff runs. So it certainly would have been a bombshell of a deal. I wonder if it was connected to the Andrew Peak thing and the math and this and that. Maybe there was a third-party broker involved. Look, the cupboards are a little bit bare in Boston with prospects and draft picks. So maybe that's what they were looking to recoup. Who knows? But ultimately, it would have given us something to sit here and riff about for the next 45 minutes or an hour, and keep Tyler from being able to go to the bathroom or eat for another little while.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit in that regard as well, but we're slowly moving towards the end of the show. We might have a couple more trades trickling in here as we continue along with the program. I don't know if Frank's going to hop onto this one, but I did see that he just tweeted. It's a smaller move, so I can pass it along real quick. The Minnesota Wild have traded Connor Dewar to the Leafs in exchange for a mid-round pick. So not to steal Frank's thunder, but I know he's working on a lot of things behind the scenes right now. So just wanted to quickly get that across to everybody in the chat. Connor Dewar to the Leafs from the Wild, a pending RFA out of the Minnesota Wild, a guy who can slot into that Leafs bottom six and give them a little bit more center depth as well. It is 3:37 Eastern time. We're 27 minutes post deadline, and as you can tell by what I just said, still some deals trickling in here on the Daily Faceoff trade deadline special. Not only streaming live on the Daily Faceoff Twitter and YouTube, remember, hit that subscribe button, but also on the Game Plus network, who we are very excited to team up with today on NHL trade deadline day. 4th round pick in 2026, the return for Connor Dewar. Let's keep cruising along, gentlemen. And you know what? I think Aaron, our producer, who's done an unbelievable job today handling all the different things thrown his way. If you have the Betano Stanley Cup odds, can we maybe flash them up just really quick one more time? Then I want to float a question out to the guys, because where I wanted to go, what I had written in my notes, the last segment of the show, I was going to say flash up the Betano Stanley Cup odds, and then I'm going to tell you guys who you think improved their odds the most over the deadline. And you look at this, and guys, can you make a case for anyone but Vegas? Maybe give me who's second on your list of who improved their Stanley Cup chances the most so far with their deals at the deadline. Doesn't even have to be anyone on this Betano top 10. It could be anyone across the NHL. Putting Vegas aside, who else did the best work today, Colby?
It's probably the Carolina Hurricanes, I would say. Bringing in Jake Gensel, bringing in Evgeny Kuznetsov. And look, I had to kind of make a quick split-second decision, because I do want to continue to say that as good as Vegas did over this last couple of hours, I still think the pieces Colorado added were substantial. They got Sean Walker, they got Trennan, they got Middlestat. I'm forgetting one other trade that I'm pretty sure that they brought in, but they made a lot of substantial moves as well to really fortify their group. And they already have the top end superstars. They already have McKinnon and Rantanen. Landeskog, hopefully skating, will be back. So I would say, it may be second place after Vegas. I would say it's a coin flip between the Carolina Hurricanes and the Colorado Avalanche. Carter, I don't know if you're riding with me on those two or if you think a little differently.
No, I like what you're going with there. I like Carolina for sure. I think as I look at this board, I start to view like a little bit off the board, right? Lower down teams. You got to think about the Winnipeg Jets adding Tyler Toffoli. That is just another added element on a team that has already had a lot of success, moving forward. Obviously, Vegas not being the powerhouse they are now, adding that depth is going to be, tough to deal with. I think there's a few teams that, stayed pretty quiet today. Obviously Bruins didn't make a move, but
just wanted to quickly hop in. I know we're getting close to the 3:30 Eastern mark. If you're watching on the Daily Faceoff YouTube or on the Twitter commercial free, no worries on that front. We're going to keep rolling with you as some deals break, but wanted to give one last shout out to our friends at the Game Plus Network for letting us broadcast on their platform today. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for picking up the extra half hour as well. We are going to let you go to commercial, but we're going to keep rolling here on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. Continuing along with the show as I think we have one more stop to make on our Tim Hortons guest line, actually. So Colby, Carter, I'll get your final thoughts in just a second here, but let's head out to the Tim Hortons guest line. It is brought to you by Roll Up the Rim to Win. It's back for Tim Hortons' 60th anniversary. You can play on the Tim's app to win prizes, daily cash jackpot of $10,000. That's just one of the great things up for grabs. A Volkswagen ID4, sun-soaked Hilton getaways. It's on now until March 31st. You can play by downloading the Tim Hortons app. Johnny Lazarus is the other half of Morning Cup of Hockey. Johnny, wanted to throw a couple questions your way because you're our Rangers guy. Scale of 1 to 10, how disappointed are Rangers fans in what Chris Drury did in this deadline period?
Well, first of all, Tyler, you've been killing it all day. I've been watching for the last few hours here, and you guys have been awesome. Frank as well, Colby and Carter. But yeah, I think there's a lot of disappointment in New York right now, just with all the buildup that Colby thought he was getting away from me today. With all the buildup going toward the deadline, I think a week ago, had you told Ranger fans we're going to get Gensel, I don't think anyone would have believed it. So last night when all that hype comes out, it just gets, people all riled up. And obviously last year we saw Patrick Kane come in. We saw Vladimir Tarasenko come in. And you're kind of expecting that sort of result on trade deadline day. But I think the biggest thing to take away from today is that the Rangers did get better. Are they the best team on paper in the East? No. But can they compete with Florida and Carolina, who are probably the two teams that are a bigger threat? I think so. That said, it is a shame a little bit because you thought you had a chance to really improve that top line with Zibanejad and Kreider. And it seems like Jack Roslovic will probably step in and be that first line right wing. I don't think it's worked out with Capo Caco. So I don't know if Roslovic necessarily moves the needle. But we've seen in years past where you bring in like a Vetrano, a Kopp, a Mott, a Justin Braun, and they get to the conference final as opposed to those bigger names. Sometimes it's the little moves that really end up helping out in the long run. So I'm not going to say this is a massive disappointment, but it's sort of a letdown, I guess, is the better word.
You don't obviously just cover the Rangers with Morning Cup of Hockey. You and Colby go all around the NHL. So let me end with this one now that the dust is settling on the deadline and you look at the Eastern Conference. Like in the West, it's apparent who the true contenders are, who the teams are with Stanley Cup aspirations. Out East, who's in your inner circle? Who are the true Cup contenders in the Eastern Conference?
Well, I think it's definitely Florida at the top. I think a lot of people, again, though, are sleeping on Tampa. We don't really talk about Tampa a whole lot in the regular season for whatever reason. They always find a way to ramp it up. Carolina, you can again say is a true contender. But I think Florida's in their own tier right now. And then you have like the Carolina, Rangers, and Tampa. And then, maybe the Red Wings, maybe the Islanders, Toronto as well, Boston. I mean, I think Florida's in their own level. And then if someone takes down Florida, the thing's up for grabs. I'll put it that way.
There you go. Johnny Lazarus, Morning Cup of Hockey, Monday through Thursday, right here on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. So make sure you're subscribed. You guys get unreal guests like Hawks GM Kyle Davidson the other day. Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. You can also read his work at Daily Faceoff. Johnny, thanks for doing this, buddy.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. Give Colby a big, nice hug for me.
Oh, yes, I will. A virtual hug. There you go. Johnny Lazarus on the Tim Hortons guest line, brought to you by Roll Up the Rim. It's back for Tim's 60th anniversary and bigger than ever. Download the Tim's app today to play. You only got till March 31st, so don't waste any time. Go get a coffee in you. I drank roughly 2 liters of coffee today and haven't gone to the bathroom in nearly 5 hours. Let's get back to the main panel of Carter Hutton and Colby Cohen. Gentlemen, as we work our way towards the end of the show, I would like to also point out Carter is somehow the only one who got food brought to him during the program today. That seems wildly unfair. But Carter, your first deadline on the media side of things, what did you make of sort of the ebbs and flows of working a 4-hour deadline show?
Honestly, enjoyed it a lot. I still got lots to learn. You guys are very knowledgeable when it comes to picks and the cap, and I'm constantly looking at my phone trying to check stuff. It's just weird being on the other side of it now, texting players that I've played with and getting stories. And, it's tough hounding guys because I've been on that side of it where people are looking for information. And I think it's just the way you go about it. And I guess it just shows my rapport I've had with people. So it's gone well. And honestly, I've enjoyed it. It's fun being on this side of it with less anxiety about how I feel about playing and the pressures that come with it. So it's fun to still be involved in the game. And, just there's lots of room for growth here for sure.
Colby, let me ask you a deadline related question to wrap things up. And AB, if we can maybe go back to the top 10 of Frank Seravalli's board here. We talked about teams and who you were surprised wasn't quite as active, who we liked. We did all of that. Riley Smith doesn't go. Pavel Buchnevich, Max Pacioretty, 3 names in the top 5. Don't go anywhere. I know Jordan Eberle got the extension as well. In numbers 6 through 10 as well. Nick Dowd, Johansson, Vetrano, Chychrun, bunch of guys with the term don't go anywhere. Out of that top 10, who are you most surprised to staying put?
Well, let me just start with who I'm least surprised with, even though that wasn't the question, and that's Jacob Chychrun, because his name has been on the trade board and at the trade deadline just about every year of his entire career. So I'm probably least surprised that he got traded. I would say maybe Riley Smith. I probably would have thought with the winning pedigree, the Pittsburgh Penguins would have looked to have made a deal. But at the end of the day, I've been pretty underwhelmed with the work from Kyle Dubas. I really have. I don't think that he got the best return for Jake Gensel. I was really curious as to why there was no ability to talk extension before. Maybe there's a handshake deal that Gensel's coming back to Pittsburgh in the offseason. We rarely see that happen, but maybe that would have been the reason there. I'm familiar with some of the prospects that are available in the Carolina system because they are Hockey East college guys that I do watch and I do their games quite often. So I just would have thought he would have been more aggressive after getting an return for Jake Gensel. I would have called it quality over quantity, quantity over quality. I would have thought he would have looked to have moved Riley Smith out and recouped something on him. So I would say that's probably my biggest surprise. Pacioretty, he controlled his own destiny, so less surprising there.
Yeah, I mean, you can throw the cap on me and call me Captain Obvious because they're the 2 higher names on Frank's board. But for Pittsburgh, if you're selling Gensel, you're selling. For them to not move on from Riley Smith here, even if it required biting the bullet and taking up a retained salary spot for the next year and a half, basically, I just think you should have done it and cashed in on that guy. Nothing's guaranteed. He's a little bit on the older side. Who knows what he'll even be at next year's deadline? If you could have gotten anything for value, I think the Penguins should have in this instance. And Max Pacioretty is the other one too, where I know the no trade clause, veteran guy, like there may have been other factors at play, but I was just surprised that, again, a team like even the Rangers didn't maybe back up a little bit more and try to make, maybe they did, but I'm surprised the Rangers didn't end up with a guy like Pacioretty. There were a handful of teams that I thought would have been a good fit. Carter, I'll throw this question to you to wrap. Who are you most surprised didn't go anywhere?
No, I think obviously maybe the hype with Jacob Markstrom. Obviously, it's nice to see a goalie get moved. Nedeljkovic was a guy. I'm really surprised Colorado didn't make a move in net. With the team that they have and the wear and tear that's on Georgiev, it's just something that I'm very surprised they didn't go out and find, a veteran guy to come in and help that team. So those are the ones for me. I know Markstrom was one that was, you weren't sure what was going to happen. And obviously the Jake Allen trade to Jersey, filled that void a bit. I guess I'm a little disappointed that didn't happen a few months ago for Jersey, but Colorado's the team for me that's a bit glaring. And the Philadelphia Flyers, again, not adding someone to protect Earson. He's a young guy. He's got a lot of weight on his shoulders, especially playing in Philadelphia, and he doesn't really have that veteran leadership behind him. So those are two teams I would have liked to add a little depth and experience to help out their goalies, but, we'll see what happens. I guess time will tell.
Yeah. All right. Continuing along on the Daily Faceoff live show, we set out for 4 hours, but off the top, I told everybody we will not stop until the trades stop coming in. So we are going to be men of our words, gentlemen. I'm not letting you go anywhere because Frank Seravalli says he's got a couple more irons in the fire, things he is working on. And maybe what we'll do here is just go back through the deals we did get today and do a little trade deadline recap. So while we wait to get a couple of boards up, I'll once again tell you today's show is delivered by DoorDash. Dash that for the win and check out the new Double Dash feature, which allows you to put a second stop on your DoorDash order for no extra delivery fees. Dash that for the win with DoorDash. All right, the move started this morning. Obviously, late last night, the Canes added Jake Gensel. They got right back at it early on with Don Waddell going out and getting Evgeny Kuznetsov from the Washington Capitals in exchange for a 2025 third-round pick. So the Canes add a couple of proven playoff performers and take a buy low risk on Evgeny Kuznetsov. The next deal we got in was a veteran forward in Kyle Okposo, the captain of the Sabres, going to the Florida Panthers. A 7th-round pick in 2024 that could go as high as a 5th-rounder and a D-man involved in the deal as well. Another veteran forward, a younger forward was on the mix. Ben Myers going from the Avs to the Ducks for a 5th-rounder in 2024. So Colorado had moved out a lot of mid to late round picks. They go and get one back for Ben Myers. Tyler Toffoli, the first real big splash of the day. He was number 1 on Frank Seravalli's trade targets board. He winds up in Winnipeg. So it's Toffoli and Monahan as the big deadline adds for the Jets. The Devils get back a 2nd and a 3rd-round pick in that deal. Continuing along, Pat Maroon was a veteran forward who we had heard rumbled along 20th on Frank Seravalli's board. He goes from Minnesota to Boston, late round pick, lower level roster player involved in that deal as well. Jason Zucker and his full cap it. That's significant in this. The Coyotes didn't keep any money here, and Nashville, because they could absorb that contract, they get him for a 6th-round selection. Continuing along with our recap here, Jake Allen, we had him on the show to talk about going from the Habs to the Devils. He's going to get a chance to play meaningful hockey down the stretch and will hopefully stabilize this Devils crease. Montreal keeps 50%. They get a 3rd that could become a 2nd-rounder as well. So again, big shout out to Jake Allen for joining us on the show. Eric Johnson, veteran D-man. Things weren't going great for him in Buffalo. He goes to Philly. Again, Philly in the mix in the playoffs. They're 3rd in the Metro. They give up a 4th for a little bit of insurance on the blue line. Things slowed down for a little bit at this point in deadline day, but we eventually got a couple more trades to wrap things up. Andrew Peeke, a head scratcher, as Frank called it. He goes to Boston for a 3rd-round pick in 2027. Important note there. And Jacob Zaboral. So the Blue Jackets add a couple of future assets there. And again, Boston, we might be waiting for something to come down the pipe there. Our friends at Cap Friendly talking about the dollars and cents that quite frankly, don't make sense. Matt Dumba goes to Tampa Bay. They eat up a little bit more of Sergachev's LTIR money. They get a 7th with him. A 5th goes back to Arizona in that deal. He is a pending unrestricted free agent. Couple more. Jack Roslovic, the loan move today from the Rangers. He goes from Columbus to New York in exchange for a mid-round pick. So a couple of Metro teams hook up on a deal there. The big one, Thomas Hertl, gets retained down at $6.75 million now for the remainder of that deal for Vegas. And it was a first-round pick and David Enstrom going the other way. We'll continue and circle back to that one in just a little bit. Connor Dewar for a 4th-round pick is the last deal that we have confirmed at this moment right now. The Leafs don't exactly stand fully still at the deadline, but they go and add Connor Dewar to round out their center depth a little bit. So there we go. We talked earlier, Carter, about some of the emotions going into deadline day when you're on the player's side of things. You talked about chatting with Kyle Okposo and his kids being upset he's no longer a Sabre. And then Colby, I just saw you posted the Marc-Edouard Vlasic crying emoji on Twitter. I mean, it is a tough day. We sit here and I go and I rattle off the conditions and the picks and the cap hits, but Colby, a lot of teammates today, man, who will be feeling it, especially in San Jose. Like, I'd imagine it's tough to be going into that Sharks locker room right now as a vet.
Listen, I think we always forget the human element of this, and Carter illustrated it perfectly when he texted with Kyle Okposo earlier about, you know, the family moves of all this. And look, I was traded one time, not at the deadline. I think I was traded in November or maybe December. It was right after my first NHL call-up. I play a couple games, and I'm on my way to practice, and my phone rings. Like, you're never really expecting it, especially as a young guy in an entry-level deal. You're new to pro hockey. You just spent 3 years in college working with their development team, learning about the organization, going to camp in the summer, Tyler, and your phone rings and it's your GM. Thank you for everything. We traded you. Well, when I first got that phone call, you know, this is pre-Twitter, right? There were no, you know, people breaking these things on Twitter before they happened, but I got the phone call from Greg Sherman, I guess was the general manager of the Colorado Avalanche at the time, not the guy who drafted me. And he originally said, we traded you, but I can't tell you where yet, because we haven't been able to get in touch with the other player or something. I don't remember it exactly, but I remember basically being told I was traded. And then I had to wait 5 minutes for another phone call to find out where I was actually getting traded to go to. So that was kind of, you know, my life, you know, pack up an apartment, got the car ready. You know, I had my my golden retriever Brady at the time. We put the TV and as everything we could fit. Ryan Stoa was my roommate at the time. I don't know if you remember Ryan Stoa. He was a Colorado Avalanche guy. Ended up playing a pretty long career out in the Continental Hockey League in Russia. But you know, you're up and you move. And I had a lot of friends on that Colorado team. My roommate from college, Kevin Shattenkirk. It was emotional. And then I go to the Boston Bruins. I go right down to Providence. I know one guy on the team. You never went to development camp with these players, rookie camps, this and that. So it was hard. It was emotional. I was fortunate to come back to the East Coast, obviously a place I was comfortable and familiar with, but it definitely takes time and it takes a human toll on you. And you feel like, why didn't these guys want me? Sure, someone else did want you, but in my case, it was a salary cap dump. They had to get rid of Matt Hunwick. He was making too much money. And they needed to clear room for Mark Savard to get back in. So it is a whole human side of it that's tough. And I'm sure you've got some stories too from your career, Carter, but I think people forget that. And that's why I think when you do see a player come to a new team, you need to give them a couple of weeks to settle in. These guys are living in hotels. They're without their families. They have to find a new place to have pregame meal. Meeting times could be different, power play, penalty kill, whatever. You're routine based in hockey, and all of that changes when you get traded. So if you're a fan of one of these teams that just brought some new players in, take a deep breath and give it 2 to 3 weeks here before you start passing judgment on these guys, because their lives have all been upended.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I go back and forth with it, right? I sympathize with the guys that have families or, even if you're young, you get moved out, you're trying to find a new routine. You're in a hotel. I remember when I was I signed with the Hawks. I was on the East Coast. I was in AHL Rockford. I was living out of a hotel. And every time we left to go on the road, I had to unpack my hotel room and put it in my car because they didn't keep the room for me when we would go on the road. And those were some of the times I played my best hockey, when my back was to the wall. But I also sympathize with the player, but at the same time, I understand the fan standpoint, right? You're making a lot of money, and this is the life we chose too. So I always walk that line as I help mentor younger goalies, or goalies are at a level now where it's, they're playing the OHL, NCAA, or in the minors. Like, this is the life you chose. And sometimes it's not going to be easy. Sometimes you're going to have to do stuff you don't like to do. There's an easy road and you could go and do that career, but this is what you chose. So I always kind of walk that line, especially because I've got to live both. And I think for me, because of my career and because of the way that I had to earn everything I got, not being a draft pick, not really being highly touted by any means. So I think there's a little bit of that sandpaper mentality where I come from in Thunder Bay, like blue collar. I went to work, and I always kept that in my perspective where, when I was making lots of money and I did sign big contracts and I was having a tough day, I would always draw upon those other people in my life that, were going to work doing things that, some of my buddies are, banging nails up when it's minus 30 out, and they're not calling in to complain about anything. So for me, dealing with these things, I always tried to keep that in perspective. So this is always one of those days that hits home with me, and how fortunate I am even to get a job like this. I get to sit around and hang out and talk hockey and be still involved with the game that I love and has granted me so much. So it's obviously a fun part being on that side of it, but at the same time, there is the human side of it, and your world can get turned upside down pretty quickly here today.
All right, gentlemen. This was a lot of fun to do today's deadline show with you, Colby Cohen and Carter Hutton. Both you guys, awesome work today. We were live for almost 5 full hours on the Daily Faceoff YouTube at different points. We had over 100,000 people tune into today's stream. So you too, Colby, thanks so much, man.
Appreciate you having me, Tyler. You're a champ, buddy.
Carter, great work today as well. Love the stories and appreciate you hooking us up with our guy, Jake Allen, as well. Great first deadline, Carter.
No problem. Least I can do. I used to keep Jake's gloves and skates dry when he was the best performer in Minnesota when we beat the Wild. So he owed me.
All right. Carter Hutton, Colby Cohen on our main panel. Big shout out to both of them for knocking it out of the park today. We're going to wrap up with one more stop in on the Wendy's Insider Cam. Their deadline offer is a good one. It's a win-win. $3.49 for 6-piece nuggets. Frank Seravalli. Let's wrap this thing up. You had one more trade in the hopper from the Calgary Flames. Did you want to pass that along quickly?
Yeah, it's a smaller one. The Flames are getting left shot defenseman Nikita Okadiuk from the San Jose Sharks. Whatever the Flames are paying their Russian scouts, it's not enough. These are the guys that the Flames have acquired in the last number of days. Nikita Okadiuk, Daniel Miromanov, Artem Grushnikov. Obviously they get it. They got Andrei Kuzmenko as well a few weeks ago in the Lindholm trade. It's been a steady stream of Russians heading to Calgary, but I say that in jest. It's been a really interesting last 8 months for Craig Conroy, who today, maybe an hour from now, and for the first time in his career as GM of the Flames, can breathe a small sigh of relief. I think there's maybe one other trade in the hopper. I don't think we're going to keep everyone hostage to work on that, but what a fascinating day. My jaw is on the floor. Did not hear, just full transparency, did not hear Tomas Hertl's name one time leading up to the deadline. And everyone, and this is what happens when you assume, but for a player north of 30 who's injured, by the way, making north of $8 million a year, no one expects that player to move from the San Jose Sharks. And so I give the Golden Knights lots of credit, not just the aggression that they show, but just the ability to think a little bit outside the box. We've got this LTIR space here. Let's use it. And they just check out the board that Stephen Ellis just tweeted out a little bit ago. I threw it a retweet, but I think they've got one of their first round picks in their franchise history still under contract, and that's Brendan Brisson. They are as aggressive as it gets. And by the way, speaking of the connection to the Flames, that 2025 first round pick that they got now slides to 2026. as part of the conditions in that Hannafin trade. So the nice thing, I know a lot of people were making fun of the Flames for that condition. The nice thing is it goes from being top 10 protected to not protected at all. So on the off chance that a team that has traded its first round picks like Candy somehow falls off the map in 2026, well, the Flames are potentially there to reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, I mean, that is something we've seen play out with different deals in the past. I was thinking about that Erik Karlsson trade, original one to San Jose that was like that. Frank, I peppered Colby and Carter with a bunch of, the generic deadline wrap-up questions, but I'll throw it your way. Which team surprised you the most with their inactivity today?
I would say the Los Angeles Kings. Now we learned a little bit more as I passed along. They made all those machinations of trying to move around cap space. What was it for? Why did they end up doing nothing? Was Pierre-Luc Dubois authentically in play, as many had suspected? What happened with this deal with Linus Ullmark? I would add in the Colorado Avalanche, that 2024 first-round pick. They end up keeping their first-round pick. Interesting for a team that had a lot of different things in play. So that's another one. And then maybe on a different scale, the Vancouver Canucks, as we looked at that Western Arms race, they were quiet today. They got their shopping done early. Of course, with Lindholm, they were in the mix. Their GM, Patrick Allvin, just addressed the media a few minutes ago and said that they were in the mix on every player, every impact player that was on the board. So they were trying to make things happen. Patrick Allvin and his staff were grinding, and they just didn't. But I think they're still pretty well positioned, even though Carter Hutton called them a fraud.
Hey, I mean, I told them to make an enemy. I did put him in that's a suicide pass when it comes to media to throw him that question. So I'll wear that one a little bit. All right, Frank, we're going to move towards wrapping this thing up, almost 5 hours straight on the air. And there are a lot of people that I have to give some shout outs to. First off, Matt Larkin and Stephen Ellis for all the work they did getting us ready for the show today. Larkin with the trade grades, Ellis popping in early to give us some prospect analysis and giving us a look inside the NHL draft. We were also joined by Ken Wiebe from the Kenny and Rennie Show, and also Corey Lavalette out in Carolina to give us some on-the-ground insight into a couple of teams who made big ads over the last 24 hours. Tyler Toffoli being one of the first big splashes earlier today. Johnny Lazarus swung by as well to talk a little New York Rangers. And of course, our behind-the-scenes crew, Liam Horrobin, did a hell of a job directing this bad boy. Aaron Bordato hit every single correct button on the stream. Pat Puff was nails with the graphics as well. Brett Holden, Gavin Turnick, Vicken Paulation as well, who were doing a good job on the social front. And of course, our head of production, Amal Delich, who once again killed it. Frank, this was year 3 of us doing the trade deadline show. It is always a grind, but it's always a lot of fun to get this thing off the ground. And of course, the show would be nothing without our boy in the Wendy's Insider Camp, Frank Seravalli. Frank, you can go now sleep for 36 consecutive hours, I would imagine.
Yeah, I will sleep like a prince tonight.
Absolutely love it, Frank. Thanks again for all your great work today. And to everybody who tuned in on the Daily Faceoff YouTube, don't forget, hit that subscribe button. I got to slide that one in there one more time. All of our partners for today, Tim Hortons and Roll Up the Rim, Fountain Tire, Botano, and of course, Wendy's with the Insider Cam. The show was delivered by DoorDash, 25% off 0 delivery fees with the promo code NATION25. That is it. We are wrapping up a marathon, nearly 5-hour stream on NHL trade deadline day. Thanks so much for tuning in. And don't forget, we're always back on Monday at noon Eastern. Deadline day has come and gone. Teams have established themselves, Vegas, as legitimate Stanley Cup contenders. Enjoy your weekend, hockey fans, and exhale. Deadline day is over.